Welcome to a world where passion ignites, danger lurks in the shadows, and love defies the limits of the supernatural. Here, shifters claim their fated mates. Powerful alphas fight for the ones they love, and the impossible becomes reality. Whether it's a growly werewolf, a scorching hot dragon, or a possessive vampire, one thing's for sure. These heroes are fiercely protective and undeniably irresistible. Get ready to escape into a story where magic meets seduction, and every heartbeat brings you closer to a love that's out of this world. Now, sit back, relax, and let the story begin.
Chapter 1. Cora. The night smelled of ozone and desperation. Cora Thorne's boots slapped the cobblestones of Blackwick Square, the cramped market on the borderline of the human world. Vendors had long since taken down their tents and closed their windows, but lights still blazed on, causing eerie shadows to fit the night. Somewhere behind her, Elric's laughter chased like broken glass. Mine, little Faye. You promised me forever. Not tonight, she breathed, voice trembling. Cora ducked into an alley, fingers already weaving the sigils for a protection ward. She'd practiced the spell 1,000 times. Easy as breathing, Mama used to say, but panic knotted her will. A bead of crimson from a cut on her palm marked the first circle. Silver glamour lit the second, and a third ring, green as old forest moss, closed around her ankles. The ward should have shimmered like a flower opening, but the colors snagged, swirled, inverted. Oh, don't you dare! Magic detonated, yanking her backward through a tunnel of churning mist. Cold wind howled in her ears, carried the bite of pine sap and riverstone, and then everything went blinding white. She landed hard on her hip, the breath smashing right out of her lungs. When the world steadied, Cora was face down on a forest floor, cheek pressed to damp moss. A hush blanketed the ancient oaks that were so thick she'd never wrap her arms halfway around one, and each trunk pulsed with faintly glowing runes. Moonlight filtered through heavy boughs, turning the mist to silver ribbons. Where in Titania's name? She pushed onto her elbows, but dizziness washed through her skull in nauseating waves. The ward had misfired, flinging her who knew where rather than building a safe circle. Typical. Her magic always behaved when she didn't need it and threw a tantrum the second she did. Cora rolled to her knees, brushing leaf litter off her leggings. A root the size of her forearm arced across the clearing, then shifted. It slithered an inch to the left, coiling like a resting serpent. That's perfectly normal, she muttered, aiming for levity and landing nearer to hysteria. Just a strolling root, nothing to see. The forest ignored her sarcasm. Branches creaked overhead, though no wind stirred them. Somewhere deeper in the gloom, water lapped slow and rhythmically, as though a giant heartbeat beneath the ground. She'd never felt anything quite like this place. Not the hectic bazaars of Fairwith, not the glittering stone amphitheaters of Dunslow where her coven once gathered, not even the wild, lawless edges of the human realm she'd traveled for a decade. This forest watched her, and she had the distinct, unsettling impression it was deciding whether she belonged. Cora swallowed. Easy now. If the land's alive, be polite. She rose, brushing stray vines from her hair. Pale strands clung in damp ringlets around her face, and a streak of dirt smeared across her jaw. Her pulse throbbed behind her ears, but curiosity sparked too. Fae blood loved mystery, even when mystery arrived wrapped in mortal danger. A milky wisp of fog curled around her calves. It smelled faintly of lilacs, home, and the ache in her chest blossomed. Don't think about there. Don't think about Mama's garden or Papa humming off-key lullabies. Don't think about the night Elric's red-stained hands reached for her throat. She shook herself. Focus, Cora. A halo of witchlight flickered to life in her palm, offering a soft glow. She inspected her surroundings. Broad ferns, bluebell clusters, mushrooms that glimmered violet under the spell's light. Everything here was suffused with a kind of gentle magic she hadn't felt since childhood, until the root moved again. This time it rose a full handspan off the dirt, arching like the spine of a waking cat. Well, that's enough nature for me. She sidled to the left, only for another root to slither into her path like an eager puppy. Mist thickened, curling up her calves, tugging at her hem. The trees impossibly seemed to lean closer. No, thank you, she told the woods, voice quavering. I am not staying. As if in answer, a low hum rippled through the air, rattling the witch light. The glow strobed once, twice, and winked out. Dark swallowed the clearing. Cora's heart hammered. Okay, new plan. She spun, searching for any gap between the trunks, and spotted a faint shimmer to the east, almost like moonlight reflecting off water. A lake? Good. Lakes usually meant open space, maybe even a path. She bolted that direction, boots skidding over slick leaves. Roots lifted to trip her, vines lassoed her ankles. Mist clawed at her jacket sleeves with cold, wet fingers. Every breath came ragged, dragging air thick as syrup into her lungs. Yet she pushed on, muscles burning, spellbook slamming against her side with each stride. She broke through a stand of silver birch and stumbled onto a narrow trail. Ahead, water gleamed black under the moon. Serene, mirror still. The sight was so eerie and beautiful that for a moment she forgot her fear. Then the trail shuddered. Seriously? Cora snapped. The dirt path rippled, like a rug someone jerked beneath her feet. She pitched forward, arms flailing, and crashed to her knees. Sharp pain flared. Ow! She ran her fingers along a torn seam in her leggings. Blood welled where a rock had sliced skin. Overhead an owl hooted low and mournful. She pressed a shaky hand to her wound. Get a grip, Thorne. Something unseen brushed her shoulder. She whirled but saw only mist ebbing away. Panic flared hot, then cooled into icy resolve. She couldn't keep running blind. She needed shelter, and she needed it before Elric tracked her signature here. Stars knew the bastard could follow a trail of her spilled magic like a hound on scent. Drawing a breath, Cora pressed both palms to the earth. Easy now. I'm not your enemy, she told the woods. Just passing through, promise. Magic answered in a soft sigh. Leaves rustled, the mist thinned. The root that tripped her earlier settled, sinking flush with the ground. Encouraged, she pushed a tendril of fey power outward, calm, gentle, the way Papa taught when talking to bees. I honor your boundaries. Will you show me safe passage? For a heartbeat, nothing. Then a faint glow sparked beneath her fingers that was gold, blue, gold again, and it rippled across the trail and faded. Cora's shoulders sagged with relief. Thank you. She rose, wiping dirt from her palms, and limped toward the lake's edge. The water reflected the moon with uncanny sharpness. Standing so still, it felt like stepping up to a doorway made of glass. A narrow pier jutted 5 feet out. Beyond the water's mirror sheen on the far shore, she spied warm pinpricks. Lanterns? Houses? A town, she breathed, hope swelling. If she reached it, maybe she could beg supplies. Maybe even lose herself among strangers for a night before moving on, one step at a time. The pier groaned under her weight. Boards flexed but held firm. Halfway across she paused, staring at her reflection. Pale hair tangled with leaves, green eyes wide as forest pools, freckles dusted across her nose like constellations gone rogue. She might have laughed if she wasn't shaking. Great first impression, Cora. A ripple broke the water just behind her image. She spun, but moonlight danced on perfect glass again. Gooseflesh prickled along her arms. She'd sensed no creature, no magic signature. Yet the feeling of being watched returned, heavier than before. Probably fish. Though fish, last she checked, did not send currents of raw power thrumming through the air. Cora inched back to shore. The second her boots hit dirt, the pier board stilled. She exhaled. Okay, a rumble answered, low, feline, distant. Every instinct screamed predator. She turned slowly, scanning the tree line, but shadows lounged silent. Still, the hairs on her neck refused to settle. If a large cat lived here, she wanted no part of it. Shelter, then gone, she whispered. She trudged along the lakeshore, following the faint lantern glow on the far bank. Each step jostled her aching hip, each breath frosted in the chilled spring night. Thoughts drifted to warm taverns, cinnamon tea, friendly faces, luxuries she'd traded for constant flight. Even so, a stubborn spark at her core refused to snuff. Hope, Mama called it. Stupid, Papa said, but smiled when he did. One day you'll find a place that feels like belonging, sunshine. Wait for the hush in your heart, that's how you'll know. Cora had laughed then, but standing now in this uncanny forest, she sensed an almost hush like the world exhaled around her. A root curled gently across her path, as though guiding rather than trapping. She stepped over, murmured thanks, and limped on. 10 yards farther, her vision blurred. The wound on her knee bled steadily, and whatever adrenaline kept her upright began to ebb. She tried to conjure light, but her power sputtered. It was spent, frayed at the edges by travel and fear. Just a little... She pressed forward. The warm glimmer of lanterns doubled, tripled, swam. She blinked hard. The ground heaved. She staggered, lost her balance, and collapsed against a mossy log. The forest's hum crescendoed until it drowned her heartbeat. Mist swaddled her shoulders. A pulse that seemed ancient, resonant, passed through the soil into her bones. Cora's eyelids drooped. She fought, clawed for consciousness, but exhaustion clawed back harder. In her final lucid seconds, she thought she heard boots crunching gravel, a deep male growl vibrating the night air, and the clean scent of pine and warm spice curled through the mist. Then darkness claimed her, gentle as a lullaby.
Chapter 2. Callum. Moonmere Lake had been restless all damn week. Callum Cross leaned on the weather-scarred railing of the Ranger Lookout, breath ghosting in the chilled spring air. The water below usually lay smooth as polished glass, but tonight ripples chased one another from shore to shore like some unseen hand kept flicking stones. A pulse, deep and rhythmic, throbbed through the veil that wrapped Hollow Oak. He felt it on the back of his tongue, metallic, wrong. "Something spooked you," he muttered to the lake. "Show me what?" The forest answered with a shiver. A stand of beeches bowed in unison, leaves whispering his name in a language only shifters and the very old trees knew. Callum's lion stirred, hackles lifting beneath the manskin. Not fear, not yet. Territory, instinct. He dropped from the lookout, boots crunching on pine needles. Gold and midnight fur threatened to burst through his arms, but he kept the shift at bay, jogging along the trail instead. Patrol always calmed the beast. Tonight it barely dented the unease. Halfway to the lake, the veil bucked again. Magic scraped across his senses, wild and floral, like lilacs after lightning. Callum skidded to a halt. That scent had no business inside Hollow Oak. It was fresh, potent, alive. "Who the hell are you?" he growled at the dark. The only reply was the distant hoot of an owl, a night guard's warning that something crossed the border. He broke into a run, branches clawing his shirt sleeves. Vines writhed in the underbrush, rooting and unrooting in frantic pulses. The forest never behaved like this unless provoked, and nobody in town was foolish enough to provoke it, which meant outsider. He cleared the last ridge and saw her. A young woman lay crumpled at the lakeshore, half lit by moonlight in the ghostly glow of the veil. Pale hair splayed across moss like spilled starlight. Her clothes were road dust plain with leggings torn at the knee, faded jacket, Traveling boots, but magic clung to her skin in a bright aura even his human eyes could read. Roots curled protectively around her ankles, easing back as he approached. The forest was guarding her. That alone raised every alarm in his head. "Well, sweetheart," Callum said under his breath, "you've stirred up a mess." He knelt, careful not to touch her yet. Brambles had sliced her palms. Dried blood freckled slender fingers. He caught the faintest scent of fear threaded through lilac and cedar. Not bleeding out, at least. He touched 2 fingers to her throat. Pulse strong, steady. Unconscious but stable. The lion bristled. Very few mages could knock themselves out without shattering bone. Whoever she was, power squatted in her bones like a sleeping dragon. When she woke, she might blast the first thing she saw. For safety's sake, he should bind her wrists, march her straight to the council glade for questioning. Instead, he brushed a leaf from her cheek. The skin beneath was soft, cool. Moonlight silvered freckles across her nose. "Damn it," he muttered, and scooped her into his arms. The moment he lifted her, the veil that concealed the town shuddered again. But the tremor eased seconds later, as if the forest recognized its newest carrier. Callum adjusted his grip, one arm under her knees, the other cradling her back. She weighed little more than a bundle of herbs, yet heat pooled in his chest where she rested. The scent of lilacs deepened, edged by a note of burning. He set off toward town at a fast walk. The path, usually winding, rearranged itself, straightening beneath his feet. Hollow oak wanted her inside the borders. Callum muttered a soft thanks to the trees anyway. As the rooftops came into view with cozy dormers, chimney smoke curling above lantern-lit windows, he caught a flicker of movement. Twyla Honeytree stood under the griddle and Grind's awning, shawl wrapped tight against the chill. Her brown eyes widened. "Evening, Ranger," she called. "Bringing home strays?" "Found her by the lake." Veil's in a temper. Twyla's gaze softened when she spied the unconscious woman. "Poor love looks wrung out. Hearth and Hollow's got empty beds tonight. Miriam will fuss." "Counted on that." Callum jerked his chin toward the inn. "Wake Varric while you're at it. He'll want to know." "Already sent a sprite." Twyla's smile flashed impish. "Council elder will be waiting in his nightclothes." "Go on, big cat. Get her tucked safe." Callum grumbled something about matchmakers and nosy fae, but lengthened his stride. Cobblestones clicked under his boots as he crossed the quiet square. The town smelled of chamomile steam, fresh bread cooling on windowsills, damp earth kissed by fog. Normally the comfort of it wrapped him like a blanket. Tonight it felt fragile. At Hearth and Hollow, he nudged the brass knocker with an elbow. The door swung open before it struck wood. Miriam Caldwell appeared, silver hair pinned in a messy bun, spectacles perched on the end of her nose. "Land's sakes, Callum, what have you dragged in?" "Found her on Vale patrol. Unresponsive but breathing. Need a room and hot water." The widow's sharp gaze swept over the girl, cataloging every bruise. "Room 3 is clean. Bring her." Inside, flickering hearthlight painted the foyer in amber. Lace curtains fluttered in a draft. The inn always smelled of cinnamon and soapstone, a comforting counterpoint to the wild outside woods. Callum carried the stranger up narrow stairs. Floorboards creaked. The sound echoed like memories. He remembered bringing wounded shifters here during the Briarpack skirmishes years ago. Miriam had never lost a patient. Room 3 held a quilt-draped bed, a washstand, and a window overlooking town square. Callum laid the woman down. Miriam bustled in with a basin and cloths. "Fetch the tonic from the shelf in the hall," she ordered. Callum retrieved the glass bottle, uncorked it, and handed it over. It smelled of willow bark and honey. Miriam dabbed tonic on the girl's cut palms, then her knee. "You reckon she's fey?" Miriam asked. "Smells like it. Power's off the charts." "Vale's reacting." Callum crossed thick arms over his chest, unable to stop staring at the girl's serene face. Moonlight through the window glazed her hair, more silver than blonde. "Pretty little thing," Miriam said, tone gentle but probing. "You look rattled." Forest moved on its own. Roots, vines, the whole damn path rearranged to bring her in. "That hasn't happened since the veil was first woven." Miriam straightened. "This girl might be more than a simple traveler." Callum's jaw tightened. "Council needs to sort it before word spreads." A soft sound pulled his attention. The girl stirred, fingers flexing. Her lashes fluttered, revealing eyes the shade of storm-tossed sea glass. They focused on him, hazy, curious, vulnerable. Something shifted in his chest with a click, like a lock finding its key. He scowled reflexively. "Stay still. You're safe." "Where?" Her voice cracked. She swallowed. "Where am I?" "Hollow Oak. Hearth and Hollow Inn." He kept his tone level. "I'm Callum Cross, town ranger." "Callum," she echoed, tasting the name. Her gaze dropped to his forearm, where tawny hairs hinted at the beast beneath. "You're a shifter." "Lion," he confirmed. "What's your name?" She hesitated, then whispered, "Cora." Cora. Lilac and lightning. The name suited her. Miriam pressed a clay mug into Cora's hands. "Sip. Willow bark for pain, honey for strength." Cora obeyed, though the mug trembled. Callum could smell her exhaustion, the bruise of overtaxed magic. He fought the urge to brush hair from her cheek. "How'd you cross the veil?" he asked. I cast a protection spell. It, misfired." Her cheeks pinked. "I didn't mean to break anything." Callum grunted. "Veil's cracked, not broken. Still want answers. Council meets at dawn. You'll come." "Not like I'm going anywhere," she murmured, gaze dropping to her bandaged knee. A pang of guilt tugged at him, unexpected. He gentled his voice. "Healing first, questions second." She looked up, eyes bright with wary gratitude. "Thank you." An awkward beat lingered. Miriam, sensing it, clapped her hands. "All right, you two." Ranger out. "Let the girl rest. She can barely keep those peepers open." Callum nodded. At the door he paused, glanced back. Cora lay against pillows, mug cupped in both hands, hair spilling in pale waves. Her magic danced around her like distant fireflies, dim but pulsing to some hidden rhythm. He turned into the hall and nearly collided with Twyla. The Fey woman leaned against the railing, smirk already in place. "You look like a tomcat who smelled fresh cream." "Spare me," Callum growled. "Council's assembling." "Varric wants your statement." "I know my job, Twyla." She patted his bicep. "So do I. That girl's trouble wrapped in sunshine, and you're already circling." "Someone has to protect this town." "Sure," she said, eyes glittering. "Just remember to protect yourself while you're at it." Callum couldn't find a retort, so he pushed past. Downstairs, he paused at the inn's threshold, taking in Hollow Oak. Lanterns bobbed along cottage porches, casting puddles of gold on cobbles. Crickets chirred. Somewhere a baby cried, then settled. Peaceful. Home. He clenched his fists. Whatever ripple Cora had brought, he would contain it. The town depended on him. The lion inside settled at that promise, though its amber gaze pointed back up the stairwell, toward the girl with lilac magic. Duty first. Always. He stepped into the night, heading for Council Glade, the scent of lilac still clinging stubbornly to the collar of his shirt.
Chapter 3. Cora. Soft birdsong nudged Cora from sleep. She cracked one eye open and found pale light spilling through lace curtains, tracing filigree patterns across a patchwork quilt that smelled faintly of cedar. For one sweet heartbeat, she could not remember why her muscles ached, or why lilac magic fizzed restless under her skin. Then the memory of fleeing, of roots that moved like snakes, of a lion-eyed ranger lifting her like she weighed nothing, drifted back. She sat up, slow. A dull throb hugged her knee, yet the deep burn of exhaustion had eased. Someone had propped a pair of crutches beside the bed and folded fresh leggings on the cedar chest. Care that felt almost parental. Cora brushed sleep-snarled hair from her face and surveyed the room. Whitewashed walls, a braided rag rug in ocean blues. A small desk held a single daffodil in an inkwell. Everything whispered comfort. Nothing flashy, but each detail lovingly placed, the sort of room a traveler might start calling home without noticing. A knock tapped the doorframe. "Morning, dear heart." "May I come in?" The voice, warm and unhurried, belonged to the innkeeper from the night before. Cora tugged the quilt higher. "Yes, please. Miriam Caldwell stepped inside carrying a wooden tray. Steam curled from a blue-striped teapot and from a plate stacked with flaky biscuits. She wore a cornflower house dress and slippers that scuffed the floor, and her silver hair looked tousled as if she had wrestled it into a bun only after wrestling sleep. "You gave us a scare," she said, setting the tray on the washstand. "How's the leg?" "Better than yesterday." Cora flexed her knee and winced. "Hurts like a gremlin gnawed it, but I can move." Gremlins prefer copper wiring. Trust me, Miriam poured tea into a floral cup, added a drizzle of local honey. "Drink while it's hot." Cora accepted the cup, fingers brushing the older woman's. A pulse of gratitude bloomed. "Thank you for taking me in. I, have a habit of landing places unannounced. Hollow Oak has a habit of deciding who lands." Miriam opened a small tin of salve and inspected Cora's bandaged palms. Still tender, but clean. "Callum does good field work when he puts his mind to it." Cora's cheeks warmed. The memory of strong arms, the scent of pine and warm spice, fluttered in her stomach like moth wings. She sipped. Honey soothed her throat. "Is he always so growly?" Miriam chuckled. "Our ranger was born with a scowl." "Underneath, he's pure gold. Folks forget lions guard as much as they growl." Cora traced the rim of her cup. "This town, Hollow Oak, it isn't on any map I've seen. That isn't by accident." The widow settled into a rocking chair near the bed. "We live under a veil, a glamour woven by fey ancestors to hide us from the wider world. Shifters, witches, gifted humans, we all fit here, snug as patchwork. Outsiders cross only if the veil lets them, or if they bring trouble on its tail." "Trouble." The word dripped ice down Cora's spine. She focused on the biscuit plate instead. Golden, layered, dotted with dried cranberries. "I don't mean harm." "Didn't think you did," Miriam rocked, eyes kind behind thin spectacles. "But you shook the forest something fierce, and that has the council jittering. They'll want questions answered." Cora set her cup down with care. "Council? As in governing body?" "5 elders. They keep peace and handle matters of the Vale. You met our ranger already. He is their blunt instrument when claws are required." A smile softened the words. "They'll call on you after breakfast." "You look rested enough to stand." "I can manage." Cora exhaled. "Low profile would be ideal, just until I find my bearings." "Low profile rarely survives first contact with Twyla Honeytree," Miriam said. "You'll see." She rose with the grace of someone much younger and adjusted the quilts. "Finish your tea. Clean leggings are there. When you are dressed, hobble downstairs. The dining room smells like heaven right now." Cora watched her leave, door closing with a click. In the hush that followed, she heard the inn breathing, floorboards settling, a kettle whistling below, distant clatter from what must be a kitchen. Every sound felt intimate, like belonging whispered through wood. She swung her legs out of bed. The room tilted but steadied. She peeled the ruined leggings from her injured knee, cleaned the scrape, and eased on the fresh pair. Moss green, stretchy, embroidered with tiny acorns at the ankle. Someone had chosen her favorite color without asking. Spooky, yet sweet. Hair next. She finger-combed pale strands, weaving a quick loose braid. A few vines had tangled near the ends, reminders of the forest's stubborn affection. She left them. Green matched the leggings, and pretending normalcy felt foolish. Crutches under arms, she crossed to the window. Below, a small town square opened like a storybook sketch. Stone cottages wore ivy crowns. A cobbler's cart rolled past, pulled by a shaggy pony with rather smug posture. Farther off, smoke puffed from a coffee shop whose sign, she could just read, said griddle and grind. Laughter drifted. The air smelled of bread and damp earth. Something deep in her chest sighed. "Stay," it said. "Just a little." Footsteps padded along the corridor. Before she could step back, the door pushed open. Callum filled the frame. He ducked a fraction, maybe from habit, maybe from surprise at her standing. "You're up," he said. His voice still carried that gravel edge, but the sharpness had dulled. "Morning." She attempted a breezy tone and nearly toppled. He lunged, grasped her elbow, steadied her. Heat shot up her arm. "You should sit until the knee heals," he said. "I plan on it." Window was too tempting. She tried to ignore the way his thumb rubbed slow circles through her sleeve before he released her. "Thank you, by the way." "For last night." "You were unconscious by a cursed lake. I did my job." Yet his gaze lingered on the braid over her shoulder. "Feeling stronger?" "Stronger, hungrier, nosier." She tipped her head. "The forest. It feels alive here." "Because it is." He stepped aside so she could pass if she wished. "You'll learn quick." "Come downstairs. Miriam has cinnamon scones that could make angels swear." Cora's stomach growled loud enough to answer for her. They made an awkward procession, Callum setting a slow pace, Cora thumping behind on crutches. Hall lamps flickered with witchlight. Patchouli and bread wafted from below. On the staircase landing, she missed a step. Callum placed a steadying hand at her waist, fingers spread, possessive without meaning to be. She looked up. He looked down. The world shrank to the inches between their mouths. "Careful," he murmured. "Wouldn't want to topple us both." He eased his hand away, yet kept close until her boots touched the first-floor rug. The dining room proved small, 3 round tables clothed in sunflower prints, a buffet of jams and sliced fruit, a fireplace where fat logs crackled. Miriam bustled, setting plates. A young Fey-boy polished spoons with serious concentration. Near the hearth stood another Fey, hair the hue of wheat and eyes full of secrets. She clapped when she saw Cora. "Look who decided to greet the day. Welcome, sugar. I'm Twyla." She scooped a scone, slathered it with lemon curd, and deposited it on a plate. "Fuel up." Council talk is easier on a full belly. Cora perched on a cushioned chair. Twyla's easy charm relaxed her shoulders. Callum took the seat to her right. His thigh brushed hers beneath the table, then stayed there, a quiet promise of solid ground. Cora tasted scone. Butter and citrus melted on her tongue. Miriam poured more tea. "We were just telling Twyla your name." "It's Cora," Cora said. "Cora Thorne." Twyla's eyes flicked bright. "Thorne. Old Fey lineage, if I recall." "I'm not... Well, the family tree is complicated." Cora inhaled tea steam to hide nerves. "No worry," Twyla waved. "Hollow Oak prides itself on complicated." She leaned closer, whispered like gossip though everyone could hear. "You'll find our town chooses folks, not the other way around. If the Veil let you in, you got purpose here." "Purpose?" The word settled in Cora's bones. She peeked at Callum. His attention was fixed on her, unreadable. She sensed that though the others were inviting, he was more mistrusting than most. Outside the window, morning mist lifted, unveiling the lake in calm silver. Cora thought of other places she had hidden, rooms she had rented under false names, nights spent wondering when Elric would catch up. None of those places ever felt like this. The inn hummed like a living heart. The ranger's steady breathing anchored the rhythm. She finished her scone and found herself smiling. Her usual sunshine demeanor seemed to suddenly not feel as if it had to be dormant. Miriam cleared her throat with gentle authority. "Council session will convene at 10. Gives you 2 hours to freshen up and, Callum, to file your incident report." He nodded. "I briefed them last night, but the written one is almost done." He shot her a glance. "We'll be there." "We?" Cora asked. "I'm your escort." Council's orders.
Chapter 4. Callum. Callum hated council days. Always had. He stood on the outside of the council glade, arms crossed tight across his chest, jaw clenched. The spring morning filtered through the canopy in dusty streaks, dappling the moss with gold. Wind rustled the leaves overhead, but the trees were still listening. They always did when the council met. Old magic hummed underfoot. He could feel it, not the usual sleepy pulse of the veil doing its job either. This felt like tension, like something watching, waiting, curled just below the surface. And it had started the second that Fey woman stumbled out of nowhere. He glanced over his shoulder. Cora stood beside Miriam on the carved stepping stones. Pale green fabric hugged her figure like it had been stitched just for her. The kind of shade that made her skin glow and her hair look like moonlight caught in motion. She had even braided fresh ivy into it. The damn forest had probably offered it willingly. Callum scowled and faced forward again. Of course she'd made friends with the trees. Of course she smelled like lilacs and sugar and trouble. He didn't trust it, not one bit. Behind him, footfalls crunched soft on the moss. A familiar voice broke the quiet. You know, if you keep glowering like that, your face is going to stay that way. Callum turned his head slowly. Maeve leaned against one of the twisted stone columns that marked the glade entrance, her short black hair tucked behind one ear, arms folded to mirror his. She wore her usual leather vest and jeans, and the amused smirk that had driven him nuts since they were cubs. Still got your sarcasm holstered, he muttered. Must be a good morning. Oh, it's great. Got a fresh bottle of Hawthorne mead chilling back at the bar. Might even share it if you stop scowling. I'm not scowling. Maeve tilted her head. You always scowl when you're nervous. I'm not nervous, he said. She grinned. Sure you're not. Cora reached the glade's center, nodding politely to the other seated council members. She moved like sunlight trickling over water, all softness and curiosity. Not once did she seem intimidated. Not by the weight of magic in the air, or the veiled stares of the council, or the way Callum stood like a mountain with arms crossed like a drawbridge. That should have annoyed him more than it did. Cora Thorne, Varric's voice boomed through the glade like distant thunder. Step forward. The wolf elder sat on a stone carved into the shape of a stag's skull. Long silver braids draped over his shoulders like cords of moonlight. His eyes, the color of rain clouds, tracked her every movement. When she stepped up, he lifted a hand. You entered Hollow Oak through the veil last night, uninvited. Yet the forest permitted your passage. I didn't mean to intrude, she said, voice steady. I cast a protection spell, and it misfired. I didn't expect it to open a door. Varric's gaze narrowed. And yet the door opened for you. Curious, she nodded once, lips tight. I don't pretend to understand why, but I didn't come to harm anyone. Callum shifted his weight, instinctively tracking the emotions rippling off her. Nervous but not deceitful. Her magic buzzed soft as bees, restrained but crackling with old energy. Fey wild. Untrained. Varric turned his head, slow and deliberate. Callum. He stepped forward. Yes, Elder. You found her. You carried her in. And you felt the veil's pulse, did you not? I did. He didn't elaborate. Varric hated excuses. The veil favors her, or fears her. Either way, she stays. But she stays watched. Callum felt suddenly like a babysitter instead of a guardian. No one else can monitor her safely, Varric said. She responds to you. You will report on any further disturbances. If the veil continues to shift or show signs of weakness, you will act accordingly. It wasn't a request. Callum clenched his jaw. Understood. Cora looked over at him. She didn't smile, but something in her eyes softened, like she was grateful, like she knew the kind of order he just got handed and didn't resent him for it, which made it worse. Miss Thorne, Varric said, you may remain in town, but be aware, we do not take kindly to chaos. If the veil cracks, if harm comes to Hollow Oak through you, there will be no second chances. I understand, she said again, and she meant it. He could hear it. She was scared, sure, but not because of them. Something else chased her, something worse than the council. Maeve stepped up beside him, her voice pitched low. Well, congratulations, big cat. You've got yourself a house guest, or a very magical barn cat, maybe both. I didn't volunteer. Didn't have to. the veil already picked. He growled low, quiet. She's not a pet. Maeve blinked innocently. Didn't say she was. But if you end up sniffing after her tail, don't pretend I didn't warn you. Callum turned back to the circle, but Cora was already speaking with Twyla, laughing softly, pointing up at the trees like she was naming stars. Like she had always belonged here. He didn't like the way that twisted something warm in his gut. After the meeting, they walked back toward the inn in tense silence. Cora hobbled carefully on the trail, her steps steadier now, though she still favored the bruised knee. She spoke first. You didn't look happy to be assigned to me. I wasn't. She looked sideways at him, but not offended. Amused somehow. Honest. That's refreshing. Didn't say I disliked you. Just don't trust what I don't understand. You're a walking mystery. Cora nodded slowly. I guess I am, but I'm not the threat here. The veil disagrees, he said. It hasn't been gentle with me, she said softly, but it didn't throw me out. That has to mean something, doesn't it? He didn't have a response for that. They passed through a grove where foxglove clustered thick around the trunks, their purple bells nodding in the breeze. Birds flitted overhead, and the air grew warmer, sweeter, as if even the town itself was leaning in to hear what Cora would say next. She reached out and touched a low branch, fingers brushing new leaves. I'm not trying to break anything, she said. I've done enough breaking for one lifetime. Callum watched the way her shoulders hunched, just for a moment, before she caught herself and straightened again. Then maybe stop trying to fix everything too, he muttered. She looked at him puzzled. Just don't make things worse while you're here. Cora smiled faintly. Is that your version of a welcome? He didn't answer, but he did move just a little closer as they turned the corner into town, walking shoulder to shoulder. A few townsfolk nodded their way. A witch mended a cracked lantern with a whisper and a flick of her finger. A panther shifter swept his porch with too much attention, clearly eavesdropping. They walked in silence the rest of the way, but not an unfriendly one. And though Callum told himself this was duty, only duty, his lion wasn't convinced. Not with the way her scent settled in his lungs, not with the way her voice lingered in the quiet after. Not with the way the veil pulsed like a heartbeat every time she stepped closer to him. Something had shifted, and he knew it wasn't just the magic as his lion began pacing at her closeness.
Chapter 5. Cora. Twilight draped hollow oak in velvet hues of blush and plum. Cora drifted along the cobbled lanes with no destination in mind, toes sinking into worn leather boots that felt lighter than they had in years. Each breath tasted of wood smoke, river stone, and honeysuckle, the blend looping around her pulse like music. A baker closed his shutters as she passed, yet paused long enough to hand her the heel of a cinnamon loaf. Fresh from the brick, he murmured, cheeks ruddy from heat. She thanked him, tore off a bite, and frowned when sugar dusted her chin. She could not recall the last time a stranger offered kindness without wanting coin or secrets. The square revealed itself in lazy turns. Lanterns flickered awake, stitched together by looping strands of glowing witchlight that bounced off painted shop signs. The hollow mercantile smelled of beeswax and curiosity. Outside its door, two men who looked like brothers argued about moon phases while enchanted feather quills circled their heads like opinionated birds. Farther along, Maeve Cross, who she had met briefly at the council meeting, propped the tavern windows wide, letting music tumble into the street, and called a dare at Luca Ash to try her newest blackberry stout. Luca grumbled, yet reached for the pint, shoulders the size of oak trunks crowding his work apron. Cora's chest warmed at the ordinary magic of it all. A place where shifters and witches bickered over drinks instead of blood, and where fey girls with shaky curses could breathe without flinching. She stepped around a tangle of children playing hopscotch. Their chalk squares glowed until a sprite dove at the pattern and scrambled it into giggles. A boy with shaggy hair and wolf-bright eyes looked up. "Evening, miss," he chirped. "The forest likes you." Her lips parted. "The forest told you that?" "Sort of." "It hummed at me." He grinned, then skipped off. She tugged her braid, bewildered and delighted in equal measure. On the far corner, the griddle and grind waited, low roofline sloping beneath a cascade of ivy and fairy lanterns. The cafe windows steamed in soft amber, silhouettes dancing behind mottled glass. A carved placard over the door read, "Come hungry, leave with stories." Cora hesitated on the threshold. The bell above chimed as though beckoning, so she slipped inside. Warmth swallowed her. Marmalade light. Tables scattered like constellations. A fireplace snapped in greeting. The air carried nutmeg, strong coffee, and something older, maybe stardust swirling in sugar. Several patrons waved without breaking their conversations, as if she had always belonged. Behind the counter, Twyla Honeytree spun, skirts swooshing in layered pastels. Her hair, a tumble of wheat-colored curls, twinkled with pinpricks of light that might have been fireflies or pure fey mischief. "There you are," she said, voice bright and watered with laughter. "I set aside the window seat for the girl who smells like lilac storms." She pointed with the spoon she was stirring into a silver teapot. Cora blinked. I hope that is me." "You and no other, sugar." Twyla poured pale green liquid into a pot that shimmered between every shade of dawn. "Sit. Your tea needs your thoughts to finish steeping." Still bemused, Cora slid into the corner booth. Cushions sagged in just the right places, tender on her bruised knee. Outside, dusk stretched cat-like across the square, but inside the world glowed. Twyla arrived with a wooden tray. 2 cups joined a plate holding a tart arranged in rose-petal spirals. She set everything down with a flourish. "Elderflower, lemon balm, and a whisper of catnip," she said. "Catnip lifts burdens no healer sees." She eased onto the bench opposite. "Tell me what weighs you." Cora wrapped palms around the mug. Steam kissed freckles on her nose. She wondered how Twyla always seemed to command honesty. Maybe it lived in those amber eyes that sparked like candle flame on water. "I have run for a long time," Cora said, voice small. "Run so far I forgot my own rhythm. Then I landed here, and every sound feels like a heartbeat I almost recognize." Twyla nodded, as if she counted on that answer. Hollow Oak hums in first person. Folks who listen find themselves humming back. "I should keep moving," Cora admitted, though heat rose in her cheeks when she realized how feeble the words sounded. "Trouble follows me. Trouble bites at all souls that wander." Some folk keep walking, some spin and bare fangs. Twyla sipped her tea. "Which do you plan to be?" Cora chewed her lip. In the firelight she caught her reflection in the window, eyes bright with wonder she had not seen since childhood. The sight pressed tears against her lashes. "I do not want to run anymore," she whispered. "Then do not." Twyla reached across, warm fingers brushing Cora's. "Some magic finds you when you are meant to be found." The phrase settled like a rune on her heart. "You sound sure." "I watch patterns," Twyla said. "Stars, tea leaves, sideways glances. Tonight I watched a stern lion pause by this window, checking the path until you arrived." Cora's breath tangled. "Callum?" Twyla grinned. "Man circles the cafe like a thundercloud when you are near." "He calls it patrol." She twirled her spoon. "Take your time, sugar." "Finish that tart. When you step outside, he will still be there pretending to inspect lampposts." Heat spread through Cora's cheeks, but she did not hate the thought. Callum, rough around the edges, heart tucked behind granite, had steadied her on the stairs earlier with hands gentle as moss. The memory pressed against her ribs, sweet and aching. Twyla sliced the tart. The crust flaked under the knife, then melted on Cora's tongue, apple and rose dancing together in a song about late summer orchards. She closed her eyes, let herself taste joy without apology. Fire popped, scattering amber sparks. Over by the mantel, a witch drew sigils in the air, coaxing cinnamon sticks to form a tiny carousel atop her latte foam. 2 teenagers giggled when it spun. A tabby cat trotted across the floor, trailing golden ribbons that vanished when swatted. Cora opened her eyes again. How is everything here so bright? Twyla shrugged, rings glittering. Bright exists everywhere. Most places forget to switch the lantern on. Cora laughed, the sound shaky yet real. And if darkness knocks anyway? We answer together. Twyla squeezed her hand. The veil protects, but community anchors. Remember that when shadows show teeth. Cora thought of Elric's face, pale with obsession. Fear flicked its tail, yet Hollow Oak's heartbeat thudded louder, as if daring fear to cross. She finished the last crumb. Thank you for listening. Any time. Now off you go. The inn lights your path, and I suspect a lion lurks in the trees dying to walk you home. Cora slid from the booth. He'd deny it. Twyla's eyes twinkled. Let him. Cats prowl, hearts pounce. Outside, night had bloomed full. The sky shimmered with more stars than she remembered existing. Crickets sang harmony with distant fiddle notes from the tavern. Midway across the square, she sensed movement, subtle as breath. Callum leaned against a lamppost, arms folded, silhouette carved in silver. When her steps drew close, he straightened. I'm supposed to keep an eye on you. He cleared his throat before adding, Thought you might get lost, he grumbled. The square is 7 shops long, she teased. Could have tripped. He paused, cleared his throat. Roads twist here at night. Better to have company. She lifted a brow. Safeguarding the veil, are we? He answered with a soft grunt, yet offered his arm. She slid her hand into the crook, and his warmth seeped through cotton and skin. The walk back to Hearth and Hollow stretched only 2 blocks, yet each stride felt like settling roots. Fireflies bobbed above hedges. Somewhere a fox called to its mate. Callum kept pace slow so her knee did not twinge. She liked the quiet between them, not empty, but filled with shared breaths. On the inn steps, he stopped. Lantern light cast gold across the stubborn slant of his mouth. Town suits you, he murmured, and you seem less inclined to growl tonight. His lips curved, almost a smile. Maybe the forest is rubbing off on me. Cora held his gaze, felt her heartbeat sink with his quieter, steadier one. In that hush, Twyla's words returned. Some magic finds you when you are meant to be found. Good night, Callum. Night, Cora. She slipped inside. He lingered on the porch until the door latched, as if keeping watch. Upstairs in her cozy room, she pressed a hand to her heart. It beat strong, not frantic. Outside, the town dreamed on. And for the first time in ages, she did not dread morning.
Chapter 6. Callum. Callum hated trailing people, hated feeling like some oversized shadow lurking 5 paces behind a woman who stopped to admire every flower and talk to every damn person breathing within 50 feet. And yet there he was. Cora moved through Hollow Oak like she belonged, as if the town had always waited for her and finally decided to show her off. She wore a pale blue blouse today, tucked into high-waist pants that looked slightly too big for her. Her braid bounced against her back, and every time she laughed, a few wild strands fluttered around her face like they refused to be tamed. She waved to the butcher, complimented a teenager's fox-shaped familiar, even cooed over Rufus Tansley's ridiculous pet ferret that sat in a tiny sling across his chest. Callum trailed behind, arms crossed, jaw tight, boots chewing gravel as he glared holes into the ground. He was not annoyed. He was vigilant. Sure, she smelled like wild lilacs and early summer rain. Sure, the veil pulsed like a second heartbeat every time she passed through a crossroad, but none of that meant she was harmless. Just because Hollow Oak hadn't thrown her back didn't mean it wasn't holding its breath. He watched as she paused outside the Hollow Mercantile. Edgar Tansley stood at the stoop, ink-stained fingers tucked into his apron, and held out a bundle of sage wrapped in purple twine. For you, miss. Grown by accident, like all good things, Edgar said with a half smile. Cora's eyes sparkled. It smells like mischief. It usually is, Edgar replied. Callum scowled. The Tansley brothers had known her all of 30 seconds and already acted like she was their favorite niece. She thanked Edgar, tucked the sage bundle into her satchel, and turned toward the winding path that led past the lake. The cobbles gave way to packed earth and flowering weeds that curled up at the edges like they were watching her feet pass. He stayed just behind, quiet, careful, still irritated. Cora hummed to herself as she walked, fingers grazing the tall ferns growing along the fence line. "How long are you planning to follow me?" she asked suddenly. Callum didn't flinch. "Council orders. You could just walk next to me, you know? Pretend we're not enemies." "We're not friends either," he said. She stopped. He nearly walked into her. "Did I do something to you?" Her brow furrowed, not angry, just curious, which was worse somehow. "Or is grunting and glaring your love language? Because since you saved me, I haven't been able to tell." Callum exhaled slow. "I don't trust what I can't place. And I don't fit in your boxes." "No, you don't." She tilted her head, the corner of her mouth twitching. "Well, I'm not here to be categorized." "Good," he said, stepping around her and walking ahead. "Because Hollow Oak doesn't need more unpredictable magic messing with the veil." Her soft footsteps crunched the dirt behind him. "Maybe it needs a little unpredictability." Callum didn't reply. His lion growled in his chest, unsure if it wanted to argue or circle her, until she stopped poking at his temper. They reached the curve of the trail where Moonmirror Lake came into view. The water shimmered silver blue, clear as glass, and reflected the sky like it had a secret to keep. He always found comfort here. Not peace exactly, but stillness. Cora slowed. "It's beautiful. It's Hollow Oak," he said simply. She looked up at the trees surrounding them. "You say the forest is alive? Do you ever wonder if the town itself is?" "It is," he said without hesitation. She blinked, a little taken aback. "Really? The veil's not just magic. It's tied to the land, to every tree and stone. It watches. So it let me in for a reason." "Maybe." He paused, eyes narrowing. "Or maybe it's testing us." The words had barely left his mouth when the trail shifted. He felt it in his boots first, a ripple under the ground like something uncoiling beneath the surface. Cora took another step, and vines shot up from the earth, snaring her ankles. Her startled yelp pierced the air. "Callum!" The vines yanked her forward, dragging her toward the trees at the edge of the trail. She kicked, tried to twist free, but they coiled tighter, climbing up her legs like snakes with somewhere to be. Callum didn't think. He lunged forward, claws itching beneath his skin as he dropped low and gripped one of the vines near her knees. With a snarl, he tore it free and yanked her out of the tangle. Arms braced around her waist. Her back hit his chest hard, knocking the breath from both of them. She clutched his arms, trembling. The vines hissed as if alive, then slithered back into the ground, disappearing beneath the cracked soil like they had never been there. Callum held her a moment longer than necessary. Her breath came in sharp bursts. His heart pounded against her spine. "What the hell was that?" she gasped. He steadied her, then let go and stepped back. "The town." Cora turned to face him, eyes wide. "It attacked me." "No, it was warning us." He scanned the tree line, every hair on his arm standing upright. "Something's wrong." "Why didn't it pull you?" He met her gaze. "Because I belong here." Her mouth dropped slightly, then shut with a click. "Real subtle," she said, voice low. "You think I'm wrong?" he challenged. She squared her shoulders. "I think the forest has a sense of humor, and you just don't get the joke. Plus, I don't see how you are the only one in the entire town already with a grudge against me." Callum growled, stalking a few paces away before turning back. "You don't understand how much is at risk." "And you think I don't care?" Her voice cracked. "I didn't come here to hurt anyone. You're shaking the veil whether you mean to or not. People notice. Magic notices." "I didn't ask for this, it was an accident," she snapped, "and I didn't ask to be your babysitter." The silence that followed was sharper than his claws. Cora's chest heaved. "You think I like being watched? Followed? Judged before I even opened my mouth?" Callum didn't speak. He just looked at her, and it hit him that she wasn't just upset. She was scared, And underneath the stubborn chin and fiery words, she was alone. She turned, muttering, "Forget it. I'll go back." Callum grabbed her wrist gently, fingers curling around her pulse. "Cora." She stopped. He softened his voice. "You're not a threat. I don't think that. But I have to make sure no one gets hurt. That includes you." Her eyes flicked up to his, glassy now but steady. "Then stop walking behind me like I'm a problem waiting to happen." Callum hesitated, then nodded once. "All right." They stood there in the quiet, just the two of them, and the rustle of wind through the trees. "You don't have to like me," she said, "but don't pretend this town isn't already pulling me in. I feel it. I think you do too." Callum didn't reply. He couldn't. Not with the way his lion pushed toward her, scenting not just the magic but something steadier, something real, especially after he had just touched her wrist that way. His lion reacted much stronger than he should have. He walked beside her as they made their way back toward town. No longer behind, not quite ahead, beside.
Chapter 7. Cora. The veil shimmered like a wound. Cora knew that she caused the cracks and she needed to fix it. Cora stood at the clearing near Moonmirror Lake, hands open, heart pounding, and magic stirring wild under her skin. From the outside, the spot looked like any other stretch of hollow oak. Moss underfoot, branches swaying, soft hush of wind moving through pine. But she could feel the tear in the fabric of the town. The energy was thin here, loose. It crackled across her senses like glass about to break. "Just breathe," she whispered to herself. She bent slowly, fingers brushing a tangle of mint growing along a root. Its sharp scent steadied her nerves a little. The morning sun had barely climbed over the treetops, still painting everything in pale gold, but she hadn't slept. Not after what happened with the vines. Something was wrong with the town's magic. Something it wanted her to feel, and Callum had been straightforward enough to point it out. So she slipped out before breakfast, walked until the pull in her gut turned sharp, and stopped where the energy felt worst. She set down a small satchel and pulled out 3 stones from her pocket. One smooth and black, one green with a crack like a lightning bolt, and the third, a chunk of raw rose quartz. She placed them in a loose triangle on the ground and stepped into the center. "All right, Hollow Oak," she said quietly. "I'm here to help." "I don't know if you'll let me, but I'm trying." Her palms hovered above the stones. She closed her eyes and drew on her enchantress training, letting her magic unfurl like silk. Light shimmered under her skin, soft and pale as dawn. She focused it downward, imagining threads repairing the fabric of the veil, sewing torn seams, knotting loose edges. At first, nothing happened. Then a low hum built beneath her feet, like the town exhaled against her efforts. The stones began to glow, and her magic surged, stronger than she'd expected. The lake behind her trembled. A gust of wind pushed through the clearing. "Okay," she whispered, sweat beading at her temples. "That's good." "That's working." But then it twisted. Something snagged inside her spell. A sharp edge she hadn't placed there. Her magic backfired, rushing up through her like lightning. The stones shattered. A blast of energy knocked her back onto the ground, flat on her spine, air punched from her lungs. Her curse snapped awake like a live wire. A burst of black smoke hissed out from her chest, curling into shapes she didn't recognize, then dissolved with a faint crackle. Cora tried to sit up. Her limbs shook, the clearing spun, her breath rasped. "Not again," she murmured. "Please." Boots thundered against the earth. "What the hell were you thinking?" Callum's voice cracked through the ringing in her ears like thunder splitting a still sky. She turned her head, blinking hard. He loomed above her, broad and furious, eyes flashing amber. His shirt clung to his chest from a run, biceps flexing as he crouched beside her. The scent filled her lungs, and for one dizzy second she thought she might cry. "What are you doing by yourself out here?" I was fixing it, she whispered. The veil. He reached for her arm, helping her sit up, but not gently. You almost tore it. No, I was helping. It pulled at me. I thought, you thought wrong. The words hit harder than the spell backlash. She jerked her arm away and stood shakily, wobbling until she found her balance. I didn't come out here to hurt anyone. You didn't tell anyone, Cora. He stepped forward. You came out alone. Worked unknown magic in an unstable clearing. Do you even know how close you came to fracturing it completely? I didn't mean you didn't think. That's what you didn't do. Her chin lifted. So what? I'm supposed to sit on my hands while the town pulses like a broken drum because of my arrival in the first place? You're mad because I tried something? I'm mad because you nearly set off a disaster without backup. It wasn't a disaster, she snapped. It was one mistake. One mistake is all it takes here. She looked away, breathing hard. He stood close now, heat pouring off him. His jaw ticked, eyes still burning. He'd probably run straight from patrol the moment he felt the disturbance. The veins in his forearms bulged, his stance wide and grounded like he was preparing for a fight, or bracing to stop one. Cora rubbed at her chest where the magic had burst. It still tingled, raw and sore. I felt like the veil wanted me here. I thought maybe it wanted my help. Callum's voice softened, just barely. Or maybe it was warning you to stay out. That hurt. Her arms folded tight across her stomach. I didn't do this to prove anything to you. You think this is about me? You're the one following me around like I'm a walking curse. He stepped forward again. You're not a curse, he said, voice low, but your magic is unpredictable. That means I have to be careful. That's my job. Cora swallowed. She didn't step back. You don't have to protect Hollow Oak from me, Callum. He held her gaze. Maybe not. But I will anyway. For a long breath, neither moved. Her heart beat so loud it drowned out the wind. Callum dropped his hand. The moment stretched, then cracked. I should walk you back, he muttered. They walked in silence down the trail, Moon Mirror Lake quiet behind them, the woods dense and watchful. A squirrel darted across their path. Somewhere deeper in the trees, something large rustled and then went still again. Cora glanced at him. He didn't speak, but when she stumbled slightly, he reached out without thinking and steadied her by the elbow. His grip lingered a beat too long. Back in town, the square bustled gently with late morning traffic. The scent of sweet pastries and spell-warmed bread floated from the cafe. The air felt different now, charged in a way she couldn't quite explain. Callum stopped near the end of the inn porch. I'll tell the council what happened. Cora nodded. Let me know what they say. He didn't move. His eyes scanned her face like he was searching for something. Maybe understanding, maybe regret. Don't try it again without me, he said quietly. Cora met his eyes. Would you stop me? He didn't answer. He just turned and headed back to patrol. She went inside, heart aching, throat tight, and still unsure if she was welcome.
Chapter 8. Callum. The woods didn't rustle this morning. They listened. Callum walked the narrow path to the council glade with slow, measured steps, every part of him tense. Mist clung low around the tree roots, and a blue jay darted overhead, squawking like it had something urgent to say. He didn't stop to listen. Not today. The earlier incident still burned in his chest like kindling set too close to the flame. He could still feel the jolt of Cora's magic lashing out, the way her eyes had widened with fear when the backlash hit. That curse, whatever it was, curled around her magic like thorns around a stem, alive and unpredictable. Still, she wasn't the enemy. His gut knew it, even if his training barked otherwise. He crested the slope where the glade opened up in a wide circle, stones etched with runes forming the meeting ring. Dappled light filtered through the leaves, casting shifting patterns on the moss-covered ground. Varric Thornwell sat near the center, regal as always, his long gray braids resting over his shoulders like woven branches. His wolf eyes followed Callum's approach, unreadable and steady. Beside him sat Miriam Caldwell, hands folded over her knee. Twyla leaned lazily against one of the carved stones, sipping tea like she had all the time in the world. Emmett, Hollowell, and Maeve stood at opposite ends, both still as sentinels. Edgar Tansley hovered near the edge, face pinched in thought. Cora stood alone near the center, back straight despite the obvious tension in her shoulders. Her braid hung down her back, a few strands coming loose, and her shirt was wrinkled from pacing. She looked like she hadn't slept. Callum's chest pulled tight. Varric's gaze shifted toward him. "You witnessed the event firsthand?" Callum gave a short nod. "I did." "And your report?" He folded his arms. She attempted to mend a point in the veil. Alone, without telling anyone. Her spell overloaded and her curse reacted. There was a surge. It stopped short of damage, but it could have been worse. Varric turned his focus back to Cora. "Is that how you'd explain it?" Cora drew in a breath. "Yes, I felt something was wrong in that spot. I thought maybe I could help stabilize it. I didn't expect it to spiral." "Why did you go without notifying the council?" Miriam asked gently. "I didn't want to make a scene," Cora said. "I know I'm still new here. I thought if I could prove I was trying to help." She paused, her voice faltering for just a second. "Then maybe I wouldn't be watched like a threat." Twyla made a small sound, part snort, part sigh. "Sugar, that's not how this town works." Secrets stick out louder than truth. Callum watched her hands twist together. The Cora from the other day, sunny, stumbling over small talk, enchanted by wildflowers and baking herbs, was still there. But now she was edged by uncertainty, and something else he couldn't name. "You didn't mean to cause harm," Varric said, "but intention alone doesn't shield a town." "I understand that," Cora said, chin rising. "But the veil responded to me. It didn't reject me. Maybe it needs me. I don't know what I'm doing here, but I swear I'm not here to break anything." Callum looked at her again, really looked this time. The shimmer of magic still clung to her skin like pollen in the air. She wasn't standing like someone who wanted power. She was standing like someone bracing for rejection. And gods, wasn't that a familiar shape? Varric's expression didn't change. Magic is not trust. Proximity is not permission. Callum cleared his throat. "I can keep a closer eye on her." Every head turned toward him. Cora's eyes widened. Varric's brow lifted, but his voice remained even. "Closer than daily reports?" Callum nodded once. "I'll shadow her. Not just patrol overlap, full contact. If the veil shifts again, I'll feel it. If she tries another spell, I'll know." Twyla smirked into her tea. "Shadowing, Supervision," Callum corrected, ignoring her grin. "This is about protection. For the town and for her." Miriam spoke up. "And is this supervision your choice, Callum, or your lion's?" He didn't answer right away. That was the problem. He didn't know. Something about her drew him like heat to a sunbeam, like instinct wrapping around curiosity and digging in. His lion didn't growl when she approached anymore. It leaned in, and Callum didn't like the confusion that came with that. "It's my decision," he said finally. Varric tapped a thick finger against the stone arm of his seat. "Then it is settled. You will supervise her integration. Any further interference with the veil must be approved in advance. You are responsible for her movements within town limits." Callum nodded again. Cora's mouth opened like she wanted to argue, but she stopped herself. Her gaze flicked to him, questioning, maybe wary. The meeting dissolved slowly, council members rising and dispersing with soft murmurs and careful glances. Twyla lingered just long enough to brush a hand over Cora's arm and mutter something that made her smile, then vanished down the path like a breeze. When it was just the two of them, Callum stepped beside her. They stood under the trees where shadows bled long across the moss. "I didn't ask you to volunteer," she said softly. "I know. So why?" He glanced at her, blue eyes catching the gold flecks in hers. "Because you're not a danger, but you are a risk, and Hollow Oak doesn't do well with unknowns." She looked away, arms folding over her chest. "I'm not trying to be a mystery, Callum. Like I've said before, You already are. The words sat between them for a long time. The forest creaked above them, soft and slow like it was waiting too. I'm not good with rules, she said finally. I mess up. I act first sometimes, but I never ever mean to hurt people. I know, he paused. That's why I'm staying close. Not to catch you, to stop things before they get worse. Her smile was faint but real. So I'm a walking hazard. You're a wild card, and you're a control freak. He gave a low grunt. We'll figure it out. They walked side by side down the narrow path, the air rich with pine and damp leaves. Her fingers brushed his once, light as a moth wing. He didn't pull away. He didn't lean in either. But he noticed. His lion noticed too. That was the part that unsettled him most. Back in town, the lanterns hadn't yet been lit, but dusk was coming quick. She paused at the bottom of the inn steps, turning toward him. Thank you, she said. For what? For not leaving me alone in there. He didn't say anything, but he stood there until she went inside. Then he turned back toward the woods. Callum didn't know what came next, and that more than her magic was the thing that kept him pacing.
Chapter 9. Cora. Cora stood by the window of her room at the Hearth and Hollow Inn, arms wrapped tight around her middle, staring out into the velvet night. Hollow Oak slumbered peacefully beneath a scattering of stars. Cottages puffed smoke from their chimneys like gentle snores, and lanterns glowed softly along cobblestone streets. Moon Mirror Lake shimmered faintly through the trees, calm and serene as though nothing strange had happened earlier. But inside, she couldn't shake the chill that had seeped bone-deep, whispering reminders she wanted desperately to ignore. She pressed her forehead to the cool glass and closed her eyes. Elric. His name rose from memory like a shadow crawling up her spine. Cora hadn't spoken it aloud in months, hadn't dared to let it slip through her thoughts, but tonight she couldn't shove it away. He'd been her mistake, the kind that changed the shape of your life forever. At first, he'd been everything she'd thought she wanted. Handsome, charismatic, powerful. But beneath that charm had lain something dark and hungry. He was a warlock who wielded magic like a knife, precise and ruthless. She'd been young, naive enough to think she'd found a mentor, a guide, someone who understood her tangled fey magic. And gods, had he understood it? Too well. She still remembered the night he'd bound her. They'd stood in his private chamber, the air thick with incense and the scent of burnt herbs, candles flickering as he drew symbols on her palms. She'd trusted him, thought he would help anchor her unpredictable powers. But the moment her blood hit the sigil, the pain had flared sharp and hot. The spell had sunk into her veins, twisted around her heart like barbed wire. His voice had whispered in her ear, velvet-lined poison. Now you belong to me, Cora Thorne. Always. She shivered, feeling the phantom trace of his fingertip along her jaw. Even after she'd run, after she'd cut and burned and counterspelled her skin raw, his claim still lingered. She could feel it sometimes, an ache, subtle but ever-present, a reminder that magic once tied could never be truly undone. That's why things kept going wrong. It had to be. Why her spells misfired. Why enchantments cracked and wards turned chaotic. Her blood remembered the binding, rejected freedom as if it were poison. Maybe she wasn't cursed. Maybe she was the curse. A gentle knock at the door startled her upright, heart kicking hard. "Cora, dear?" "I brought tea, Miriam." The human innkeeper's voice was soft as worn wool and warm as fresh bread. Cora forced herself to steady her breathing before answering. "Come in." Miriam stepped inside carrying a tray, steam drifting from 2 ceramic mugs. Her silver hair caught the dim lamplight, framing her kind, lined face in a soft glow. "You looked troubled earlier," Miriam said gently. She set the tray on a small table beside the bed, poured tea that smelled like lavender and honey, and handed a mug to Cora. "Thought you might want company." Cora wrapped her fingers around the mug, warmth sinking into her palms. Thank you, it's just been a long day. Miriam sat at the end of the bed, smoothing her skirt over her knees. Her eyes were sharp, though her voice remained gentle. Did the council unsettle you? A little, Cora admitted softly, but not as much as my own memories. Miriam nodded slowly, sipping her tea. The past has sharp edges, especially when it keeps whispering. Cora looked up, startled. How did you... Call it intuition, Miriam said with a slight shrug, or maybe just old eyes seeing familiar shadows. Something binds you, child. Something dark enough that you don't believe it can be undone. Cora stared into her cup. She never spoke of what happened, but Miriam seemed wise enough for the whole town, and safe. Blood magic, a warlock named Elric. He bound me with it. I ran, but... She hesitated, her throat closing on the confession. I think I carry it still. Like an infection. Miriam reached out, gently squeezing Cora's hand. Magic born from fear and control is the hardest kind to shake, but not impossible. I've seen love and patience heal worse. Cora's lips twitched faintly. I'm not sure love is on my side, Miriam. Not the way I leave wreckage behind. Miriam chuckled softly. Have you looked around lately? This town loves a bit of chaos, even if they have a strict hand about it. Twyla Honeytree regularly explodes scones in her oven, and Edgar Tansley accidentally magicked his ferret invisible for a week. Imperfection has a home here, Cora. Cora smiled despite herself. It's more than imperfection. It's instability, danger. Then ground it in something steady. Trust yourself first, the rest will follow. Miriam hesitated, her eyes sparkling knowingly. Perhaps trust that ranger of ours. He's more solid than he likes to admit. Cora's cheeks warmed. Callum is... complicated. Only as complicated as you make him, Miriam replied lightly, standing and taking the empty mugs. He doesn't give his trust lightly. And he's offered it to you. He barely tolerates me, Cora protested weakly. Child, that man is territorial to the bone. If he tolerates you, it means he's already let you past his gates. Miriam smiled, heading toward the door. Get some sleep. Tomorrow always arrives whether we're ready or not. When Miriam closed the door softly behind her, Cora stood a moment in the quiet, eyes drifting back out the window. She splayed a hand across her chest, where her heartbeat fluttered like a trapped bird. Maybe Miriam was right. Maybe Callum, with his steady presence and guarded eyes that flashed amber like storm clouds pierced by sunlight, was exactly what she needed. Someone solid enough to hold her chaos, strong enough to anchor the storm that roared beneath her skin. She climbed into bed, sinking into blankets scented like lavender and cedar, and closed her eyes. But sleep didn't come easily. Instead, her mind filled with images of Callum's steady hand reaching out to catch her earlier, his rough voice rumbling low and protective, and the way his eyes softened just enough when no one else was looking. She turned onto her side, sighing softly. Her chest felt less empty, like something small and hopeful had rooted in the soil of her heart, and she wasn't sure if that made her more relaxed or more anxious. Maybe she didn't have to fight her past alone. Maybe Hollow Oak was exactly where she was meant to be found.
Chapter 10. Callum. The forest felt wrong again. Callum tasted it on the air before he saw anything. A metallic nip under the usual pine and loam, like fresh-struck sparks. Veil fractures always carry that scent, the way storms warn birds before the first rumble. He tightened his pack straps and scanned the narrow trail ahead where Cora walked, humming soft to herself while she brushed leaves that leaned into her path. He kept 3 strides behind, not because he distrusted her, though caution never hurt, but because every time she glanced over her shoulder, the green in her eyes pulled at something fierce inside him. The lion stalked restless under his skin, grumbling about distance and closeness in equal breath. "Trail narrowed up here," he called. "Watch your footing." Cora looked back. curly blonde wisps escaping her braid. "I'm fine, Ranger." "You worry too much," she winked, teasing light in her voice. He grunted, quickening his pace until they walked side by side. "I worry exactly enough." She lifted her palm, letting a fern frond tickle her fingers. The plant shivered, then stilled, calm as a kitten. "The veil feels puckered in this direction," she said quietly, "almost like it wants us to stitch a seam." The simple statement pricked his instincts. She spoke of the forest as if it breathed secrets only she could hear, and the trees kept proving her right. He studied her profile. Freckled nose, determined chin, optimism shining through caution. The breeze carried her scent, lilac over warm honey, coiling through him until his pulse drummed in his ears. "Mate." He shook the word away and pointed ahead. "There's an old quarry beyond that ridge. Stone outcrops everywhere. If something carved at the veil, we will see it there." She nodded and fell into step. They hiked in silence for several minutes, boots crunching over last year's leaves. Sunlight spattered gold across moss, and the occasional squirrel scolded from branches. A small, ordinary morning, if not for the invisible snag humming against his senses. At the ridge crest, the trees parted, revealing a shallow limestone hollow. White rock jutted like broken teeth from the ground, cracks running jagged across each slab. Light pooled in the clearing, yet shadows lurked in the crevices, shifting at the edge of vision. Cora inhaled sharply. "There!" She pointed to a waist-high boulder near the center. Symbols spiraled across its surface, ancient and deliberate. Callum strode forward, boots grinding gravel. Kneeling, he brushed away dirt from a rune shaped like a mirrored claw. A chill slid over his spine. "I know these." Cora crouched beside him, shoulder almost grazing his. "How?" "My grandmother told stories of the binding stone." His voice came out rougher than intended. "A relic forged to feed on possessive magic, the worst kind. It twists promises into shackles, turns love into obsession." Cora's breath hitched. "That sounds familiar." He looked over, caught the flicker of fear in her eyes, then the quick tuck of her chin as she masked it. Protective instinct roared inside him. The lion pressed hard against muscle and bone. Callum forced a slow inhale. "The legend said runes like these marked where the relic slept. Generations have searched, found nothing. I figured it was myth." Cora traced one symbol lightly. Green-gold sparks skittered under her fingertip before she jerked back. "The stone reacts to bloodline magic." He grabbed her wrist, careful yet firm. "No touching." "We don't know what price it asks." The feel of her pulse beneath his thumb jolted through him, hot and steady. He released her too quickly. She rose, dusting her leggings. "Can we read the runes? Maybe they say how to contain it." He circled the boulder, translating edges of memory. Claw for claim. Interlocked rings for bond. Fisher mark for severed oath. He tapped a final sigil. Twin lions back to back. "That one means jealousy." Cora wrapped her arms around herself. "This relic, if it wakes, could twist the veil into something hungry." "Yes," he met her eyes, "and hollow oak cannot survive a feeding frenzy of broken promises." Silence stretched, birdsong faltered, leaving only their breathing and the distant lap of water from Moon Mirror Lake. Cora stepped closer, voice low. "Callum, you volunteered to watch me because you thought I was the biggest risk. What if this stone is?" He studied the worry etching her brow. "Then we guard it together." The words surprised him, yet felt true. "I send Maeve and Edgar to raise wards around the site. You and I report to Varric." Her lips curved, bittersweet. "You trust me now?" "I trust your intent." He hesitated, throat tight. "And my gut." "Mate?" He almost flinched at the silent echo. Instead, he turned away, scanning the clearing's perimeter for additional markings. Cora knelt by another slab, scribbling designs in a small leather journal. Minutes passed, filled with the scratch of her charcoal and his steady footsteps. The forest watched in quiet expectation. He returned to her side, pointing to a faint ring of disturbed earth encircling the boulder. "Something surfaced recently." "Fresh claw marks." Cora frowned. "An animal? Or someone trying to unearth the relic?" His jaw clenched. He pictured outsiders prying at Hollow Oak's oldest secrets. The lion bared its teeth. Cora lifted her gaze. "Someone who knows blood magic. Their eyes locked. He read the fear she tried to hide, the memory of chains in her pupils. Without thinking, he reached, brushing a curl from her cheek. The contact sparked heat under his skin, and she sucked in a small breath. Cora. Her name left his mouth half growl, half plea. He dropped his hand. We will protect the town. And you. She nodded, lashes trembling. We should go. They packed quickly. While she tucked her journal away, he knelt once more before the rune-covered stone and placed his palm flat against cool surface. A faint vibration answered, pulsing like a second heartbeat. Mate! He yanked his hand back, sweat prickling along his temple. No. He would not surrender to that claim. Not again. To lose once was enough to shatter a life. To risk it twice required faith he no longer possessed. Cora waited at the trail entrance, eyes glinting in filtered sunlight. Ready? Callum forced a calm nod. They walked side by side down the sloping path. Every few steps, her elbow brushed his. Each light contact sent sparks racing down to his fingertips, and the lion hummed with agitated longing. Halfway to town, she stumbled on a root. He caught her waist, steadying her against his chest. Her laugh fluttered warm against his collar. Thanks, Ranger. Graceful as ever, he eased her upright, yet kept one hand on her back a moment longer than necessary. Watch the ground. His voice sounded husky even to his own ears. I was distracted, she teased. Too many trees flirting. Trees broom, the whole darn town, he thought. With effort, he dropped his arm and resumed stride. The path widened. Rooftops peeked through pines ahead. Hollow oak awaited, unaware of the buried threat in its woods. Cora exhaled softly. Callum, thank you for believing me, he huffed. Believe your stubbornness, maybe. You would come back alone if I said no. She grinned. True. I'll report to the council. Meet you at the inn later. She nodded slowly, disappointment flickering briefly before she masked it with a faint smile. Okay, later then. Callum watched her walk toward the square, heart thudding unevenly. His lion was growing agitated beneath his skin, growling softly, more insistent now. Mate, mate, mate. He turned back toward the woods, jaw tight, muscles tense. He wasn't ready to listen to that word, to acknowledge the way his soul reached toward her every time she smiled or touched him. He'd gone on long enough perfectly fine alone and already had it set in his mind that that's how it would always be. But the forest around him whispered it louder, echoing in his bones, relentless and undeniable. Mate.
Chapter 11. Cora. You're sure about this? I only offered because I thought it would make life easier. But you don't have to say yes, Miriam asked, hands on her hips as she gazed around the little cottage. It was nestled near the edge of the woods along the same winding trail Callum walked every day. Miriam's silver hair caught the sunlight pouring in through the open shutters, her gentle face concerned but warm as always. Cora spun around slowly, taking in the small space with delighted eyes. Wooden beams arched gently overhead, sturdy and welcoming, while worn floorboards creaked companionably beneath her sandals. The scent of cedar hung faintly in the air, blending sweetly with the lilacs drifting from outside. She inhaled deeply, heart lifting in a way it hadn't for so long. Gods, it felt good to breathe again. It's perfect, she declared, grinning wide. Her fingers traced the intricate carvings framing the front window, tiny oak leaves intertwined with vines, so detailed they might burst into bloom if she whispered just the right words. I wouldn't exactly call it perfect. A familiar deep voice rumbled from the doorway. Cora turned sharply, pulse jumping. Callum leaned against the doorframe, broad shoulders blocking most of the view outside. His arms were folded, biceps straining against the fabric of his worn work shirt, and his intense blue eyes narrowed in clear disapproval. She ignored the sudden flutter in her chest, tilting her chin defiantly instead. Luckily, it's not your opinion that matters right now, she quipped lightly. He grunted softly, eyebrows knitting closer. You're gonna be out here alone, right on the trail. Miriam stepped forward, lightly patting his arm. She won't be alone. You pass here multiple times every day, Callum. I figured if she's gotta be supervised, this makes it easier for everyone. Callum's gaze shifted sharply to Miriam. I don't need easy. I need safe. Cora rolled her eyes dramatically. Oh, please. The worst thing that could happen is me tripping over a flower bed. I'm pretty sure the flowers like me here. His jaw tightened, and he shook his head, stepping back from Miriam's touch. This isn't a joke, Cora. I never said it was. She softened slightly, voice gentle. But I need space, Callum. And I think maybe you do too. Miriam's right. This is practical. Miriam smiled knowingly. Settled, then. The cottage is yours as long as you'd like, and if a certain lion gets overly grumbly, tell him he can answer to me. Callum's scowl deepened, but he said nothing, clearly choosing battles more carefully when the older woman was around. Miriam chuckled softly, squeezed Cora's hand reassuringly, and headed down the path back to the inn, leaving them alone in the sunlit doorway. Callum lingered a moment longer, silent but watchful, before turning to go. Don't do anything reckless, he growled softly, striding away without waiting for a response. Goodbye to you too, sunshine, she muttered under her breath, watching his broad shoulders disappear down the trail. She shut the door firmly, turning to face her new home with determination. It was small, just one main room with a hearth, a nook for sleeping, and a quaint kitchenette. Shelves lined the walls, already filled with jars of herbs Miriam must have placed, their labels curling in tidy script. Pots of violets and rosemary sat cheerfully in the windowsills. Cora drew a deep breath, magic tingling in her fingertips. This was her space, her chance to carve out peace in hollow oak. She needed this. Not just the cottage, but the quiet it promised, the chance to remember who she'd been before Elric's darkness had sunk claws into her soul. She needed to prove she could belong here, that she wasn't just a cursed fae bringing trouble. She rubbed her palms together lightly, whispering softly, "Right. Let's make this feel like home." Closing her eyes, she let her enchantment flow, soft, gentle tendrils of fae magic weaving through the room. It was simple enough. Peace, comfort, a little warmth. Harmless. Mostly harmless, anyway. A rustling sound made her eyes snap open. A broom leaning against the hearth shivered to life, swaying uncertainly on its bristles. Cora eyed it warily. "You're just supposed to help tidy," she warned quietly. "Don't get ideas." The broom twitched innocently. She sighed, smiling faintly. "Behave." But as the afternoon passed and she arranged cushions and brewed tea, she noticed the broom growing increasingly friendly. It swept near her feet, nudging her ankles playfully, humming with a suspiciously flirtatious energy. Cora narrowed her eyes. "Oh no," she muttered. "I enchanted a flirt." A sharp knock at the door startled her. She opened it quickly, heart jumping when she saw Callum standing there again, expression thunderous. "Everything all right in here?" "Perfectly," she said brightly, smiling with exaggerated innocence. "Just unpacking." He eyed her suspiciously, but stepped inside cautiously. Immediately, the broom perked up, swishing toward him with alarming enthusiasm. It swept around his boots, brushing gently, practically purring. Callum stared down incredulously. "What the hell?" Cora winced. "Minor enchantment hiccup." He growled softly, stepping back. The broom followed, relentless in its attentions. "Minor?" "Okay, it's a bit friendly," she admitted sheepishly. "It wasn't intentional." "You enchanted your broom to flirt with me?" His voice dripped disbelief and irritation. "It's supposed to clean," she insisted, trying not to laugh at the sheer absurdity. "I swear." The broom nudged insistently at Callum's calves, brushing dirt from his boots with affectionate vigor. His jaw ticked tightly, eyes narrowing dangerously. "Fix it." Right, she said hastily, holding back a giggle. "Sorry." She knelt quickly, fingertips brushing the broom handle as she murmured softly, coaxing the magic into submission. It settled reluctantly, swishing once more at Callum's boots before going still, leaning innocently against the hearth again. He glared down at it suspiciously. "I'm watching you." "See?" Cora smiled hopefully. "No harm done." He snorted softly, turning back toward the door. "Keep your magic on a tighter leash." "Yes, Ranger," she drawled lightly. "Anything else?" He paused at the threshold, glancing back, expression unreadable. "Just don't make me regret agreeing to this." The door closed behind him firmly. Cora sighed softly, leaning back against the sturdy wooden frame, heart pounding unevenly. She couldn't quite read him. Did he like her even a little? Or was it all begrudging tolerance, duty-bound supervision? She shook her head, stubborn optimism surfacing despite the uncertainty. This felt good, she reminded herself firmly. Like before Elric, before fear had twisted around her magic. Here she felt lighter, hopeful. A little reckless, perhaps. But alive. And it was dangerously addicting. She pushed away from the door, smiling faintly as she glanced around the cozy cottage. The space felt welcoming, imperfectly hers. Quirky broom and all, she'd make this work. She'd prove she could belong here, find peace again, and earn Hollow Oak's trust. Even if the town's grumpy lion guardian took a little more convincing.
Chapter 12. Callum. From his position near the old oak tree, Callum could see the cottage clearly through a thick screen of tangled vines and brush. He stood there, jaw set hard, arms crossed tight over his chest, trying to look anywhere but directly at Cora Thorne, and failing miserably. It was infuriating, this pull she had. Her scent drifted across the distance between them, lilac petals dancing on a spring breeze, sweet enough to make his teeth ache. The fragrance twisted in his chest, settled in his bones, and refused to let go. Worse, every time he breathed it in, his lion stirred restlessly, growling low beneath his skin. "Mine," it said, "mine." Like hell she was. Callum shifted his weight, scowling at nothing in particular. He'd stood watch over Hollow Oak for years. He was the town's guardian, its sentinel. He didn't get distracted, damn it. Especially not by stubborn enchantresses with cursed magic and wild blonde curls, but every moment spent near her chipped another piece of his carefully built control. From his hiding spot, he saw Cora step outside, face tipped toward the warm morning sun, her hair bright as spun gold. She wore leggings patterned with bright daisies and a soft blue shirt that hugged curves he had absolutely no business noticing, yet his gaze lingered anyway, traitorous and defiant. Gods, he needed to get a grip. Around her cottage, the forest seemed to soften, branches shifting slightly, leaves whispering secrets he couldn't quite hear. Even the stubborn trail, which usually twisted and turned unpredictably, now curved toward her door like a damn welcome mat. He hadn't seen the woods this calm since, well, ever. And the worst part? Hollow Oak was just as smitten with her as everyone else. He saw it in the way the butcher, a surly bear shifter named Marcus who rarely smiled, had suddenly started leaving little parcels of fresh bread and honeycomb for her at the cottage door. In how the normally gruff Emmett, barkeeping at the Silver Fang, kept brewing that ridiculously floral tea Cora liked, muttering about sunshine needing fuel. He glared at the trees accusingly. "Traitors," he grumbled softly, because it would have been easier, so much easier, if the town had seen Cora as an outsider. As someone to watch, guard against, or outright reject. But no, they'd all fallen under her spell. She laughed, and they laughed with her. She smiled, and they practically tripped over themselves, trying to coax another one from her. "Ridiculous," he muttered. Yet he stayed right where he was, hidden among the shadows, silently watching as Cora moved around her yard. She crouched to whisper something softly to the lavender bushes by her porch, her slender fingers brushing tenderly over the leaves. They practically leaned toward her touch, blooming fuller and brighter. His gut tightened. His lion growled possessively. Neither reaction helped. "You're pathetic," he told himself gruffly. He had plenty of reasons to keep his distance. Callum had learned long ago the cost of attachment. Once, years before, he'd had someone, a mate, a beautiful lioness named Tessa, with laughter like silver bells and eyes that sparkled brighter than the lake. He'd lost her to the chaos of rogue magic and fractured wards. Her life extinguished before his eyes as he'd helplessly watched the veil shudder and break apart. After that, Callum had sworn never again. No closeness, no vulnerability. The price was always too damn high. Yet here he stood, stupidly rooted, drawn irresistibly toward the enchantress who moved like sunshine incarnate and smelled of lilacs and promise. He watched as she straightened and stretched her arms toward the sky, carefree, relaxed. The smile she wore was softer, brighter than before, as though Hollow Oak was gently teasing out who she'd once been, before shadows and curses had tainted her magic. He hated how much he liked seeing it. Footsteps crunched on the path behind him. Callum stiffened slightly, scenting familiar cedar. Miriam paused beside him, her gentle eyes crinkling knowingly. "Morning, Callum," she said mildly. He inclined his head slightly. "Miriam." Her gaze followed his to where Cora fussed happily over flower beds that definitely hadn't existed yesterday. "She's settling nicely, isn't she?" "Too nicely," he muttered sourly. Miriam chuckled softly. "You know, for someone so determined not to like her, you spend an awful lot of time watching her." He bristled slightly, glaring down at the petite human widow who had always seen straight through him. "I'm supervising. Someone has to keep her from blowing up the veil." She patted his arm gently. "Sure you are, dear." "And I'm just here picking daisies." He scowled, unable to summon irritation toward her gentle teasing. Miriam had been a steadfast figure in Hollow Oak for decades, running the Hearth and Hollow Inn with quiet grace, always the calm center amidst chaos. He respected her immensely, even if her insight unnerved him. "I don't trust how the town responds to her," he admitted roughly. "It's too soon, too easy." Miriam's gaze softened. "Maybe easy is exactly what we need." "Not every good thing must be earned with pain, Callum." He didn't answer, throat tight. Good things came with steep prices. He'd learned that truth hard enough. Yet the stubborn set of Miriam's jaw told him arguing would get nowhere. She squeezed his arm once more before moving off toward town, leaving him to his watchful solitude again. He turned back to Cora, and the sight stopped him cold. She'd lifted her face to the sun, eyes closed, expression serene. Magic curled gently around her fingertips like silk ribbons, pale green and gold, dancing in the warm air. It flowed outward, brushing tenderly against the trees, weaving softly through the undergrowth. Instantly the woods exhaled. Leaves rustled contentedly, vines relaxed their tangled grip, and a soft breeze lifted around her like the forest itself was sighing in relief. She looked like she belonged there, right there, in Hollow Oak's quiet heart. "Mate," his lion growled insistently again. "Enough," he whispered fiercely to himself, fists clenching. But the stubborn word lingered, burrowing deeper into his heart every time he pushed it away. And as Cora finally turned, her soft green eyes finding his hiding spot with surprising ease, he saw a shy smile curve her lips. His pulse raced unwillingly. "Were you planning on coming over," she called playfully, "or just standing there brooding all day?" He stepped out from the shadows with an irritated grunt. "I don't brood." She laughed softly, a warm, addictive sound. "Oh, of course not. Just casually lurking in bushes then?" "Supervising," he corrected stiffly, but found himself walking closer anyway. The lilac scent grew stronger, sweeter, harder to resist. "Right," she agreed lightly. Her eyes twinkled mischievously. "Want tea while you supervise?" "I'm working," he protested gruffly. "You can work and drink tea at the same time," she teased gently, smile hopeful, eyes inviting. Against all better judgment, he found himself nodding once. "Fine." But no enchantments this time. She held up both hands innocently, laughter brightening her face. "Promise." He followed her reluctantly toward the cottage, heart pounding unevenly in his chest, every instinct both protesting and celebrating. This was dangerous, reckless, tempting fate in ways he couldn't afford. As Cora turned to beam brightly up at him, her lilac scent curling softly around his senses, Callum knew he was already lost, and damn if a stubborn part of him wasn't starting to like it.
Chapter 13. Cora. The silver fang looked like the sort of pub bards wrote about. Its stone walls wore ivy like jewelry, and every pane of leaded glass spilled buttery light onto the cobbles. A hand-painted sign bearing a stylized lion's head creaked overhead while wood smoke drifted through the dusk. Cora paused on the threshold, tugging her braid forward, nerves dancing along her skin. Inside, polished beams crossed a low ceiling. Sturdy tables hugged a hearth where orange flames licked at cedar logs. A wolf shifter strummed a weathered guitar in the corner, soft chords twining with murmured conversation. Copper mugs clinked, laughter puffed warm as cinnamon, and the air smelled of blackberry mead and slow-cooked venison. She spotted Maeve Cross at once. The woman moved behind the bar like a sleek cat in dark jeans and a sleeveless leather vest. Short black hair framed tawny eyes that missed nothing. Even polishing a glass, Maeve radiated the same steady authority she had shown at the council glade, only here it mixed with easy hospitality. Cora wove between tables, heart thumping. The last thing she wanted was to look like some lost tourist, yet curiosity tugged her forward. Maeve's gaze flicked up, sharp and assessing, then softened into a wry curve of lips. "Lilac girl in my doorway." "Took you long enough." Heat bloomed in Cora's cheeks. I was exploring. Your tavern is lovely." "Flatter the decor all you like. I poured this place with my own 2 hands." Maeve set the polished glass aside and pulled a stoneware cup from a shelf. "Blackberry mead or spruce cider?" "The mead, please." Cora perched on a stool, the worn leather warm beneath her palms. Maeve filled the cup with plum-dark liquid and slid it across. "First drinks on the house. Call it a welcome." "Thank you." Cora tasted, lips quirking in surprise. Sweet berry burst over her tongue, balanced by a faint woodsy bite. "That's incredible." "Family recipe." Fermented in oak barrels, kissed by moonlight, stirred with rumors, Maeve winked. "Gossip makes everything ferment faster." Cora laughed, shoulders relaxing. "I guess rumors travel faster than I do. Folks already call me the fae who talks to brooms." Maeve snorted. "That broom of yours tried flirting with my cousin on patrol." Nearly swept his boots right off. Cora groaned softly. "I swear it was an accident." "Accidental charm is still charm." Maeve leaned forward, folding sinewy arms atop the bar. "So, Enchantress, what brings you prowling my den tonight?" "I wanted to meet you properly." Cora sipped again, gathering courage. "You seemed formidable at the council." "Formidable is my day job. Night job, too." Maeve's smile sharpened. "Someone has to keep the claws sheathed in here. Drink, bicker, flirt. Break my chairs and I break your nose." Cora believed her. Yet beneath the edge she sensed fierce loyalty, the same trait she'd seen in Callum. It made her braver. "I get the feeling you and your cousin share more than a last name." Sharp eyes. Maeve poured herself a finger of amber liquid. "Callum and I grew up like twins. Same pride, same woods, same lessons. He took the woods, I took the bar." Cora traced a knot in the wood grain. "He never says much about earlier years?" Maeve's gaze softened. "He used to, before the war took the light out of him." "The Shifter War," Cora breathed. She'd heard whispers around town, but nothing solid. Maeve nodded slowly. "We fought off a rogue pride that wanted to rip the veil open. Callum's mate Tessa led the front line with him." She paused, eyes losing focus. "A curse flare ripped through our ranks. Tessa shielded our elders, saved half the town, and paid with her life." Cora's chest tightened. Suddenly Callum's wary distance made sense. The constant scan of his surroundings, the way his shoulders tensed at any hint of danger. It was loss, etched into reflex. "He blames himself," Maeve said quietly. "But there was nothing he could have done. We keep telling him that. He keeps not believing it." Cora swallowed, voice low. "I wish I'd known. I thought he just didn't like me." "Oh, he doesn't like you," Maeve teased, eyes glinting. He's too busy trying not to feel a damn thing. And you, Sunshine, make him feel plenty." "Maeve," Cora protested, warmth rushing to her cheeks. "You're trouble," Maeve finished, "and that's good for him." Cora studied the deep red mead, whirlpooling the liquid with a slow tilt. She pictured Callum's stormy blue eyes, how they'd flicker gentler when he thought she wasn't looking. She felt the weight of his hand steadying her after the veil backlash, the rough yet careful touch that had told her she wasn't alone. "I know a wounded heart when I see one," Maeve continued, softer now. "Just tread carefully." He lost more than a mate that day. He lost the belief that fate isn't cruel. Cora nodded, words thick in her throat. "I don't want to hurt him." "Then be honest with him." "And yourself," Maeve straightened, the brief vulnerability tucked back under calm strength. "Enough heavy talk." She clapped once. "Tell me something ridiculous about yourself." Cora blinked. "Ridiculous?" "Balance," Maeve grinned. "Pain needs laughter." "Spill," Cora thought, then laughed. "I once enchanted a loaf of bread to sing opera. It refused to go stale for 3 months. Maeve threw her head back, laughter bubbling warm and hearty. "See? That's brilliant. You'll fit right in." The tavern door swung open, letting in cool night air. Cora's pulse skipped as Callum stepped inside, scanning the room with typical caution. His gaze landed on her at the bar, and his expression faltered, just a flicker, before settling into familiar stoicism. Maeve tipped her glass toward him. "Speak of the lion." Callum approached, boots thudding softly across the plank floor. "Evening, Maeve." "Cora." He inclined his head, eyes flicking between them. "Everything all right?" "Perfect," Maeve drawled. "Your enchantress here was just educating me on opera bread." Cora's mouth twitched, embarrassment mixing with amusement. Callum raised a brow. "I don't want to know." Maeve shoved a mug of water toward him. "Hydrate. You look tense." "He lives tense," Cora said before she could stop herself, the tease sliding out unfiltered. Callum's lips quirked, almost a smile. "Someone has to guard the town while you two trade recipes." "That's not all we traded," Maeve said lightly. "I shared some history." Callum stilled, eyes darkening slightly. Cora's heart tugged at the guarded pain that flashed across his features before he smoothed it away. She touched the rim of her cup, voice gentle. "I'm sorry about Tessa." He inhaled, gaze locked on hers for an endless moment. Then he lifted one shoulder in a small shrug. "War takes." A simple statement, heavy as stone. Maeve busied herself with another customer, giving them space. The tavern dimmed under the hush of quiet music and crackling flames. Cora slid from the stool, stepping closer. "Loss takes many things. Doesn't mean it gets to take all of you." Callum studied her face, something fragile flickering behind his eyes. "You talk like you know." "I do." She lifted her hand, almost touching his arm, then thought better of it. "I'm still here, trying to be whole." "So are you." The silence between them softened. Callum exhaled slowly, tension easing from his shoulders. "Drink your mead. Maeve will lecture me if you walk out sober." Cora smiled, a quiet warmth settling under her ribs. "Only if you promise to sit." He hesitated, then nodded. "For a minute." She reclaimed her seat, heart light and aching all at once as Callum settled beside her. Maeve slid 2 berry tarts across the bar without a word, a conspiratorial grin tugging at her mouth. Cora bit into flaky crust, sweet filling melting on her tongue while Callum sipped water, shoulder brushing lightly against hers. He didn't move away. The small contact buzzed beneath her skin, hopeful and new. She stole a sideways glance. The lines around his eyes looked softer. The stoic mask shifted just enough to hint at the man beneath. The poet Miriam had mentioned, the protector Maeve loved fiercely, the grieving soul still learning to breathe. In that cozy tavern glow, Cora's view of the snarly guardian changed. Maybe he was rough edges and rumbling warnings, but he was also loyalty carved deep, and bravery that walked wounded but upright. She lifted her mug toward him. To hollow oak and its stubborn lions. His lips twitched, and this time the smile broke free, small but real. He clinked his water against her mead. And to enchantresses who make brooms flirt.
Chapter 14. Callum. Callum preferred his patrols silent. The woods spoke in quiet ways if a ranger listened. The hush of breeze over pine needles, the warning click of a squirrel tail, the distant rush of Moonmirror Lake kissing the shoreline. Silence let him hear trouble long before it stepped from shadow. Silence, however, was in short supply now that Cora walked beside him. She hummed while they hiked. Not loudly, just a lift of melody under her breath. Sometimes it sounded like a lullaby, other times like tavern fiddle, always soft enough that he could pretend he did not enjoy it. The truth sat hot behind his ribs. He liked it more than he cared to admit. "Does the tune bother you?" she asked, glancing up through blonde lashes. Green eyes glittered with teasing warmth. He kept his gaze forward, scanning the narrow trail. "I patrol." "You hum. We both cope." She laughed, bright as morning sun. "That is almost a compliment, Ranger." He grunted. "Do not let it go to your head." The path curved toward a thicket of mountain laurel. Branches shifted on their own, bending politely out of Cora's way. Callum slowed, brow furrowing. He had trekked this route 100 times, and never once had the shrubs played dormant. "You noticing this?" he muttered. Cora trailed fingers over waxy leaves. "The forest says hello." He stopped. "It speaks now?" "In feelings," she answered, stepping through the new gap. "Warm when it approves, sharp when it doesn't. Right now it feels welcoming." Callum studied the laurel. No wind, no visible magic. Yet the branches remained parted until he passed, then settled back with a whisper. A small shiver crawled along his spine, awe twined with unease. The woods had always been alive, but this was deference. "Forest never did that for me," he said, trying for gruff, missing by a mile. She flashed a grin. "Maybe it likes daisies more than brooding." He narrowed his eyes. "I do not brood." "You practice advanced scowling," she replied. "Different skill altogether." A reluctant smile tugged his mouth. He bit it back, clearing his throat. "Stay focused." We checked the wards near Hollow Creek, then circled to the lake. "Any tug on the veil, you tell me?" "Yes, Captain Cross," she answered, mock salute at the ready. Since the tavern, she had seen more herself around him, and part of him was pissed at his cousin for that, while the other half, well, he tried to ignore that part. She kept humming as they walked. Birds picked up the tune, warbling in the canopy. Leaves above rustled like applause. Callum's chest tightened in strange contentment. The lion inside lifted its head, ears angled toward her voice. "Mate!" He forced the thought away, lengthening his stride. Tall trunks marched on both sides, oak and ash thick with summer green. Sunlight dappled across her hair, turning strands to pale gold. The breeze carried her scent, lilac and something warm, almost spicy. He exhaled through his nose, steadying himself against the pull. They reached the first ward marker, a smooth river stone wedged between twin maples. Runes glowed faint silver along its surface. Callum pressed a hand to the stone. The ward hummed back. "Stable." "Looks good," he murmured. "No fractures here." Cora knelt, palm hovering above the runes. A gentle pulse of light flared, then quieted. "Agrees with you." Vale is calm in this spot. They continued, weaving deeper into the forest. The farther they walked, the more he noticed odd details. Vines unclasped their tendrils so her skirt would not snag. A cluster of mushrooms tilted like little hats as she passed. Even the squirrel that usually chattered threats at Callum paused to watch her with bright curiosity. She hummed a new tune, lilting, playful. He found himself stepping in rhythm. "Tell me something about you," she said suddenly. "Something not classified." He lifted a brow. "Like what?" "Favorite food." Secret hobby? Anything. He adjusted the pack on his shoulders. I write poetry. The admission slipped before he could lock it down. What in the hell was he thinking admitting that to her? Her eyes widened with delighted surprise. Really? That is wonderful. His cheeks warmed. It is nothing. Not nothing? Words matter. She nudged his elbow. Will you share one sometime? Doubtful, she chuckled. Stubborn. Careful, enchantress. Rocks up ahead. They crossed a rocky stream bed, stones slick underfoot. Callum offered his hand without thinking. She took it, fingers small but sure in his grip. Heat darted up his arm. He guided her across, releasing her as soon as they hit solid ground, yet missing the contact immediately. Something rustled to the right. He tensed, scanning. A young doe stepped from the underbrush, big eyes calm. It dipped its head toward Cora, then trotted off. Cora's smile softened. Your forest is sweet today. Forest is never sweet, he grumbled. Maybe it mirrors who walks through it, she replied, gaze flicking toward him. He swallowed hard. Before he could answer, they reached the clearing by Hollow Creek. Water shimmered between mossy banks. At the edge of the grass, another runestone stood, taller than the first, lines etched deep and old. He frowned, stepping closer. The symbol at its center matched the one from the quarry. Claw for claim. Cora slowed beside him, hum dying on her lips. That wasn't here before, was it? No. He crouched, fingertips brushing the stone. Cold bled into his skin, and a dull ache throbbed behind his eyes. Fresh carving. Whoever is messing with the veil is moving fast. Cora's hand hovered inches from his shoulder, as if she wanted to offer comfort, but hesitated. Feel anything else? He closed his eyes, sensing. A thread of possessive magic coiled through the rune, faint yet unmistakable. It tugged at his lion, pricking territorial instincts. He jerked his hand away and stood. Same energy as the binding stone, he said, meaning someone dragged it nearer. Her face paled. Why drag it closer to town? To weaken the veil or tempt someone who carries compatible magic? He met her gaze. That thought puts my hackles up. She hugged her arms, voice low. Whoever set this intends to feed on something dark. A flicker of dread crossed her face, but she said nothing more. He caught the unease, but chose not to press. We'll stop them. She managed a tight nod. He took out chalk, drawing a temporary ward circle around the stone, while murmuring an old lion shifter chant. Golden light flared along the lines, locking the malicious rune in place. That will hold a day, he said, rising. Long enough for Edgar to brew stronger seals. Cora reached out, fingertips brushing his wrist. Thank you. Simple words, soft and genuine. They sank deeper than they should have. He covered her hand with his, letting the warmth anchor him. The forest hushed, leaves stilling as if listening. Mate. The lion's voice thundered behind his heartbeat. He stepped back, breaking contact, and picked up the trail toward Moonmirror Lake. She walked at his side. Silence settled, gentle but charged. He caught her humming again, quieter now. The tune slipped past his guard, loosening knots tied tight since Tessa's death. His lips curved before he could stop them. Her head tilted. Did you just smile? Hardly, he scoffed. Looked like a smile. It was a grimace. She laughed, eyes bright with triumph. Something inside him cracked, and a low chuckle escaped. They reached the lake as sunset spilled rose gold across the water. Fireflies blinked in the reeds. Damp earth carried a hint of rain. Cora sighed, stretching her arms. I love this spot. He watched her silhouette against the glowing water, gravity pulling him closer. Lake likes you back, he muttered before sense returned. She turned, smile soft. Maybe because its guardian finally stopped scowling. He snorted, but warmth soaked through him. Twilight brushed long shadows across the trees. He faced the path home. Time to head back, he said. She fell into step. The forest parted for her again, branches bowing gently in their wake. All blended with wariness until he could not tell one from the other. Her lilac scent carved the word deeper with every breath. Mate. He clenched his fists, focusing on the steady rhythm of boots on soil. Duty first, heart second. Yet as Cora hummed the lake's melody beside him, He wondered how long he could ignore the song rising in his chest. They reached the cottage clearing. Fireflies spun lazy spirals around her flowers. She paused at the gate, turning toward him. "Thank you, Callum, for walking with me." He nodded. "Stay inside tonight." "Lock the door." "Yes, Captain Cross." She gave a mock salute, smile bright. He should have left but lingered, eyes tracing the curve of her cheek. The lion pressed hard, urging him nearer. "Good night, Cora," he managed. "Good night." He forced his feet to move. Behind him the door clicked shut, and her humming faded. Owl song and his pounding pulse kept him company while he walked the dark trail. "Mate," the forest whispered, leaves rustling the syllables overhead. Callum set his jaw. "Protect Hollow Oak. Protect her." The rest would have to wait, yet his lion was already planning the next patrol at dawn.
Chapter 15. Cora. Morning mist clung to Moonmirror Lake like spun glass. Sunlight tried to elbow through, turning each veil of vapor pearly pink. Cora stood on the narrow shore path, hugging herself against the early chill. A kingfisher cried once before diving for breakfast. Ripples shivered across the water, then went still again. Callum crouched a few paces away, testing the fresh chalk line he had laid last night to reinforce the lakeside ward. The white ring still glowed faint gold, proof his lion chant remained strong. He straightened, stretching those broad shoulders under a dark t-shirt that fit him unfairly well. "All clear here," he said, voice rumbling like distant thunder. "Veil feels steady." Cora let out a breath she had not realized she held. Good. Maybe whoever carved the claim rune backed off. He grunted, clearly unconvinced. "Or they are waiting for us to relax." She did not argue. Her skin still buzzed with yesterday's discovery, the binding stone runes circling her thoughts like restless moths. She wanted to blurt out everything about the warlock who might be hunting her, the blood magic that still tugged at her veins, but fear kept the confession trapped behind her teeth. Not yet. She needed to understand more first. Callum lifted his head, nostrils flaring. "You feel that?" Wind stirred the trees, ruffling the lake surface. A low vibration danced through the soil, as if unseen footsteps approached. The hairs on Cora's arms lifted. "Wild magic surge," she whispered. "Back," he ordered, but the ground bucked before they could move. A pulse shot from the lake, a wave of raw energy rolling across the shore. It slammed into them like invisible wind. Cora yelped, stumbling. Callum lunged to catch her, but a second pulse hit and tossed them both off balance. Water leapt from the lake in a glittering arc, swept them off the path, and dragged them into a shallow cove. Cold slapped Cora's skin, stole her breath. She surfaced sputtering, hair plastered over her eyes. Next to her, Callum popped up with a savage growl, shaking water from his face. His blue eyes, bright with amber, scanned for danger. When no further surge came, he looked at her, expression shifting from warrior to exasperated guardian. "You all right?" he barked. Cora coughed, then laughed despite the chill. "Better than my dignity." He blinked, a startled huff leaving him. "You find this funny?" "We just got dunked by a temperamental lake." Either laugh or cry. She pushed soggy curls back, grinning through shivers. A reluctant smile tugged at his mouth. "Fine." It was a little funny. She splashed lightly at his arm. "A little?" Before he could reply, the water around them stilled, turning mirror smooth. Sun skittered over the surface, throwing coins of light onto their faces. The hush felt deep, like the world held its breath. Cora's laughter faded. She realized how close they were, only an arm's length, both half submerged, shirts clinging to skin. Water droplets traced the line of his jaw. His hair, darker when wet, curled at his nape. Her amused grin slipped into something softer. Callum must have felt the shift too. The teasing spark in his eyes settled into careful intensity. Water lapped quietly between them, while mossy scents rose from the bank. Time seemed to stretch, suspended between heartbeat and breath. He opened his mouth as if to speak, then closed it. She waited, unsure what she wanted him to say. An apology? A joke? Something true? The lion in his gaze flickered, wild and searching. She wished she could read him, wished she knew if the flutter in her chest was mirrored in his. Silence pressed in, intimate and dizzying. Her mind flashed to Elric, to chains of blood magic and the fear that he might already be near. She almost confessed right then, words bubbling behind her tongue, but uncertainty strangled them. If Callum knew the truth, would he look at her like this, or with the same caution he held for every threat to the veil? She swallowed, breaking eye contact first. We should dry off before we freeze. Callum blinked like a spell had cracked. He cleared his throat. My cabin's closer than your cottage. Clothes, fire, hot coffee? Cora nodded quickly. Lead the way. They waded toward the bank, water tugging at their calves. Callum offered his hand. She hesitated only a second before slipping damp fingers into his larger grip. He hauled her onto the muddy bank with ease, his touch warm, even soaked through. The moment she stood, he released her, returning to that polite distance that frustrated and relieved her all at once. They trudged along a narrow deer trail that snaked through ferns and jack-in-the-pulpits. Their clothes dripped, leaving dark spots on packed earth. Cora hugged herself, teeth chattering lightly. Callum kept pace, eyes sweeping the forest with practiced vigilance. Lake never tossed me like that, he muttered. She might be warning us, Cora said through a shiver, or shaking loose whatever energy built up from yesterday. He glanced at her damp form, then stripped off his outer shirt in one motion and handed it over. Put this on. Your lips are blue. She stared. The shirt was dark gray, heavy cotton, soaked but warmer than her thin, clingy tee. What about you? Lion runs hot. He lifted a brow, not taking no for an answer. She slid the garment over her head. It hung past her thighs, smelling of him even wet. The scent wrapped her like a secret, chased away the chill. Thank you. He shrugged, pretending the gesture was nothing, though a faint flush warmed his cheekbones. A wooden cabin appeared through the trees, tucked against a rocky rise. Smoke puffed weakly from the chimney, evidence of a banking fire left earlier. He pushed open the door, ushered her inside. The interior was simple, tidy. A riverstone hearth dominated one wall, ember glow spilling across sturdy furnishings. Shelves lined with worn books and bundles of dried herbs hinted at a life of quiet routines. On a side table sat a battered leather notebook, a pencil tucked into its spine. Poetry, she remembered Maeve saying. Sit by the hearth, he ordered gently. I'll grab blankets. Cora obeyed, settling on a plaid sofa. Heat from the embers seeped into her chilled bones. She peeled off shoes and wrung water from her braid, watching Callum stride to a wooden chest, muscles rippling beneath the thin undershirt he still wore. He returned with 2 wool blankets, draping one around her shoulders, the other around himself. Coffee? He asked. Please. He busied himself at a small stove, filling a kettle. The domestic scene felt surreal, guardian lion preparing coffee for the fey stray he'd sworn to supervise. Cora tucked her feet under the blanket, gaze flicking to the notebook again. Curiosity itched her fingers. Do you ever share your poems? She ventured. A pause. Water gurgled into the kettle. Never. Not even with Maeve? Especially not with Maeve. He faced her, expression unreadable. Words get twisted once they leave the page. She smiled softly. They can also heal. He looked away, tinder snapping under kettle heat. Some wounds stay. She bit her lip, remembering Maeve's story of Tessa. Pain thrummed behind his calm like buried coal. She wanted to reach across the room, strip away every guarded layer, promise he did not have to hurt alone. Yet her own secrets weighed heavy. How could she ask his trust when she still hid half her truth? The kettle whistled. He poured coffee into 2 chipped mugs, added honey to hers without asking. When he handed it over, steam fogged the air between them. She took a sip, warmth spiraling through her chest. Perfect. He lowered himself into the armchair opposite, mug cradled in big hands. Silence settled, but it felt different now, softer, less crowded by what-ifs. Firelight painted gold across his face, highlighting the curve of his cheek, the steady line of his jaw. "Thank you," she said again, voice low. "For everything today." He nodded. "Part of the job." "Maybe," she agreed, meeting his gaze. "But you go beyond the job." His throat bobbed. "You make that difficult." She laughed lightly. "In a good way, I hope." An almost smile tugged his lips. Still deciding. They sipped coffee, letting the lake's chill melt away. Outside, wind rustled pine branches, but inside the cabin felt cocooned, safe.
Chapter 16. Callum. Callum poked the hearth until the new birch log caught, blue flames licking across its bark. The cabin smelled of damp wool, coffee, and faint lilac, a mix he pretended not to notice. Cora sat on the sofa, blanket draped over her knees, steam curling from a refilled mug. Her cheeks glowed from heat and perhaps something brighter. She had fallen quiet, studying the leather notebook on the side table. Every so often she glanced up as if considering a crime. The first 2 times he ignored it. The third time he sighed. "You will keep staring until it bursts." He folded onto the armchair, coffee balanced on one broad palm. "Go on." "Ask." Her mouth curved. "I was not staring." "Liar." "All right, maybe a little." She tucked damp curls behind one ear. "You said you never share your poems." "Never" is a heavy word. He took a long sip, using the mug to hide his grimace. "I meant it." Her smile turned coaxing. "One line? Just so I can hear how a lion spins words." The room felt smaller, firelight pressing close. He thought of Tessa, of the way she used to steal pages from his journal and tease the metaphors out loud. The ache that followed surprised him less than the gentleness of it. The wound no longer screamed. It throbbed like an old scar, ache softened by time and perhaps the scent of lilacs by his hearth. Cora waited, green eyes bright but patient. He could say no and she would not push. That certainty pricked something tender. A single line then, a safe one. Callum set his mug down, ran a thumb along the edge of the notebook, and opened to a middle page. Inked across the top, jagged and dark, sat a line he had written during a sleepless thunderstorm. "I guard the wild places, yet the wild has already claimed me." He cleared his throat. "That is all." Cora leaned forward, reading, then leaned back as if the words carried heat. "It feels alive," she murmured, "like claws wrapped in moonlight." Her gaze flicked to him, soft and astonished. "Thank you for trusting me." The praise settled heavy and warm in his chest, unexpected as summer rain. He swallowed. "Do not make a fuss." "No fuss," she promised, voice hushed. "Only honesty." "It's beautiful, Callum." His pulse stumbled. Beautiful, a word he rarely attached to himself. The fire popped, sending sparks toward the flue. He looked away, pretending to watch them dance. Dangerous, this feeling of being seen. Yet he found he wanted more. "I won't tell a soul." "I know." He slid the leather beneath a stack of field maps. Trust had slipped in while he wasn't looking. Outside, rain started, pattering on the cedar shakes. She glanced at the foggy windows. "Trail will be slick." "I'll still walk you." He rose, gathering their mugs. "Can't have you injuring yourself and setting off a spell while I'm supposed to be guarding you." Her laugh was soft. "Oh, how kind of you." They donned their still damp outer shirts and stepped onto the porch. Night clung to the forest, cool and sweet with petrichor. Clouds drifted past a sliver moon. Callum led the way, boots sure on the muddy path. The rain slowed to a whisper, leaves shaking off droplets as they passed. Cora hummed quietly, the same lullaby he had almost memorized. He found himself matching his pace to the rhythm. The forest around them seemed to listen. Even the frogs along Hollow Creek paused their croak to let the tune float. After a few minutes, she spoke. Does walking the same trail every day get dull? He shook his head. The forest changes. Paths twist overnight, springs appear, owls trade roosts. You learn to notice small shifts, like a lake deciding to toss us in. That was new. His lips twitched. I prefer less dramatic introductions. Cora laughed, twirling a wet braid. It certainly woke me up. They reached a bend where fireflies bobbed above fern fronds, gold lights swaying like tiny lanterns. The glow kissed her cheeks, and he caught himself staring. She turned, caught the look, and flushed. He jerked his attention forward, heat pricking his ears. Soon the small stone cottage came into view, windows glowing amber behind lace curtains. A single lantern hung on the post, carved with oak leaves and tiny acorns. He slowed at the gate. "Home," he announced, voice lower than intended. She faced him, tugging the blanket tighter over her shoulders. Rain-dark lashes framed eyes the color of deep leaves after storm. "Thank you, Callum." "Not just for the escort." She hesitated. "For the poem, too." He shifted, uncomfortable, yet pleased. "How about we don't mention it again?" Her smile said she would treasure it instead. She stepped back toward her door. "Coffee tomorrow." "Duty calls at dawn," he answered. "If the lake behaves, perhaps." "I'll hold it to that." She lifted a hand in farewell and slipped inside. Warm light spilled onto the step, then vanished as the door clicked shut. Callum remained at the gate, listening until he heard the latch slide and curtains rustle. Only then did he turn toward the dark trail. Rain had stopped, leaving the forest breathing softly. His lion prowled content, surprisingly calm after an evening spent beside her. The word mate tried to surface again, but he pushed it down. Not yet. Protect first. Everything else later. He headed back toward the cabin, night sounds wrapping around him like a cloak. Somewhere ahead an owl hooted, echoing into the trees. He answered with a low whistle, the old ranger's signal that all was well. For now at least, Hollow Oak slept safe. And despite himself, Callum let the memory of her praise ride with him through the dark, warming the parts of him he thought had frozen forever.
Chapter 17. Cora. Moonlight slipped through the lace curtains like spilled cream, sketching pale patterns over Cora's quilt. She lay on her side, eyes half-lidded, still breathing the lingering scent of pine and hearth smoke clinging to Callum's shirt. The cottage felt gentler tonight, as if every beam remembered the warmth of his coffee and low laugh. Comfort pulled her toward sleep even while nerves buzzed under her skin. She drifted. Wind whispered across her thoughts, tugging her somewhere between waking and dream. The bed vanished. Cool night wrapped around her, damp and mossy. She stood barefoot in a stretch of forest she didn't know, trees hunched close like eavesdroppers. Fog crawled along the ground, parting to reveal a stone altar rising from tangled roots. The slab looked ancient, carved with curling runes she recognized from the quarry, yet deeper, angrier. A jagged crack split the center. Through it pulsed red light, slow and rhythmic, like a giant heart beating just below the surface. Cora's breath caught in her throat. She took a step back, but the forest behind her shifted, trees leaning in to block escape. The altar beckoned, heat rolling off it in waves that smelled of singed cedar and iron. "Cora." The voice slithered from the crack, soft as silk but heavy with hunger. Her name stretched, echoing around her skull. Her feet moved despite herself, carrying her closer. Elric. The second name hissed like a struck match, leaving the acrid taste of blood magic in the air. Fear knifed through her belly. She wrapped her arms around her middle, nails digging into her own skin. "No," she whispered. "You don't own me." The altar thrummed harder. The crack widened, fissures branching like black lightning. From the broken stone, red mist seeped out, swirling into shapes, chains coiling, hands reaching. She smelled the spicy resin Elric favored, saw the gleam of his cold smile overlay the rock face. "Cora, come home." The words brushed her ear, though no mouth spoke them. She stumbled back until her spine hit a tree. Bark bit into her shoulders. The runes on the altar flared, bright as fresh blood. She raised trembling hands, trying to weave a shield, but sparks fizzled uselessly. Dream magic didn't obey waking rules. "Callum," she breathed, desperate. Light flickered near the clearing, warm gold struggling against red. For one flashing instant she thought she saw his silhouette, broad and steady, but the fog swallowed it. The altar's hum rose to a roar, drowning every thought. Cora, Elric, Cora, Elric. The chant pounded in her chest like twin drums, pulling her forward again. She clenched her teeth, fought the tug, tears stinging her eyes. With sudden violence, the ground split. The altar sank, dragging the crack of red light with it until only darkness gaped. Her name echoed once more, distant now but certain. "We will find you." The forest snapped back to silence. Fog thinned. She was alone. The dream ripped apart. Cora jolted upright in bed, heart thundering so loud she half expected the cottage walls to tremble. She sucked in ragged breaths, damp hair plastered to her temples. The room sat quiet, quilt tangled around her legs, hearth coals glowing faint orange in the grate. She pressed cold fingers to her racing pulse. "It was just a dream," she told the dark, but the words shook. Dreamwalking had visited her before, yet never with such razor clarity. The smell, the heat, the voice, too real to dismiss as simple nightmare. Outside, rain pattered on the roof, steady and soothing. She slipped from bed, padding to the small window. Lanterns down the trail glimmered like sleepy fireflies. Somewhere beyond the pines, Callum's cabin light was long out. He had trusted her tonight, shown a piece of himself no one in town touched. One line of poetry, raw and unguarded. And she, hiding her biggest truth behind small smiles, had taken it with grateful silence. Guilt prickled. She had to tell him. About Elric, the blood binding, the possibility that the relic whispered for her as much as for any dark creature. Waiting risked more than her own skin. It risked hollow oak, and it risked the cautious bond growing between her and its lion guardian. A branch scraped the window pane, jolting her back to the room. She rubbed her arms, chasing away the lingering chill of dream fog, and stoked the hearth until flames crackled bright. Sleep felt impossible now. She made tea, chamomile and clover, hands steadying as the steam rose. Sipping, she stared at the door, picturing the path to Callum's place. 10 minutes at most, even in mud. But knocking in the middle of the night would only set off his protect first instincts and cloud the conversation with adrenaline. "I'll tell him at dawn," she whispered to the quiet. She sank onto the sofa, tucking the blanket around her shoulders, notebook balanced on her knees. With shaking pen, she sketched the altar, every crack, every rune, evidence for him, for the council, proof that the threat was more than her nerves. When the drawing was done, she wrote 2 names beneath. Cora Thorne, Elric Durant. Ink bled slightly on the page, like fresh wounds. She shut the book and hugged it to her chest, eyes burning. Rain kept falling, steady hush against shingles, but even the gentle rhythm couldn't lull her back to sleep. She watched the hearth die down again, waited for dawn, and counted reasons to trust. Callum's steady hand on her wrist, the line of poetry shared in firelight, Maeve's open laugh when she teased him, Miriam's quiet faith. She would add her truth to those gifts. Outside, somewhere among the pines, an owl hooted. Cora closed her eyes, breathed in lilac-scented air, and waited for first light to break.
Chapter 18. Callum. Callum had just poured his first mug of coffee when the knock came. He paused, cup halfway to his lips, frowning toward the door. The sun hadn't finished rising. Pale gold bled through the trees, but the forest was still caught in the hush between night and day. He hadn't even pulled on his boots yet. Another knock. Firmer this time. He set the mug down with a thud and crossed the floor, flinging the door open with more force than necessary. Cora stood on the step wrapped in a gray cloak, hair damp from the morning mist, eyes wide and haunted. Her hand hovered midair like she'd been ready to knock again. He took one look at her face and dropped the snarl in his throat. "Get in here," he said, stepping aside. She nodded, stepped past him, and into the warm cabin. The door shut behind her with a solid thud. She stayed close to the hearth, arms folded, not from cold, but to hold something in. Her whole frame trembled like a bowstring pulled too tight. He moved back to the table, reclaimed his coffee, took a long sip, then leaned against the counter. "You want to tell me why you're here before dawn looking like the forest spat you out?" Cora pulled a folded page from her coat pocket. Not parchment, her sketchbook. She walked it over, laid it gently on the table beside his mug, and stepped back. Callum stared at the page. A stone altar, carved in clawed runes, a jagged crack in the center, glowing red like embers had burrowed deep inside. It was drawn with a kind of painful precision that made his skin itch. "That's the binding stone," he muttered. "No." Her voice barely came above a whisper. "It's worse." "I saw it. Not just dream-seeing, Callum. I dreamwalked. I was there. I felt it." He didn't move, didn't blink. Just watched her as she spoke, voice shaking but determined. "I've been hiding something," she said, "because I didn't know how to explain it. Because I wasn't sure if it was still following me. But last night, it found me again." She looked up. Her eyes shone in the firelight, rimmed red. "His name's Elric Durant. A warlock. Older. Powerful. Smart as hell. I trusted him once. He bound me with blood magic. Told me I belonged to him. I broke free, or I thought I had. I ran for years. I didn't even know Hollow Oak existed until the veil dragged me through. I think he did too." Callum gripped the edge of the table. His nails bit into the wood. "You were bound." He kept his voice low, steady, even though his lion snarled under the surface. "With blood magic." She nodded, flinching like she expected him to raise his voice. "And you didn't think that was important enough to say?" Her shoulders hunched. "I didn't know what it meant here. If it would follow me, if it'd taint the veil, if you'd throw me out before I had a chance to figure it out." He slammed his mug down. It cracked on the rim but didn't break. The silence that followed stretched thick and heavy. "Damn it, Cora. I know." "No, you don't. You brought a predator to my doorstep." "I didn't mean to," she snapped, lifting her chin. "You think I wanted any of this? I've been looking over my shoulder for years, and now he's using something ancient and twisted, and I'm trying to help, but I don't know how." He stared at her, at the tear slipping down her cheek, at the way she didn't brush it away. "You should have told me," he said, voice raw. "You should have trusted me." Her eyes met his. "You barely trust yourself." He stiffened, heat flaring up his neck. "I shared something with you," she said, softer now. "Your words. Your pain. I held them close and didn't ask for more." "I'm not asking for a miracle, Callum. Just help." His breath caught. He saw her now. Not just the chaos she carried, or the wild magic that followed her like a tide, but the girl who ran, not because she was reckless, but because she had survived something no one should have had to. She clawed her way to freedom and still looked for light in people. That kind of hope gutted him. He reached slowly for the drawing, running his thumb along the jagged lines. "We need to train you," he said after a beat. Cora blinked. "What?" "You want to help Hollow Oak? You need to be able to navigate the veil without triggering every wild pulse in the forest. And you need to ground yourself before that magic decides it wants a taste of you again." Relief hit her in waves. She nodded. "I can do that. I'll teach you." Her eyes narrowed, the fire returning. "And you'll stop snapping like a cornered fox every time I breathe too loud?" "Doubtful," he said, mouth twitching. "But I'll try." They spent the next hour on the cabin floor. He laid out a chalk circle near the hearth, showed her how to sit inside it, spine straight, palms up. He guided her through breathwork. 3 counts in, hold, 5 counts out, over and over until her shoulders relaxed. "Feel the ground under you," he murmured. "Let it hold your weight. You don't have to carry everything on your own." She peeked at him. "You talk like someone who's done this a few times." "I've had a lot to ground." Her smile was small, but real. Later, he walked her to the glen near her cottage, just as the sun pushed over the ridge, painting the trees gold. The air held the promise of a warm day, but dew still kissed the tips of every leaf. "You gonna be okay?" he asked, hands stuffed in his jacket pockets. She nodded, pulling her cloak tight. "I'm not alone anymore." He grunted. "No, you're not." They stood there facing each other, neither quite ready to turn away. "Thanks, Callum," she said, stepping toward the path, "for not turning me away." He watched her go, hair catching the sunrise, shoulders straighter than when she'd arrived. "Don't thank me yet," he muttered, voice too low for her to hear. "I'm still figuring out how to protect you without losing my damn mind." The wind whispered through the trees. His lion prowled just beneath the surface, restless and ready. But for now, Callum let the forest return to its morning quiet and followed the path back, already planning the next lesson.
Chapter 19. Cora. Cora never imagined she'd become familiar with the rhythm of veil training. But a week in, she could track shifts in energy like a heartbeat, and read her own magic's pulse with the kind of instinct she once thought was beyond her. She still fumbled. She still lit things on fire. And today? She'd nearly singed the broad shoulder of the town's most grumpy and intimidating ranger. "Hold still," she said softly. Callum sat shirtless on the low bench near her hearth, brow furrowed, shoulder bare and red where a spark from her projection spell had scorched him. His skin, usually that sun-kissed golden brown, looked raw around the edges, the burn angry and a little swollen. His jaw ticked when she dabbed the salve, but he didn't complain. Not that he ever did, he just got quieter. "I said I was sorry," she added, glancing up through her lashes. "You did," he grumbled. "I also brought you that pie from Miriam's pantry as a peace offering." He let out a low exhale. "The one with the cardamom crust?" "That's the one." A beat passed and the corner of his mouth twitched. "You're lucky I like pie." "I'm lucky you didn't shift and eat me on the spot," she muttered, pouring a bit more salve into her palm. They'd been training since the morning after her dream. The council had listened, grave and quiet as she showed them the sketch and explained the whispers. But they'd chosen to wait. The altar couldn't be moved or sealed without knowing its source, and disturbing it might shatter what balance remained. Varric had said, "The veil's already tight at the seams. We don't rip it unless we have to." So now, she trained, every morning, every dusk, grounding techniques, magic control, sensing pulse lines in the veil before they turned volatile. It helped, a little, except when it didn't, like today. "I was trying to project," she explained again, voice softer this time. "You said push the heat outward." "And I said don't let it arc wild." His voice stayed gruff, but there was no bite in it. She hummed under her breath. "You always this patient with your students?" "Don't usually have students." "Then I'm honored," she teased, though her heart wasn't quite steady. Her fingers worked gentle circles over the burn, enchanted balm sinking into his skin. Warmth traveled from her palms up her arms, magic humming beneath her ribs. Her hands stilled, lingering. Callum didn't move. She looked up. He was already watching her. Blue eyes unreadable, stormy with something she didn't know how to name. His lashes were thick and damp from earlier sweat, his hair damp at the nape. He smelled like pine and warm spice, and the firelight made the curve of his jaw look like it had been carved by intention itself. Cora's breath caught. She didn't think. She leaned in and pressed her lips to his. His mouth was firm, warm, still. Then he responded. His hand gripped her waist, tight, grounding. Her magic flared, hot and dizzy, and for one stolen second she kissed him like he'd been hers forever. Her fingers curled into his bare shoulder, heat and hunger tightening behind her ribs. But just as quickly, he broke the kiss. Callum pulled back, breathing hard, jaw set like stone. His eyes didn't leave hers, and they burned, not with desire but with something that made her stomach twist. "You don't want what I am," he said. The words landed like cold water. She sat back slowly, throat tight. What does that mean? He looked away. Not down, just away, toward the flicker of the hearth, or maybe the safer past that lived in his memories. It means I'm not built for soft. Not anymore. You think I'm asking for soft? Her voice rose, sharp with disbelief. I think you don't know what you're asking. She stared at him, at the man who guarded the veil like it was stitched to his skin, who trained with her until dusk, walked her home, fixed her ward lines without telling her, who laughed, barely, and only ever in the quiet. I know you think you're broken, she said, but you're not. His gaze snapped back to hers, fierce. You don't know what I've done. Maybe not. But I know what you've shown me. Silence wrapped around them, fire crackling in the hearth. Outside, the wind rattled the oak branches. She stood, swallowing the sting in her throat. I wasn't asking you to promise me forever. I was just trying to show you something real. Callum remained still. She crossed to the table, grabbed a cloth to clean her hands. The burn cream left a slick film, tingling against her palms. She needed air, needed space before her own magic started reacting again. You should go, she said quietly, not turning. He stood behind her, footsteps slow, heavy. Cora. I'll be fine. You're healed. Training continues tomorrow. She kept her voice steady. Her heart didn't get the memo. He hesitated. She heard it in the way he breathed, like something in him warred with everything else. But in the end, the door opened. Then it shut. And she was alone. The cottage held the weight of him even after he left. His scent clung to the air, warm and wild. Her fingertips still tingled from touching his skin. Cora braced both hands on the table and stared down at the wood grain. So, that's how it feels, she whispered, to kiss someone and wish you hadn't. But even now she couldn't regret it, because for one breathless second, Callum had kissed her like he was starving, like he'd forgotten the walls around him, and she'd felt the truth beneath all that guarded silence. He wanted her too, just not enough to let her in.
Chapter 20. Callum. The scent of lilacs clung to his shirt. Callum yanked it off and tossed it across the cabin. It landed in a heap on the back of the chair, still damp with Cora's magic and the faint trace of whatever the hell that moment had been between them. He paced. Floorboards creaked beneath his boots. The fire had gone out an hour ago, but sweat still beaded at his temple like he'd run the perimeter of Hollow Oak twice. He rubbed the back of his neck and swore under his breath. You don't want what I am. The words had slipped out, harsh and final, but even now they rang false in his head. He didn't regret saying them. He meant them. He just hated the truth sitting underneath it. Because God's help him, he wanted her. The kiss had cracked something open. She'd leaned in with soft certainty, and for a second he'd let it happen. Let himself want it. Her lips had tasted like heat and heartbreak. Her hands had moved like she already knew the rhythm of his scars. And that was the problem. He didn't get to want things anymore. Wanting led to Tessa, to blood-soaked forest ground, and the sickening stillness of a body that didn't rise again. Wanting meant getting soft, getting attached, getting shattered. Cora was a storm wrapped in sunlight. She made the forest hum when she laughed. The veil leaned toward her like it was listening. Everything about her terrified him in an addicting way. His lion hadn't stopped pacing since he walked her home the first time. It clawed at his chest, insistent, growling mine even while he shoved the thought down. She was temporary, a flicker, a breeze. She would leave like all things did. He had learned that lesson, carved it deep into the marrow of his bones. Still, when he shut his eyes, all he could see was her face. Damn, he muttered, snatching his coat. The walls were too tight, the silence too loud. He needed a drink, or a distraction, or a damn exorcism. The Silver Fang was quiet this early. The regulars hadn't rolled in yet, and the fire in the hearth was still stretching itself awake. Maeve stood behind the bar, her dark hair pulled back in a short, choppy ponytail, sleeves rolled, polishing a set of glasses like she'd been expecting him. "Trouble?" she said without looking up. He grunted, sliding onto a stool. "Is that what you're calling me now?" She set the glass down. "Nope. That's what's written all over your face. I'm fine." "You're sulking." "I don't sulk. You brood, grumble, stare at walls like they insulted your mother." Maeve poured 2 fingers of dark liquor and set the glass in front of him. "And you only come here before noon when you're unraveling." Callum took the drink, let it burn down his throat. "She kissed me." Maeve blinked, leaned on her elbows. "Ah, so the enchantress made the first move." He didn't answer. That was answer enough. Maeve studied him. "Did you kiss her back?" He nodded once. "And?" He drained the rest of the glass. "Then I told her she didn't want what I am." Maeve's brow lifted. "Real smooth, Casanova. She deserves better." "Better than what?" "A loyal, hard-headed ranger who'd throw himself in front of a cursed relic if it meant keeping her breathing?" He scoffed. "She doesn't know the worst parts yet." "She told you her worst." He looked away. "She'll leave. People like her always do. She's already been running. Why should this town be any different?" Maeve crossed her arms. "Because she's still here." Callum ran a hand through his hair, shoulders tight. "I can't lose someone again, Maeve. I don't come back from it a second time. You want me to be honest? She's gotten under my skin. Hell, I think she's halfway in my bones. And that scares me." Maeve's expression softened. "You're allowed to be scared, Cal. But don't punish her for staying when everyone else didn't." He stared down at the bar. "She makes me feel like something's still alive in me. That's not a weakness. It is when it makes me careless. She's lightning in a jar, Maeve, and the veil sings when she walks. Maybe that's not danger. Maybe it's calling her home." He didn't know what to say to that. He just knew the weight in his chest hadn't budged. Maeve leaned over and smacked his arm. "Get out of your own damn head." Callum grunted, pushing back from the bar. "Appreciate the therapy. Come back when you stop being a coward." He paused at the door. "I'm not a coward." "You are when it comes to letting someone love you," she said without heat. "Stop punishing the world for what you lost." Outside, the sun had crested over the pines. Morning birds sang in the distance. The scent of fresh bread floated from the bakery across the square, and his boots crunched over early dew. He didn't go to patrol. He didn't head for the council glade. His feet found the trail to her cottage without asking. Still, he stayed in the tree line when he saw her. Cora knelt near the herb beds, fingers covered in soil, hair braided messily over one shoulder. She laughed at something one of the birds seemed to have said, her head thrown back, voice bright as their song. The breeze picked up, and the flowers near her gate seemed to sway toward her. The scent of lilac hit him like a memory. His lion sat down inside him, not pacing, not growling, just waiting. Callum knew the truth even if he couldn't say it yet. She wasn't temporary.
Chapter 21. Cora. The raven landed just past the herb garden. It flapped down in a flurry of sleek black feathers, perching on the post of her fence like it owned the damn place. Cora blinked up at it from where she knelt beside a patch of catmint, dirt smeared on her hands, and a bundle of drying sage tucked in her apron. The bird cocked its head. Its eyes were too dark, too knowing. Her stomach dropped, then it opened its beak and let the parchment fall. It fluttered once, landing between the thyme and the tips of her boots. Her breath caught. She didn't need to touch it to know. Blood stained the edges, sharp and cruel against the tan paper. It bloomed in one corner like an ink blot from something ugly. The raven cawed once and lifted off, vanishing into the trees before she could so much as swear at it. Her heart thudded, ears rushing. She didn't move, didn't blink, just stared at the parchment while the breeze tugged at the hem of her skirt, and the leaves rustled like gossip overhead. She knew that handwriting. The blood wasn't necessary. He was here. "Elric," she whispered, and bile clawed up the back of her throat. Eventually, she forced herself to pick up the parchment. Her fingers trembled, but her hands were steady enough to unfold it. The letters were slashed across the page in thick strokes, each one pressed hard into the fibers like he'd tried to scar the paper. Mine. No signature, no need. She shoved the note into the pouch on her hip and stood, legs stiff from kneeling too long. Her magic stirred, humming beneath her skin like it always did when it caught Elric's scent. It was subtle, quiet as a knife slipping between ribs. But it was there. That old thread he'd tied around her with blood and lies. No matter how far she ran, he always knew when she was afraid. Not this time. She wouldn't let him poison this place. She brushed her hands on her apron and forced her feet to move. The soil around her herbs had gone brittle. She reached for her watering can with shaking fingers, lips pressed tight. She would finish the damn chore. She would pretend she hadn't just felt her ribs crack under the weight of one sentence. Because if she ran to Callum now, he'd read the truth in her face. He knew about Elric. He knew she'd been bound, that she'd broken away, and that something old and dangerous might be waking in Hollow Oak. That was enough. He didn't need this. Not after that kiss. Not after what he'd said. You don't want what I am. She understood now. The line between them wasn't just caution. It was survival. He'd made it clear. Keep things professional. Keep things safe. So she would. She'd had enough years depending on someone else. Enough time with her magic caged in someone else's hands. She wouldn't hand the weight of her past to Callum just because it was heavy. That wasn't fair to him. She didn't need him to carry it. She needed to carry it better. She wiped her forehead with her wrist and straightened. Her fingers still itched with the echo of that parchment. The smell of blood clung to the inside of her nose. Elric was here. Somehow he'd found her again, even through the veil's clever folds, even through her careful hiding. But she wasn't the same girl who'd fled him in the middle of the night, spellbook clutched to her chest, her magic raw and gasping. Hollow Oak had changed her. The forest knew her name now. So did the veil. And she wasn't alone. Not truly. Even if Callum stood behind his wall, even if he kept himself steady and silent like the guardian he was, she knew where she could go. She looked down the trail, heart heavy but steady. Miriam would know what to do. The older woman had been quiet when Cora first confessed everything back at the Hearth and Hollow Inn. Not with judgment, but with that look she had, like she was already fitting the pieces together in her head. Like she understood the way blood could become a tether or a weapon. If anyone in Hollow Oak had wisdom beyond spells and council decisions, it was Miriam Caldwell. Cora headed for the trail, hand tightening around the strap of her satchel. The forest watched her as she walked, but its hush felt different now, less threatening, more like it waited for her to make her move. She didn't look back toward Callum's cabin, though every step tugged her chest in that direction. She'd made her choice. Handle this herself. Because even if she was starting to fall for Callum, especially if she was falling for him, love didn't mean running to someone the minute the sky cracked. Love meant knowing when to stand up on your own. And damn it, she was going to.
Chapter 22. Callum. Callum felt the wrongness before sunrise. The veil usually greeted him like an old friend when he left the cabin, a steady hum under his boots and pine on his tongue. This morning it buzzed like a hive poked with a stick. Vines along the trail twitched, jittery. Crows launched from the trees in a ragged flock, calling sharp warnings he could not translate. He rolled his shoulders, trying to shake the unease, then followed routine anyway. He checked ward stones, listened for cracks in the hush, let lion senses scan for threats. Yet the feeling clung, a burr under his skin. By mid-morning he turned toward town, telling himself hot coffee at the Griddle and Grind would clear his head. The square bustled, witches haggling over herbs, shifter kids racing around the fountain, but the air still felt off. Twyla's bell jingled the moment he pushed through the door. The sweet smell of cardamom scones wrapped around him. He lifted a hand in greeting, but Twyla barely glanced his way as she hustled Miriam Caldwell toward the back room. "Stay calm and think," Twyla whispered, voice urgent. "I told her to breathe, child," Miriam answered, worry making the words brittle. Door clicked shut. Curiosity spiked hard. Twyla never shut him out, and Miriam only sounded brittle when someone she loved was hurting. He moved to the counter, planted his palms. No one waited for service, so he leaned in and listened. Voices seeped through the thin wall. "Blood on the parchment," Miriam murmured. Twyla answered. "A raven in daylight, wings blacker than moon shadow. That's old magic, nasty and personal." Callum's gut went tight. Parchment, blood, raven. Cora. He pushed through the back door before second thoughts could bite. Twyla whirled around, teapot halfway to the shelf. Miriam stood by a cluttered work table, kettle steaming beside a scone tin. Both women stiffened at his sudden appearance. "Who sent a raven?" His voice came out low, not quite a growl, but close enough that Twyla's brows shot up. Miriam set the kettle down, wiping her hands on her apron. "Callum!" "Don't soften it," he cut in. "Talk straight." Twyla folded her arms, golden eyes sharp. "Not our story to tell," he glared. "If it threatens Hollow Oak, it is." Miriam held up a calming palm. "Sugar, if you want answers, go ask the girl directly. And maybe think on why she came to us first." The words landed like a slap. He opened his mouth, shut it, shoulder muscles twitching. Twyla tapped a manicured finger on the table. "You ever wonder why folks keep part of themselves hidden around you?" Might be all that scowling. "Don't start," he muttered. "Then go listen," she shot back. "With ears, not claws." He pivoted on his heel, stalking out of the cafe. The square blurred past, colors too bright. Her cottage sat a short walk down the trail, white smoke curling from the chimney. He slowed only when the gate creaked under his hand. Cora knelt by the herb bed, head bowed. At the sound of the gate, she looked up, freckles stark against pale cheeks, eyes shadowed with something heavier than sleeplessness. "You should be resting," Callum said, softer than he felt. She pushed to her feet, brushing dirt from her palms. "Couldn't." He studied her face, the tightness around her mouth, the faint tremor in her fingers. "Why didn't you come to me?" She glanced at the open door, then back. Inside, the cottage smelled of rosemary and damp parchment. On the table lay a folded scrap, edges crusted brown. Beside it sat her sketchbook. She moved past him, lifted the scrap with pinched-tight fingers, and handed it over. Blood had dried rusty, soaking the rough paper. In the center, a single word spiraled, "Mine." Heat detonated behind Callum's sternum, lion roaring awake. He crushed the parchment in his fist, then forced his fingers to ease. "When?" "Yesterday." She wrapped her arms around herself. "A raven delivered it at dusk." "And you didn't tell me." Her eyes flashed. "You made it clear we should keep things professional." His jaw flexed. Professional, safe, a wall he put up and now hated. "Sit," he said, voice gravel. "Tell me every detail." She sat on the sofa, notebook in her lap, picking at the corner. "It landed on my fence while I was in the garden. It dropped the parchment, stared at me, eyes wrong like smoke. Then it flew north. North leads to the forgotten cut." The phrase tasted foul. Crooked gullies and broken ley lines up there. A perfect hideaway for dark ritual. "Anything else?" She opened the sketchbook to a fresh page. Under quick strokes, her charcoal-shaped words, symbols, a map of the surrounding woods. "He knows I'm here," she whispered. "He's using the relic to anchor his claim, pushing the veil until it lets him in." Callum sat opposite, elbows on knees. "Tell me everything about this binding. No pieces missing." She spoke then, voice steady though her hands shook. "About meeting Elric, the tutelage that turned to obsession, the ritual circle lined with nightshade and silver, his knife slicing her palm so their blood mingled, while he whispered chains into existence. She told how she'd snapped the circle with raw panic, how the backlash scorched her magic and freed her body, but left a thread inside her, one Elric could tug across distance. When she finished, the room felt thinner, air stretched tight. Callum's hands had fisted against his thighs without noticing. He forced them loose. "You should have told me this the night you warned the council," he said. No anger, only grit. All of it. I tried. She met his gaze. But you were already carrying so much. And after the kiss, I didn't want to lean on you for every rescue. His pulse kicked at the memory. Lilac and fire. You think I'm worried about being leaned on? You pulled away. Her smile held no humor. I assumed that was the message. He looked down, shame scraping. He had pulled away, shoved her at arm's length, then snarled when she didn't trust his reach. Silence stretched. Fire popped in the grate. Outside, rain started again, light at first, then heavier, drumming on the roof. He stood crossed to the window, the forest blurred behind sheets of water. I made you think you couldn't count on me. That ends now. She rose too, slower. What does that mean? He turned. Resolve settled like armor. We plan. We find the relic. We end his claim. His voice dropped, threat and promise mingling. No raven, no warlock touches this town or you. Her lower lip trembled once, then went stubborn. You can't guard me every second. Watch me. Soft disbelief flickered in her eyes, chased by reluctant hope. You'll need help. I'll take Maeve and Twyla, Edgar for ward work, Varric if he'll leave the glade. She nodded, coming closer until only a mug length separated them. Callum, he held up a hand, palm toward her, not rejecting, just bracing. We fix this first. Then we talk about other things. She exhaled shaky laughter. Always the ranger. Always. Yet his thumb brushed her wrist, a spark of something that felt like promise. He dropped his hand, pushed past the knot in his throat, and moved toward the door. Outside, rain hammered hard, obscuring the path. He stepped through it anyway. The forest waited, restless and ready. Thunder rumbled over Hollow Oak while the ranger plotted war.
Chapter 23. Cora. The sky hovered in that in-between place, not quite morning, not quite storm. A heavy fog clung to the forest floor like breath held too long. Cora adjusted the satchel on her shoulder, fingers tracing the rune charm Miriam had slipped into her palm before she left. Just in case, Miriam had said, squeezing her hand. For grounding. If the magic grabs you again. The charm pulsed against her skin now, warm and steady, but nothing about her heart felt settled. Callum stood just ahead on the trail, arms crossed, golden skin muted in the dim light. His broad back was stiff with tension, muscles coiled tight beneath a dark shirt. He didn't speak, but his presence anchored her, even if he was clearly holding more than his weight. The wind hadn't touched him, yet his jaw was clenched like he'd taken the first punch already. You good? He asked without looking back. She nodded, though her throat felt too tight to answer right away. Yeah, I'm good. He finally turned, eyes scanning her face. Last chance to change your mind. I need to see it again. He held her gaze a second longer than necessary. Then he nodded once and motioned her forward. The relic site sat in a shallow glade surrounded by bone-white trees. The air grew colder with every step they took. The moss beneath her boots felt damp and angry, as if the earth itself bristled at their approach. It hadn't looked like this a week ago. Now the clearing pulsed faint red, subtle but constant, like a heartbeat rising from the soil. The runes glowed softly, not gold, not the silvery shimmer of Hollow Oak's wards. This was the color of raw magic and old wounds. Callum stepped ahead of her, hand resting near his hip like his claws might come without asking. I'll circle the edge. Keep watch. She nodded, throat dry, and stepped into the circle of trees. The moment her foot crossed the outer ring of old carvings, her breath stopped. The pressure hit like diving too deep. Her ears rang, her vision blurred, and then she felt the pull. Magic wrapped around her ankles, slid up her calves. Her knees buckled, she hit the ground with a gasp, her palms pressed into the dirt, and the scent of iron flooded her nose. Cora! Callum's voice tore through the haze, rough and panicked. I'm okay, she choked out. Just something's happening. The sight flared, the world shifted. Suddenly she stood barefoot in another glade, the same altar looming, but now it bled red mist that curled like smoke. The trees wept sap that looked like blood. Overhead the sky cracked open, spilling shadows instead of light. Her heart stuttered. Chains snapped tight around her wrists. She looked down and saw her arms were bound. Red veils swirled from the altar and coiled around her legs like silk and smoke. Her mouth opened to scream, but no sound came. And then she saw him. Elric stepped from the edge of the trees, cloak soaked with crimson, smile as cold as winter wind. His eyes gleamed like polished obsidian. "I found you," he murmured. Cora tried to back away, but her feet stayed rooted. The red veil wrapped tighter around her chest, her throat, her ribs. She couldn't breathe. "You always did run," Elric said, circling her like a predator admiring his prize. "But I'm very good at finding things that belong to me." "I don't," she rasped, though her voice sounded muffled under the veil. "I don't belong to you." His laugh was slow and low, like thunder far off. "You said my name in your sleep, dove. The spell remembers. And now, so do you." The altar cracked open behind him, spilling blinding red light. From it rose ghostly versions of herself. Dozens, each wrapped in veils, each collapsed in chains. 1,000 moments of what-ifs. 1,000 versions of failure. "No," she whispered, stumbling back. "Yes." Elric's smile widened. "You always fall. And this time, I'll be the one to catch you." Suddenly, gold light flared at the edges of the vision. An unhuman roar shook the trees. She turned and saw Callum standing near the dream glade, glowing with lion magic. His eyes burned bright, his fists crackling with power. "You don't touch her," he snarled. Elric looked bored. "You'll break too, lion." Just like the last one. Callum stepped forward and the vision cracked. The red light shattered. The veil tore away. The altar screamed and Cora collapsed. She came to on the forest floor, face cold and slick with tears, breath punching in and out like she'd run for miles. Her body shook. Her magic flickered out of control, sparking at her fingertips. Callum knelt beside her, one hand on her shoulder, the other braced on his thigh. His face was pale, eyes wide, voice tight. "Talk to me." She blinked up at him, then choked on a sob. "He was here. I saw him. Not just in my head, he was here." Callum's jaw clenched. "Elric." She nodded. "I couldn't reach you." "You went quiet. Your body hit the ground like you'd been struck." Cora sat up slowly, every inch of her aching. "The vision. It wasn't just a warning. It was a memory. He's getting stronger. He showed me. Things he's planning. The veil isn't just leaking. He's trying to pull me into it." "Then we fight harder." She looked at him, lips trembling. "There were chains." Red veils. The altar was wide open. His hand curled into a fist against his thigh. "What else?" "I saw you," she whispered. "In the vision. You came for me. And Elric, he knew you." Callum's mouth tightened. "I don't care what he knows." "He won't reach you." Her voice cracked. "I'm scared." He didn't answer right away. He just stared at her, eyes burning like coals, his own jaw ticking like he was holding back the urge to shift right there. But he didn't touch her. He didn't pull her in. Instead, he stood slowly and reached down. "Come on. We're getting you home." Cora took his hand, let him pull her to her feet. Her knees buckled, but she found her balance. Together they left the glade behind. The altar stayed quiet, but the veil still pulsed, and her pulse answered. She didn't know what came next. She only knew she wasn't running again. Not this time.
Chapter 24. Callum. Callum didn't like how light she felt in his arms. Cora hadn't passed out again, but she was pale as snow and silent as stone, her head tipped against his shoulder as he carried her through the trees. Her magic hummed low, erratic, sparking faintly along his arm like it didn't know whether to lash or beg for help. She clutched his shirt with trembling fingers, and even that simple grip lit a fire under his skin. He tried to ignore it. Focus on the path, on her breath, which stayed shallow but steady, on the warmth of her skin seeping into him like sun through stone. "You should have told me it was going to hit that hard," he muttered. "I didn't know," she whispered. Her voice was thin, like paper left out in the rain. "Felt different this time." His jaw tightened. The clearing was already far behind, the trees shifting wider as the trail turned toward his cabin. The forest stayed quiet, like it was holding its breath too. When he pushed open his door, the scent of pine, ash, and clove rushed to greet them. He carried her straight to the sofa, setting her down like she might break in half if he moved too fast. She curled up slowly, blanket already tucked against the side where he'd crashed a dozen times after patrol. "You're gonna lie there," he said gruffly, "and rest. No magic, no movement, no more visions for the day, got it?" Her lips curled faintly. "Yes, Captain Cross." He turned away too quick, pretending he didn't hear how soft that made his name sound. He moved around the cabin, stoking the fire, heating the kettle. The kettle had no idea it was the only damn thing in the room not driving him crazy. Cora's voice cut through the quiet, rougher now. "You're mad." He didn't answer. "You don't get to storm in and be pissed at me for something I didn't plan." Callum turned slowly. She sat up straighter now, cheeks pinking like the spark was coming back. "You don't get to act like you're the only one who carries weight," she said. "I've been carrying mine a long time." He crossed his arms. "And look how well that's gone." She flinched. His stomach sank. He sighed and dragged a hand down his face. "That came out wrong." "No, it didn't," she said, pulling the blanket tighter. "It came out true." "Cora..." "I've always been on my own, Callum. Before Hollow Oak, before Elric. Even when I wasn't physically alone, I was still apart. Never trusted anyone with my mess. Never thought they'd stay." He stepped closer, crouching down in front of her so they were eye level. "I'm still here." "That's not the same as saying you'll stay." The words hit somewhere deep and hard. He'd been pushing her away since the second she got under his skin. He'd told himself it was about protecting her, about protecting the town. But really it had been about not letting himself fall again. He ran a thumb along his jaw, studying her. "You want to know something real?" She nodded. "I'm a hypocrite." His voice dropped, rough and honest. "I told you not to keep secrets. I threw a fit when I found out about Elric, about the relic. But I've been keeping things locked down since the day Tessa died, because the second I let it out, I stopped being useful. And I don't know who I am without that." Her eyes softened, and gods, that was worse than her fury. Her magic pulsed again, subtle and golden, reaching toward him even without her meaning to. "You are not just a ranger," she said. "And you're not a curse," he shot back. The air between them turned thick. He reached up, hand settling against her cheek, thumb grazing the line of her jaw. She leaned in slowly, like waiting for him to pull away again. He didn't. The kiss was slow, intense, not soft like their last one. This was want, clear and raw. His hand moved into her hair, tugging her closer, and she pressed into him with a sigh that damn near undid him. He shifted, pressing her back into the sofa cushions, careful but needy. Her fingers tugged at the collar of his shirt, nails scraping skin. His mouth moved over hers like it had been waiting, like it already knew the rhythm. Her legs brushed his thigh, heat blooming everywhere their bodies met. His lion roared approval, clawing at his chest. She gasped his name into his mouth, and he drank it in, barely holding himself back. But something pulled at him, deep and sharp. He broke the kiss. Cora blinked up at him, lips parted, breath heavy. "Callum..." "You don't want this," he whispered again, forehead resting against hers. "I do," she whispered back. "That's the problem." He closed his eyes. They stayed tangled like that. Lips swollen, breath uneven, wanting more but knowing better. After a moment, he sat back, rubbing a hand over his face like that had erased the taste of her from his mouth. It didn't. She touched his hand, just once. "We'll figure it out," she said. He nodded, still catching his breath. "But not tonight." She stood slowly, pulling the blanket tighter around her shoulders. He walked her back under the hush of twilight, their hands brushing once but not twining. "Not yet, not yet." The scent of lilacs followed him long after she shut her door.
Chapter 25. Cora. Twyla Honeytree's blessing dinners were legendary, or so Cora had been warned. But nothing could have prepared her for the magic of it. It wasn't the spells, or at least not the kind cast with wands or whispered words. It was the way the entire town showed up just as the fireflies began to stir, how laughter wove through the trees like silk, how the wind smelled like rosemary and roasted peaches. The glade behind the griddle and grind had been transformed. Tables stretched beneath a canopy of fairy lanterns strung through the branches, each one glowing with a warmth that hummed of hearth and hope. Bright quilts had been draped over logs and benches, hand-stitched and mismatched, soft with years of stories soaked into their seams. Cora stood near the outer edge, fingers curled around a honey-sweet mug of spiced cider, soaking it all in. She wore a deep green wrap dress that Twyla had accidentally left on her cottage hook that morning with a note. "Wear it, and brush your hair, Stardust." She had, mostly. "Tell me you're not hiding back here," a voice teased. Cora turned to see Maeve leaning against a tree, looking entirely too smug in a dark wine-colored tunic and leather pants that made her look like she belonged in a tavern ballad. "I'm not hiding," Cora said, though it sounded unconvincing even to her. "I'm surveying." "You're blushing." "No, I'm warm." Maeve's smirk widened. "Sure." Cora smiled, though her heart fluttered in her chest. This is a lot." Maeve tilted her head, sharp eyes softening. "Good lot, though. You belong here. We see it, even if you don't yet. And you need this. Hell, I think we all do about now." Cora looked out over the crowd. Edgar Tansley was juggling glowing fruit while children shrieked with laughter. Miriam was serving her famous buttered rolls from a basket lined in plaid. Even Emmett Hollowell was there, nodding politely from the edge of the circle, arms folded like always, but face softer than usual. And there, across the table-lined clearing, stood Callum. He wasn't dressed up. That man barely changed out of his fitted work shirts and worn boots. But tonight the sleeves had been rolled, and the buttons undone just enough to see the curve of his collarbone of his flannel. His hair was tousled from either wind or stubbornness. His eyes found her through the crowd, and that one look had her heat spiking under her skin. "I'm not sure if I'm dreaming," she whispered. Maeve laughed. "Then don't wake up. Just go walk over and let him look at you like that from a little closer." Cora hesitated. "You think he—" "Cora." Maeve looked almost offended. "The man looks at you like you're the first spell that's ever worked." That pushed her over the edge. Cora made her way across the glade, skirt brushing against wild thyme and clover, cider warm in her hand, and something even warmer fluttering in her chest. When she stopped in front of him, Callum didn't say anything at first. He just stared, blue eyes tracing her face like he was memorizing it. "You clean up all right," he said finally, voice rough but fond. "You're not so bad yourself, Ranger." He gestured to her cider. "That spiked?" "Nope, I'm high on roasted vegetables and compliments." He smiled. Barely. But it reached his eyes. Twyla's voice rang out from the center of the clearing, cutting through the soft hum of conversation. "All right, my loves. We're gathered tonight because the Vale's restless, and times are strange. But that's not new, is it? What's new is strength, right here." She pointed toward Callum and Cora, eyes twinkling. "Our town holds strong because we've got bonds forming where the magic needs it most. The forest listens. So should we." A cheer broke out, loud and playful. Someone hollered, "Bless the Vale and the Ranger's future wife." Cora nearly choked on her cider. Callum's ears turned pink. Twyla didn't miss a beat. Now, don't go picking wedding dates just yet, but I do believe in honoring what the veil wants. And tonight, it seems to want joy, connection, maybe a little matchmaking. So eat, drink, and let yourselves be seen. Cora turned to Callum wide-eyed. I didn't plan this, he muttered. I figured, she said with a soft laugh. Your matchmaking skills don't usually involve roasted squash and dancing. I do like squash, he said, eyes serious. She bit her lip, holding back a grin. Good to know. As the music started with a fiddle and soft drums, they sat at one of the edge tables. The food was simple but perfect. Spiced root veggies, braised greens, warm apple tarts. Cora watched him across the table, his broad hands curled around a mug, his shoulders finally relaxing. He caught her watching. What? She shrugged. I think I'm starting to believe this place wants me. It does. He didn't hesitate. I do. Her breath caught with skeptical hope. Even with... He leaned in. All of it. They didn't kiss. They didn't need to. The warmth between them buzzed like a thread pulled taut, humming with possibility. That declaration was more than enough. But beneath it, a quiet question still rested in the back of her mind. Elric, the altar. The storm she knew was still gathering. Callum must have sensed it. You all right? She nodded. Sometimes when everything's this good, it's hard not to wait for it to break. His jaw ticked. We don't break. We bend. That's what Hollow Oak's made for. And if I can start to realize that, then you can too. That settled something deep inside her. As the stars pushed their way through the sky, as music and laughter bloomed louder, Cora let herself believe. Maybe this wasn't a borrowed dream. Maybe this town, the people, the magic, the grumpy lion sitting beside her, wanted her to stay. Because she knew in her heart she didn't want to run anymore. Not from this.
Chapter 26. Callum. The laughter from Twyla's glade had faded, but it still echoed in Callum's chest. He hadn't known what to expect when he agreed to go to that dinner. Honestly, he'd planned to show up, grunt through a drink, and leave before the fiddles got warmed up. That was the safe choice. But then he saw her. Cora had been standing near the edge of the firelight, wrapped in a deep green dress that moved like forest wind. Her hair was half pulled back, loose strands curling around her face like vines reaching for light. She didn't need to cast spells to shift the world around her. She just had to smile. And he'd felt it, that shift, down to the marrow. Hollow Oak had always been quiet with him. The trees bowed but never breathed. The veil bent but never sang. But tonight, standing beside her with the town watching, he'd felt it all breathe in unison. Not just the land, him. His chest, usually tight with grief and duty, had cracked open just enough to let something warm crawl in. They'd walked away from the glade in comfortable silence. No patrol to chase, no danger to track, just her beside him, close enough to touch, her shoulder brushing his with every few steps. Moonmirror Lake peeked through the trees like it was waiting. When they reached the shoreline, Cora kicked off her shoes and stepped onto the pebbled sand, sighing as the lake breeze caught the skirt and tousled her curls. The moon shimmered on the surface like spilled silver, and the whole clearing lit soft and pale like a memory. Callum stayed back a few steps, hands shoved deep in his pockets. I come here when I need quiet. She turned, that half smile playing at her lips. I thought you lived in quiet. Too much of anything turns into noise. She tilted her head, studying him like she could hear the words he didn't say. Then why bring me? He took a breath and pulled the folded parchment from his pocket. Because I wanted to give you this. She blinked as he handed it to her, a slow curiosity sparking in her eyes. She opened it gently, like it might crumble if she moved too fast. Then she read. She walks like the wind is waiting for her to hum. The forest bows when she passes, not in fear, in recognition. Her fingers trembled on the edges of the paper. Callum looked away, heart hammering, fists clenching inside his jacket pockets. Wrote it when I should have been setting ward anchors. That first week you were here. Couldn't get your voice out of my head, she whispered. Even then? I didn't want to, he said, voice gruff. Did everything I could not to. She looked up, tears shining in her eyes. But you did. I saw you, he said again, softer this time, and I haven't stopped. She stepped forward, not fast, not dramatic, just one step, one moment where her body answered the same pull his had been denying for weeks. You kept that poem in your pocket? He managed a half smile. Didn't know what else to do with it. Her hand rose, fingers brushing his cheek. Not forceful, not needy, just there, warm and real and unshaking. You're still scared, she said. Terrified, he admitted. But you're here. I'm here. And then she kissed him. It wasn't a question. It wasn't cautious. It was fire and forgiveness, salt and sweetness. It was the sound of every wall crashing in, every no he'd told himself since Tessa's last breath, finally giving way to something that felt like living again. He responded with everything he had. His hand went to her waist, the other to her back, pulling her flush against him as the lake glimmered behind them. Her arms wound around his shoulders, and her lips moved over his like they already knew the shape of him. When she gasped softly, he let out a low groan and deepened the kiss, pressing her closer. The world narrowed down to her mouth, her warmth, her scent, all of it burning into him. His lion didn't pace this time. It purred. He broke the kiss first, breath heaving like he'd just come through a sprint. I can't, if we keep going. She nodded, lips swollen, cheeks flushed. I know. He pressed his forehead to hers. Cora. I'm not going anywhere, she whispered. You don't have to say it. Not yet. His heart slammed into his ribs. His lion settled. She wasn't asking for declarations. She was offering trust. He pulled back just enough to meet her eyes. My cabin's closer. She smiled, slow and knowing. Then lead the way, Ranger. They walked back along the trail, shoulder to shoulder, moonlight flickering between the trees like it was lighting the path just for them. His hand brushed hers once, then again, and finally he laced their fingers together. He didn't say what his lion was already shouting in his chest, but he would, soon.
Chapter 27. Cora. The door clicked shut behind them, sealing the world out. Cora stood just inside the threshold of Callum's cabin, breath shallow, skin tingling. The air inside was warm, thick with pine and cedar smoke, and the scent of him. That deep, masculine blend of earth and spice that made her body hum before he even touched her. She could feel him everywhere, and he hadn't even laid a hand on her yet. He turned slowly. The shadows bent around his massive frame, blue eyes locked on hers, dark and full of restraint he wouldn't be able to hold on to much longer. The moonlight hit him just right, illuminating the shaggy brown and gold waves of his hair, the sharp cut of his cheekbones, and the tight stretch of his t-shirt over a body built by years of patrol and protection. She stepped forward, fingers brushing the edge of the old wooden table as she passed. Her magic stirred inside her, not chaotic, not spiking. It moved with his presence, like leaves swaying to a steady wind. He met her in the middle, towering over her but still, waiting. She reached up, cupped his face in both hands. You don't have to be careful. His jaw flexed beneath her thumbs. I've only ever wanted to be careful with you. Her lips parted. He kissed her, slow, anchoring, the kind of kiss that said stay. That said mine. Her spine melted, her stomach twisted into heat, and her pulse pounded behind her ribs. Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. Eventually, he kissed her, slow, reverent, and gently pulled out, drawing a shudder from her lips. She whimpered at the loss. Callum gathered her against him, cradling her close as he lay back, his chest rising and falling fast beneath her cheek. He pressed a kiss to the crown of her head, voice barely above a whisper. "You're safe," he said, "with me." Cora didn't just want to believe it. She did.
Chapter 28. Callum. Morning light streamed through the cabin's shutters, soft and dappled, drifting over tangled blankets and pale limbs. Callum woke first, as he always did, instinct tugging him to consciousness before the sun had fully climbed. But this dawn felt different, peaceful in a way he hadn't tasted since childhood. Cora lay curled against his side, hair a pale spill across his chest. Her freckles stood out against fair skin, still flushed from the fire they'd shared the night before. One hand rested over his heart, fingers twitching slightly each time he exhaled. A smile ghosted over her lips, and every time she breathed in, she sighed like the world was safe. He studied her, letting the quiet sink deep. Pine smoke lingered from the banked hearth, mingling with the lilac and skin scent that now lived on his sheets. His lion stretched lazy under his skin, finally content. He brushed a strand of hair from her cheek. She stirred, eyes blinking open, green as fresh leaves and still heavy with sleep. A smile bloomed when she saw him. "Hey," she whispered, voice husky. "Hey, yourself." His thumb traced the soft plane of her cheekbone. "Sleep all right." "Better than all right." She shifted, pressing a light kiss to his collarbone. "Feels like the nightmares forgot my name." He swallowed the lump in his throat, marveling at how a single sentence could both warm and gut him. "Good. They're not welcome here." She settled back, head on his chest, fingers drawing lazy patterns along his ribs. "Does this mean I'm allowed to stay?" "As long as you want." His voice came out low and rough with honesty. "But I need to patrol in a bit." Dawn report. "I know. Ranger duties." She stretched like a cat, blanket sliding to her waist. "Let me make breakfast." "You'll burn the cabin down," he teased, already sliding from the bed. She tossed a pillow at him. "One toast incident, and I'm branded for life. I can't believe Miriam told you that." He caught the pillow, laughing softly. "Stay. I'll handle food." He tugged on worn jeans and a faded shirt, then padded to the stove. While coffee brewed, he scrambled eggs, added wild mushrooms he'd foraged yesterday. Cora wrapped herself in the blanket and joined him, leaning against the counter, hair a golden halo in the morning light. They ate standing close, stealing bites, bumping shoulders. Domesticity felt strange and perfect. After dishes were rinsed, he tugged on boots, strapped his ranger blade to his hip. "I'll sweep the northern ridge, check ward stones. Be back before midday." Cora frowned, foot tapping. "The northern ridge is close to the forgotten cut." "Exactly why I'm going." He brushed a kiss across her forehead. "Stay here. Rest." She opened her mouth to protest. He narrowed his eyes. "Promise me." She sighed. "Fine." He lingered at the doorway, gaze tracing her in the glow of the cabin. Something inside whispered that leaving was a mistake, but duty called louder. "Lock the door." "Go, Captain Cross," she said, rolling her eyes. "I'll be here when you get back." The trail felt wrong the moment he stepped under the pines. Birds stayed silent. Squirrel chatter went still. The veil hummed off-key, a vibration beneath the soil that rattled his teeth. He pushed faster, boots pounding the mossy path. At the first ward stone, the runes flickered red instead of silver. Damn! A second stone further on glowed the same sick color, thin cracks spidering over its surface. His gut twisted. Blood magic. Fresh. He broke into a run. At the rise overlooking Hollow Oak's northern barrier, he saw it. A tear in the veil, jagged and pulsing crimson, like someone had clawed reality open. And in front of it stood a figure cloaked in black, arms outstretched, hands coated in swirling red sigils. Callum's heart pounded. He knew without ever seeing him before. Elric. The warlock's head turned, as if he sensed the lion's presence. Pale hair spilled over a sharp face. Black eyes glinted like oil on water. A slow smile curved his lips. "Easy, beast," Elric called, voice carrying on a wind that smelled of ash. "I'm only here for what's mine." The veil hissed, sparks of red lightning spitting from the tear, singeing the ground. Callum felt the forest recoil. His lion surged, claws itching to rip. He stepped forward, hand on the hilt of his blade. "Back off this land, warlock." Last warning. Elric laughed. "You think you can stop me? I forged the chain tying your little fay to my will, long before this town tucked her under your paw." Callum's pulse thundered. He opened his mouth, but a soft gasp behind him froze the words. Cora. She stood halfway down the slope, green dress from last night fluttering in the sinister wind, cheeks paled with horror. She must have followed minutes after he'd left. Her eyes locked on Elric, then on the glowing wound in the veil. Fear warred with anger on her face. Callum's blood chilled. "I told you to stay at the cabin." "I couldn't," she whispered, voice shaking. Elric's smile widened into something feral. "There you are, Dove." Callum stepped sideways, blocking her with his body. Power coiled under his skin. He felt his eyes flash amber. "You're done talking to her." Elric lifted his hands. Blood dripped from his palms, feeding the crackling tear behind him. The ground shook, roots splitting the soil like snakes. "I barely started." Cora moved to Callum's side, fingers brushing his arm. "It's okay," she lied for both of them. "I'm not his." Elric's laugh turned sharp. "A claim doesn't vanish because you wish it so. The stone altar waits, the veil knows, and I will have what is mine." The wound in the barrier widened with a roar, a tidal wave of red light. Callum braced, pushing Cora behind him. The energy battered against his chest like a physical blow. He dug his boots into the earth, every instinct screaming to protect. But his lion wasn't enough to mend a broken veil. Cora's magic flickered at his back, gold sparks dancing from her fingertips. She was ready to fight, ready to burn through every last ounce of power if it meant stopping Elric. He couldn't let her. He risked a glance over his shoulder and saw tears sliding down her cheeks, pain and fury and helpless love all twisted together. Elric raised his hands higher. "Choose, Faye. Come willingly, or I drag this whole town into the cut," Callum snarled. "Over my dead body." "That can be arranged," Elric purred. The veil split with a crack like shattering glass. Callum lunged forward. Cora screamed his name. Red light swallowed the ridge, and then darkness slammed into him.
Chapter 29. Cora. Cora knelt beside Callum's sprawled body on the ridge, her palms glowing with desperate gold as she checked the slow rise of his chest. The veil tear had sealed the moment Elric vanished, leaving a slick red scar in the air that crackled before fading. Now only bent grass and scorched roots marked the fight, but she could feel the echo humming through the earth, a bruise beneath hollow oak skin. "Come on, big cat," she whispered, voice hoarse. "Breathe deeper." He lay half-shifted, claws dulled back into fingers, amber gone from his eyes. Blood trickled at his hairline where he'd slammed into a fallen branch. Her magic pulsed again, suturing the worst of the cut, but exhaustion tugged at every thread of her own power. Callum groaned, lashes fluttering. His hand twitched and caught the hem of her dress like he needed to prove she was still there. "Easy," she soothed. "It's just me." His eyes opened, dazed blue, pupils slow to focus. "You... safe?" "For the moment, yes." Relief flooded her voice, though her heart still pounded. Elric ran once the veil closed. Callum tried to sit. Pain speared across his features. She pressed him back gently. "No heroics. We get to walk away today." "I can walk," he muttered. "Then do it with help." She slung his arm over her shoulders. He outweighed her by plenty, but the adrenaline let her manage. Together they staggered down the slope, following the hush of pines until his cabin came into view. Lantern light shone through the single front window. She'd left it burning that morning and felt grateful now for the faint welcome. Inside, she guided him to the bed. He collapsed onto the mattress with a grunt, boots thudding on wooden planks. The room smelled of pine resin, burnt coffee from the forgotten pot, and the lingering warmth of last night's fire from them not banking it properly before leaving. Cora fetched a clean cloth from the wash basin, dabbed blood from his brow. Callum watched her through heavy lids, expression tight with pain and something softer. "Tea," she said, forcing brightness into her tone. "Chamomile, elderflower, a bit of honey. You drink, then sleep." He caught her wrist before she could stand. "Stay." Just one word, heavy with all the things they hadn't said in the chaos. It snapped tight around her heart, but she managed a small smile. "I'm not going far. Promise." His grip loosened. Exhaustion dragged him down, and soon his breathing deepened, slow and even. She brushed damp strands of hair from his forehead, letting her fingers linger against warm skin. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I never wanted this for you." Her magic fluttered tiredly at her fingertips, longing to stay to keep watch. But guilt slithered in, rough and cold, reminding her of Elric's words and the veil's red wound. If she stayed, Callum would bleed for her, over and over, until nothing of his own life remained. She rose, moving quietly across the floor. On the table by the door sat his field journal, a battered pen, a folded scrap of blank parchment. She steadied shaking hands and wrote, "Callum, I have to end this before Hollow Oak breaks. I need to face him alone. You cannot shoulder my curse any longer. Please forgive me for leaving while you slept. You mean more to me than anyone ever has. Thank you for showing me what it's like to be truly accepted. Cora." Ink blotted at the corner where a tear slipped down her cheek. She folded the note, set it on his pillow beside the steady rise of his breath. Outside, birds hadn't started their morning chorus yet. Perhaps even they sensed the veil's unrest. She slipped through the door, closing it without a sound. She hadn't lied, really. She wasn't going far. Mist curled along the path as she crossed the clearing, her sandals soaking through almost instantly. Every footstep felt like a goodbye. The forest loomed ahead, ancient and watchful. For years she'd run from binding, from fear, from a claim forged in blood. Now she moved toward it, every nerve taut with purpose. The trail to the relic wound north, skirting the edge of Moonmirror Lake before climbing toward the forgotten cut. She passed the place where goldenrod and foxglove grew thick, where the path still bore faint scorch marks from the first veil surge. Morning bees buzzed half-heartedly around the flowers, unaware of storms brewing in deeper shadows. Half a mile in, she paused, catching her breath against the trunk of a maple. Her legs trembled, not from fatigue but from the ghost of Callum's warmth, the memory of being safe in his arms. She pressed a fist to her chest, willing herself not to turn back. "If you love him, you keep him safe," she told the quiet. The forest didn't answer. It listened. She walked on. As the land rose, the air grew colder, heavy with iron. The canopy thinned, branches reaching like skeletal fingers toward a sky blushing pink. When she crested the final ridge, the glade spread before her, white trees encircling the altar that pulsed faintly even in daylight. The runes glowed a dull crimson. Cora swallowed hard, stepping past the ring of carved stones. The moment her foot touched the inner circle, the ground vibrated. Heat licked up her calves, and the altar's pulse quickened. She unclasped the satchel at her hip, pulling free a bundle. Miriam's grounding charm, a sprig of hawthorn from Twyla, and a vial of silver ash Edgar had handed her, in case you need to dull a spell. They felt like small weapons against something as vast and vile as Elric's claim, but they were all she had. She drew a chalk circle around her feet, whispering the old Fey words of anchoring that her grandmother had taught her, words she'd barely used since childhood games turned into grown-up trauma. The air shimmered, gold flecks swirling as her magic answered. The altar's pulse stuttered, recognizing opposition. Then a voice slithered from the stone. "Dove!" It curled around her name like smoke, dripping with amusement and hunger. You came. Cora's throat tightened. She forced her voice steady. Let the claim go, Elric. End this. The pulse quickened, the crack in the altar leaking thicker red light. Images flared, visions of chains, of Callum's body sprawled lifeless, of hollow oak burned to ash. She clenched her jaw, breathing through the terror. You think to bargain? Elric whispered. You have nothing I want except yourself, and you have already promised that. She opened the vial of ash, sprinkling the dust across the glowing runes. They hissed, light flaring then sputtering. Pain sparked behind her eyes, but she pressed on, chanting grounding words, weaving her own light through the cracks. For a heartbeat, gold overwhelmed red. The pulse faltered. Then a blade of agony lanced through her palm, an invisible cut reopening old scar tissue. Blood welled, bright and traitorous, dripping onto the altar. The runes flared brighter, greedier. Cora screamed, stumbling but refusing to fall. She threw the hawthorn sprig into the crack. Light exploded, crimson battling gold in a storm of sparks. Somewhere behind her, a branch snapped, a heavy footfall. She spun, heart dropping. Not Callum, not yet. A shadow moved at the tree line, watching. Her pulse thundered. She had to finish this before he arrived, before anyone else suffered for her mistakes. She raised her bleeding palm, letting blood drip in a circle at her feet. The grounding charm throbbed warm against her wrist. She poured every ounce of magic she had into the circle, into the words, into the silent plea that the forest hear her and help her sever the chain. Gold light blazed up like sunrise. The altar shrieked, the crack widening, red weakening. Elric's voice howled in her mind. You belong to me. No. Tears streamed down her cheeks, salt on her lips. I belong to myself. The circle flared brighter, and for one breathless moment she felt the chain snap. Relief punched through her chest. Then everything went black. She didn't feel her body hit the ground, didn't hear the frantic roar echoing through the glade moments later. Only the quiet certainty that she'd done it. For Callum, for Hollow Oak, and for herself. Then nothing at all.
Chapter 30. Callum. The cabin felt too quiet. Callum's eyes snapped open, senses flaring. The fire on the hearth had died to a faint orange glow, and dawn slanted pale light across rumpled blankets. His first instinct was reach, gather, protect. His hand met empty linen still warm with her heat. Cora? No answer. He sat up, vision blurring for half a heartbeat from the crack Elric's magic had put in his skull. Pain meant he was alive. Pain meant he had slept too long. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed, muscles screaming protest, and saw the folded parchment on the pillow. He knew before he touched it. Callum, I have to end this before Hollow Oak breaks. I need to face him alone. You cannot shoulder my curse any longer. Please forgive me for leaving while you slept. You mean more to me than anyone ever has. Thank you for showing me what it's like to be truly accepted. Cora, the words blurred as rage and fear crashed together in his chest. He stood, the note crumpling in his fist. She thought walking away would save them. She thought facing a blood-bound monster alone meant safety. For him, for the town. She thought he would let her. A low growl rumbled up his throat. He pushed outside, bare feet slapping the porch boards. The forest greeted him with charged silence. Squirrels hid, birds held their breath. The veil itself felt off balance, like a door left ajar in high wind. Her lilac scent lingered in the moss near the steps, bright and desperate, leading north. He caught it, lungs filling until they ached. His skin rippled, bones stretched. Pain lanced hot, familiar and brutal. Muscle reformed, fur erupted, claws unsheathed. He hit the ground on 4 paws, golden and massive. The lion finally given its head. The world sharpened to scent and sound, to prey and threat, to one clear purpose: find her. He took off through the undergrowth, each stride devouring ground. Pine needles exploded under his paws. Branches whipped past. The rhythm of the hunt rode his blood, equal parts terror and fury. If Elric had harmed her, if she had sacrificed herself, he would raise the entire forgotten cut to ash. The ridge trails were wrong. Ward stones that should have hummed silver now flickered red again, veins of dark magic spidering across their surfaces. Roots twisted, trees leaned away, and brambles grabbed at anything passing. The forest itself felt poisoned by the relic's pulse. He skidded to a halt at the charred scar where they had fought yesterday. Her scent veered west, faint but steady, laced with blood and something acrid, like burned hawthorn. The lion snarled. He pressed on. Every heartbeat slammed memory against his skull. The last moments with Tessa, her body cooling beneath his hands, the veil shattering while he watched helpless. He had not been fast enough then. He would be fast enough now. He crossed a shallow creek, water splashing cool against his legs. Mud carried tracks, delicate footprints, quick and determined, no second set. She was alone. He scented again, caught the copper tang of blood drops and ran harder. The trees changed, bark bleaching paler, branches skeletal. The forgotten cut loomed ahead, a place where ley lines tangled and dreams curdled. The air throbbed with red static. His hackles rose, fur bristling. Each breath tasted of rust. She was close. Through the trees he saw the altar glade. The white trunks formed a ragged circle around the stone, now unsheathed and glowing, claiming. The runes pulsed like open wounds, and in their center, sprawled on the ground, lay Cora. She looked impossibly small from this distance. Green dress splayed like crushed leaves, blonde hair tangled with earth. No movement, no sound. The roar tore out of him before he could leash it, a sound that rattled birds from branches and shook leaves free from limbs. Anger, grief, love, terror, all laid bare in one unholy sound. He bounded into the glade, paws gouging trenches in the soil, eyes blazing amber. He stopped over her, nudging her shoulder with his muzzle, praying for breath, for pulse, for anything. Her eyelashes fluttered. A weak exhale eased from her lips. Alive, barely. The lion's roar faded to a guttural snarl as Callum closed the last yards to the altar, only to slam to an invisible halt. A wall of crimson energy arced up the instant his boot crossed the inner ring, cracking like lightning and flinging him backward onto the moss. Pain streaked through every nerve. The stench of burning ozone filled the glade. "Cora!" He pushed to his knees, breath ragged. She lay inside the circle, mere steps away, but a world apart. The white trees had split their roots, exposing the relic completely. A stone altar half buried yesterday, now fully unearthed. Runes blazing, red light roiling in a dome that wrapped her like glass. Thin chains of scarlet magic coiled from the altar to her wrists, ankles, throat, ethereal but solid, pulsing in time with her heartbeat. Her back arched as a fresh wave of power ripped through the bindings. A strangled cry tore from her lips. Callum lunged again. The barrier met him with a blast of heat so fierce it blistered the skin on his forearm before he stumbled away. "Stay out, beast!" Elric's disembodied voice echoed from the runes, smug and distant. "Only the bound may pass." Callum's vision blurred with fury. He paced the edge of the circle, fists clenched, every instinct screaming to shift, to tear, to save. Each time he tested the barrier, red lightning lashed out, searing flesh and driving him back. Inside, Cora's eyelids fluttered. Gold sparks tried to flare at her fingertips, only to be swallowed by the crimson chains. Tears slipped down her temples as she fought, silent and trapped. "Hold on," he rasped, voice cracking. "I'm here. I'm not leaving you." She managed a faint shake of her head. Warning or apology, he couldn't tell. One word formed on her lips, silent but clear. "Run!" He roared in denial, the sound rattling leaves from the high branches. Outside the circle, the forest bent in the gale of his grief. Inside, the relic pulsed brighter, savoring her pain. Callum dropped to his knees, forehead pressed to the barrier so the scorched air singed his skin. "I'm not running." I swear on every star, Cora, I'll break this. I'll bring the whole damn forest down if I have to. Her eyes met his, shining with equal parts agony and gratitude, before fluttering closed again. The crimson dome pulsed one final time, then settled, quiet, impenetrable, humming with Elric's renewed claim. Callum stayed rigid on the moss, throat raw, helpless fury pounding in his veins while dawn light bled across the glade, and the scarlet runes burned their silent warning into his soul.
Chapter 31. Cora. Evening light filtered through the bone-pale trees like thin ribbons, cool and fragile. Yet the air inside the crimson dome felt fever-hot. Every breath Cora drew tasted of copper and smoke. Her wrists still stung where the chains of spell light had coiled before fading to faint red cuffs that tethered her to nothing but pulsing air. She tried to lift her hands, willing even a flicker of golden magic to answer, but the spell muted everything, sluicing her power into the altar the way a dam redirects a river. On the far side of the circle, Callum paced, shoulders tight, eyes glowing ember-bright as he tested the barrier again and again. Each impact sent scarlet sparks flying, scorching his skin. She watched every failed attempt with equal parts admiration and dread. The forest watched too, leaves trembling overhead yet unable to interfere. "Stop hurting yourself," she called, voice cracking. He pressed both palms against the barrier, and the red energy hissed at his touch. "Not until it breaks." "Callum," she pleaded, "you said you would find help. Please go." His jaw clenched, muscles rippling beneath sun-kissed skin. Anger and fear simmered in his vibrant blue eyes. "I am not leaving you with him. He is not here." Her heart thudded at the half-lie. Elric was not visible, but she could feel his attention coiled around the relic like a serpent ready to strike. "This field feeds on your fury. You make it stronger." He cursed softly, stepping back, flexing his burned hands. "I will be back with Edgar and the council. We will crack it open." She nodded, forcing a calm she did not feel. "Be careful." He met her gaze, something raw flickering there. She felt as if she knew what he wanted to say, and she did her best to show it back, not daring to speak the words aloud, especially with Elric circling them. He turned, shifted in a heartbeat, fur rippling gold, then plunged into the trees. The moment his paws left the boundary line, the dome brightened, as if gloating at her solitude. The hush that followed wrapped around her shoulders like a damp cloak. Cora sank to her knees, palms pressing the mossy ground. The altar pulsed a foot away, runes glowing with Elric's claim. She closed her eyes, reaching inward, searching for even the faintest echo of her own power. It answered like a bird beating inside a cage, frantic but trapped. "Talk to me," she whispered to the stone itself. "You feel everything. You must feel me too." No answer came, but the red glow intensified, bathing her pale skin in scarlet. She drew a shaky breath, deciding words were all she had left. "You feed on bonds, don't you? On promises twisted by blood. Elric thinks he made me his, but I won't be another link in his chain. Hollow Oak has been nothing except kind. If you need a sacrifice, take me, not the town." The altar sparked as if laughing. Heat licked across her arms, forcing a flinch. Still, she pressed on. "I know magic chooses its own rules, but I offer a trade. My life for the safety of this place, these people. They never asked for my trouble." Her voice cracked. "Callum never asked for my trouble." Tears blurred the trees, but she blinked them clear. She imagined the cozy porch of Miriam's Inn, the taste of Twyla's blackberry mead, the lazy curve of Moonmirror Lake at twilight. She imagined Callum's rough hands cupping her face, his scent lingering on her skin after dawn. These images steadied her, even as the altar's hum grew stronger, thumping like a second heartbeat. She inhaled deeper, pushing her thoughts outward, hoping the veil might still hear her through the cage. "Let his forest thrive," she murmured. "Let the wards hold, the children grow, the council watch over their own daylight after daylight. Please." Silence at first, then a whisper of wind wound through the trees beyond the barrier. Leaves stirred in a small spiral, lifting a handful of dry needles that drifted downward again. She almost believed the relic listened, that perhaps some ancient consciousness lingered in the runes and roots. But then laughter curled out of the altar like smoke. Soft, mocking, familiar. Cora's stomach twisted. She forced herself to her feet, the red cuffs crackling at her wrists, and turned toward the opposite side of the circle. A shadow seeped from behind a birch trunk, pulling shape as it stepped into the glade. Elric Durant looked unchanged since her nightmare vision. Pale hair immaculate despite the damp air, cloak stitched with runic thread that shimmered faint red under the dome's glow. His eyes, black as obsidian, glittered with amusement. "Begging the stone to spare your quaint little village," he drawled. "How charming!" Cora steadied her breath. Fear coiled, but she refused to back away. "I offered myself. Hollow Oak is innocent." "Innocent?" Elric smiled, slow and curved. "You think the veil cares about innocence? It cares about strength, about appetite." He stepped to the edge of the dome. The barrier parted for him like water. He entered without resistance, and the red cuffs around Cora's wrists brightened in response. Pain zinged up her arms, but she kept her face neutral, refusing to give him the satisfaction of a cry. Elric's gaze flicked to the spot where Callum had stood, the moss still scorched from his attempts. "Your lion runs in circles, but circles do not break chains." "He will come back," she said, voice firm. "Oh, I want him to." Elric's smile stretched wider. "Rage sharpens the binding. Every time he claws at the barrier, the link between you and the relic tightens. Your sacrifice, as you call it, will not preserve Hollow Oak. It will merge you with the altar, feed it eternal blood." Cora's pulse hammered. "What do you want?" "Only what was promised." He reached for her cheek with gloved fingers, but a spark of instinct flared behind her ribs and she jerked back. His smile did not falter. "You belong with me." "You always did. And with your power properly harnessed, we will rip open the veil completely." Her stomach rolled. "You want to destroy everything. For what? A twisted fantasy of power?" "For evolution," he replied, as if discussing weather. "Fae, shifter, witch, warlock, human, all their magic free to mingle without that flimsy curtain. You should be honored to stand at my side when it falls." She spat at his feet. "I'd rather bleed my last drop into the dirt." "That can be arranged," he said lightly. He glanced at the altar. "But first, I must inscribe the final sigil. Your lion may bring more friends. Let them watch. Let them learn futility." Elric turned his back to her, drawing a dagger from within his cloak. The blade gleamed silver in the red light. He knelt beside the stone, pressing the tip to a fresh patch of rune-scarred surface. As his blood met the markings, the altar shivered, the dome's hue deepening to an ominous maroon. Cora closed her eyes, tears slipping free at last. She thought of Callum's promise, his roar shaking the glade. If she could hold on, if she could keep breathing, he would find a way. He always did. But as Elric's laughter rose, cold and triumphant, hope felt thin as spider silk.
Chapter 32. Callum. The council chamber smelled of candle wax and fear. Callum's voice had torn through the roundhouse not an hour ago, pouring everything he witnessed into the stunned silence. The crimson dome, the runes bleeding light, Cora's body chained by spell lines. Maeve cursed under her breath, Edgar fumbled vials of ward ash, and Varric's weathered face turned gray beneath wolf-etched braids. They argued. They debated sigils and counter-runic geometry. They spoke of gathering every witch and warlock for a full-circle severance. of bringing down the Moonstone staff kept under lock at the Glade Library. All good plans, but each required time Hollow Oak did not possess and Cora could not afford. Callum felt every second like barbed wire scraping his lungs. He left while they waited on consensus, rage simmering hot enough to warp reason. Maeve grabbed his arm at the door, nails digging in. "Do not go alone," she hissed. "I already did," he answered, voice low, "and I will again. She doesn't have time for our committees. Council backup will come. Give us half an hour." "Half an hour is eternity when you're bleeding," he said, and broke away. Now twilight bled over the ridge as he sprinted, boots pounding the leaf litter. The forest looked sick under the fading light, bark leaching color, brambles choking paths that should have been clear. The veil murmured wrong notes against his skin, humming a fracture. Above him, clouds smothered the sky. The moon hid her face behind bruised dusk. Cora's scent led him, lilac drowned in copper and ash. Fear bit deep, sharper than any claw. He would not lose her. Not like Tessa, not like the others whose names ghosted his dreams. His lion prowled just beneath his skin, urging claws, urging teeth, urging to tear the world until she was free. The glade broke open ahead, a wound of white trunks and crimson glow. She was still there, kneeling before the stone, shoulders bowed as if under a weight no mortal spine could bear. The red cuffs on her wrists pulsed with each labored breath. Her skin looked too pale, lips cracked from whispered pleas. Callum's heart roared. He stepped forward and red flame whipped up like a living wall, searing the moss at his boots. Elric stood on the far side of the altar, hands clasped behind his back, cloak rippling like spilled ink despite the still air. His eyes gleamed black, reflecting the dome's light. "You came without your counsel, Chorus," the warlock called, voice smooth as poisoned honey. "Predictable." Callum's claws punched through his fingertips. "Let her go." Elric chuckled. "You were more polite earlier. I suppose desperation breeds manners out of guards." He lifted one hand, summoning a swirl of crimson sparks that danced across his palm. "Do you feel it, lion? The chain tightening each time you rage?" Cora stirred, lifting her head. Her eyes met Callum's across the barrier, full of terror and something fiercer. A warning. "Callum, no!" Her voice rasped like dry leaves. The sound drove a spike through his resolve. He advanced again, this time shifting mid-stride. Bone and sinew cracked, golden fur bursting forth, mass multiplying until the lion stood where the man had been. The barrier flared brighter, sensing his power. He hurled himself against it. Red lightning lashed, digging into flesh, yet he pushed harder, claws raking the invisible wall. Pain sang through his nerves, but he welcomed it. Pain meant progress. Cora's gasp echoed inside the dome. One part fear, one part hope. Elric's laughter cut through. "Brutish tactics. Do you really think raw force will unmake ritual? She chose me. Blood remembers." The lion roared, a sound that split bark and quivered stone. He leapt again, aiming for Elric's mocking face, but the barrier threw him sideways like a rag doll. He crashed into a trunk, ribs protesting. He shifted back on instinct, kneeling in the debris, breath ragged. "You talk a lot for someone hiding behind glass," Callum spat, blood on his lips. Elric's smile thinned. "If I leave the circle, the tether weakens. Why would I grant you that advantage when you already flail so wonderfully?" Callum's vision blurred red. He surged up, slashing with extended claws where the barrier met the ground, searching for seams. The dome rippled though it held. Agony spiked through his arms, scent of charred fur filling the air, but he did not stop. Every heartbeat, he saw Tessa bleeding out, saw Cora pale inside the ring, and the altar's light dancing with her pain. Elric's voice sharpened. "Careful, beast! The veil cracks further each time you strike. You might bring the whole forest down on her head." Callum stilled, panting. Sweat and soot coated his skin. He glared through the shimmer. Cora's eyes fluttered closed, exhaustion dragging her toward unconsciousness. The gold sparks of her magic tried to rise again, but fizzled under the red cuffs. "Elric," she whispered, voice shredded. "Please, let them go. I will stay." Callum's heart fractured at her surrender. "No, Cora, don't!" She shook her head weakly. He wants me. If that saves Hollow Oak, if it saves you. I do not need saving, Callum snapped, voice raw. The admission tasted like blood. He had never needed to save himself before, because saving others was his penance. But Cora was not a penance. She was life. Elric lifted his dagger, now coated in his own blood from carving sigils. He traced the tip across the air, red ember lines forming runic letters that floated until they latched onto the dome. The structure hardened, color deepening toward black. There, he said, satisfied. Now only my command may open or close this prison. Callum's claws receded as hopelessness iced his veins. He forced steady breathing. Think. He had come alone. But Maeve and Edgar would follow. They needed minutes. He needed to stall. Why chain her if she has already accepted? He asked, stalling for time. Elric cocked his head. Trust is wiser than rage. It is true. But scars guarantee obedience, and I enjoy insurance. He flicked the dagger, red sparks floating to Cora's cuffs. She winced. Callum tasted iron from biting his tongue. He could not lose control. Not now. Losing control meant Elric won. He took one step back, palms open. Let's talk. The warlock arched a brow. You think words will unweave years of preparation? I think you want an audience. Callum's heart slammed in his chest. You pulled a Raven stunt to deliver a simple threat. You want witness to your victory. Take me instead. Let her go. You still crack the veil. The Ranger of Hollow Oak at your mercy. That is a trophy. Cora shook her head, mouthing no, but he did not break eye contact with Elric. The warlock considered, fingers drumming the hilt of his dagger. Tempting. Yet she is the key, not you. The slow rustle of leaves behind Callum told him Maeve and Edgar were close. He could smell Twyla's jasmine blend drifting on the wind. They needed seconds. Time he did not have. Inside the dome, Cora pushed shakily upright. Callum, back down, she rasped. Please, go. He didn't move. Back down! Her voice rose, cracking under strain. Tears streaked her cheeks. Gold sparks flared at her fingertips again, brighter than before, fighting through the red. The cuffs blazed scarlet in response, tightening like snakes. She screamed. Callum's body jerked toward the barrier, instinct overriding thought. He collided with the wall, pain scoring his chest, but he braced there, hands pressed against the hot pulse, eyes locked on hers. And that was when Elric turned, strolling to Cora's side with a leisurely grace, dagger spinning between elegant fingers. Let me show you how much control over her I have, he said, voice silky with cruelty. He raised the blade, touched it to her throat. Blood welled, a single drop sliding down pale skin. Callum's roar thundered through the glade, the sound of a heart breaking in real time, even as the warlock smiled, cold and triumphant.
Chapter 33. Cora. The dagger's kiss burned. A single drop slipped from the shallow cut at her throat and slid down to pool in the hollow above her collarbone. The iron scent mixed with the altar's heat, turning the air thick as midsummer honey. Cora tried to steady her breathing, to stay upright, but the crimson cuffs dug into her wrists, siphoning every pulse of her power into the relic behind her. Her legs trembled. Across the barrier, Callum pressed both palms to the wall of red light. His chest heaved, eyes wild with fury and heartbreak. The moment the knife touched her skin, he went silent. Like grief stole every sound he might make. Now he seemed to breathe only through clenched teeth. Elric's smooth voice carried, each word sharpened for cruelty. Your council pawns will not save you. They walk in circles of my design. The cut bends to my will. Cora felt the earth shudder as he spoke. Somewhere beyond the white trees, the wind shifted, returning on itself like a lost traveler. She pictured Maeve and Edgar smashing through brush that only regrew behind them, trails looping back to their steps. Callum's focus never left her, not even to glare at Elric. Look at me, Cora. His voice came low and fierce. Stay with me. She turned her face toward him. The barrier wavered between them, warping his features, yet the intensity in his eyes cut through every distortion. He saw her, not the blood or the chain or the trembling fear. He saw the woman who laughed in the tavern lantern light, who coaxed flowers to lean toward her song, who slipped into his bed and called it home. For a heartbeat, she forgot the cuffs. She sank into the memory of last night's hush, of his hand on her heart, of belonging. Her magic flickered gold again. A tiny spark, but real. Elric clicked his tongue. Ah, but that will not do. He pressed the blade flat over the brand new cut and whispered in the language of binding. Pain erupted. The cuffs flared scarlet, tightening until her breath came in ragged gasps. Gold sparks winked out, swallowed by red. Inside her mind, she felt the old chain reforged link by link, cold metal biting soul instead of skin. Memories flared, the ritual circle, his blood on hers, the way her magic had screamed but obeyed. She tasted fear, copper, and ash. "No," she whispered, "I am not yours." "Yet you kneel in my circle," Elric answered, "and your blood answers when I call." Cora's knees hit the moss. She willed herself to stand, but the bond was a stone tower inside her chest, tall and unyielding. Across the barrier, Callum slammed a fist against the wall. Lightning snapped across his knuckles. He did not flinch. "Let her go," he roared. "Fight me instead." Elric laughed, amused. Why trade the gem for the gravel? She is the conduit. You are the lesson. He extended one hand, palm outward. The dome brightened to near white. Heat rolled over Cora's skin, searing petals of agony rolling down her arms. She cried out, short, sharp. Callum mirrored the sound, voice breaking like a branch ripped from trunk. "Look at me," he begged again. "I need you to see yourself the way I see you. You are stronger than this, stronger than him. We are stronger than this." The words cut through haze. She forced her chin up, their gazes locked. In his eyes she saw the version of herself he believed in. Not the hunted fae with a curse threaded through her veins, but the enchantress who whispered to seedling vines and coaxed wild wards to purr. She saw the woman who dared to love a solitary lion and make him laugh. Tears spilled, not from pain, but from the sudden surge of courage that pushed against the chain. She clenched her jaw, tested her hands. The cuffs burned, yet a crack formed in the red glow, thin as spider silk. Elric felt it. His smile slipped. Enough. He turned the dagger, slicing his own palm. Blood dripped onto the altar. The relic shrieked, runes crawling brighter. Power roared up Cora's arms, slamming her back against the stone. She bit down on a scream as the chain pulled tight again. Callum pounded the barrier. "Stop it, you bastard!" Elric cast one lazy glance his way. Watch and learn what true control is. He lifted both arms, chanting. The blood on the altar spread like ink in water, tracing new sigils. Each stroke dragged at Cora's core, siphoning pieces she did not know how to name. Hope, memory, maybe love itself. Her vision blurred. Somewhere she heard Callum's voice, ragged with panic. "Cora, hold on! Remember the inn porch, Twyla's tea, the lake at sunrise. Remember us." She clenched those images like lifelines. The griddle and grind cinnamon haze. Miriam's cardigan sleeves pushed up as she served pie. The hush of moon mirror and Callum's arm around her waist. The lion's rumble against her back while he slept. A new spark ignited deep in her chest. Small, gold white. She pictured cradling it in her palms. It pulsed once, twice. The chain buckled. Pain lanced through, but she welcomed it. Pain meant pressure. Pressure meant the metal might break. Elric hissed, feeling the resistance. He stepped closer, dagger angling toward her heart. "Submit." Her lips parted, voice no stronger than a breath, yet steady as stone. "I choose me." The spark flared brighter, spilling gold veins across her skin. They raced to her wrists, met the red cuffs, and sizzled. The cuffs cracked, fissures of light breaking the ruby sheen. Elric staggered back, surprise flashing across his perfect features. Impossible! Cora gasped in more air. The veil chose hollow oak. And hollow oak chose me. Behind her words, she felt the forest lean close, the white birch, the mossy oaks, the lake wind, even the distant hum of Twyla's lanterns. Callum's unwavering faith had opened a door. The town added its strength, subtle but sure, feeding the spark. Elric snarled, raising the dagger. Then you can burn together. He slashed his bleeding palm through the air. A bolt of crimson shot toward Callum's side of the barrier, warping the wall. Crack lines spidered, threatening to rip open. Callum braced but did not retreat. The blow struck the barrier. Red shards exploded outward, singing the ground with fire. Callum shielded his face, staggered but held. The dome wavered, half destroyed, half reinforced. For one dizzy moment, Cora saw the two halves, his fury and her hope, fighting over the relic's heart. Elric turned back, fury warping his calm. This ends now. He plunged the dagger toward her chest. Cora raised her shackled wrists. Gold met red with thunder. Blinding light filled the glade. The shockwave hurled Elric across the circle. The dome shattered into jagged arcs, sparks raining down like meteors. When the glare faded, Cora found herself still kneeling, wrists scorched but free. The cuffs lay in broken shards against the altar. Gold light hovered at her palms, no longer strangled. She looked across the debris. Callum had fallen to one knee, a burn along his cheek, but his eyes met hers with wonder. Elric rose slowly, cloak torn, hair disheveled. His dagger lay a few feet away. Blood smeared his palm, yet the smile that curved his lips made her blood run cold. "Well done," he breathed. "You severed the cuffs. But the chain lives inside you. Let me show your lion just how deep it goes." He extended his hand. Pain speared her chest. Her lungs seized, magic searing sideways. The gold flickered erratic, like a candle in a gale. She clawed at her own throat, choking. Across the ruined barrier, Callum roared, shifting mid-charge, golden fur bristling. He slammed the half-formed wall. It held, inches too thick. Elric's smile widened. "See? Even free, you are still mine." Cora screamed as the chain inside her twisted tight. Vision darkened, sound rushed away in a hollow roar. She felt her body tip, felt moss meet her cheek, distant and numb. Through a tunnel she heard Callum's voice breaking, screaming her name. Then the world went black.
Chapter 34. Callum. Cora lay motionless on the moss, skin pale against the scarlet glow that bled from the altar. Her head lolled to one side, and a ribbon of blood traced the line of her throat where Elric's knife had lingered. She looked heartbreakingly still, like a painting of a woman who had never learned to breathe. Callum's soul cracked. His lion roared inside, furious and terrified. But rage would not break chains carved into spirit. He shifted back to human form, knees striking damp earth beside the flickering half-wall of red light. His palms pressed the barrier. Static bit the flesh, burn marks opening fresh, yet he barely felt pain. "Cora, listen to me," he said, voice raw. "I need you to hear my words." "Hear me." The altar pulsed. Elric stood just beyond, cloak flared like bruised wings, watching with dark fascination. The warlock said nothing, as if curious which would crumble first, spell or heart. Callum shut his eyes a moment, drew a breath thick with blood and pine. If magic fed on intent, he would feed Cora everything he had left. He opened his mouth and recited the first poem he ever risked writing after Tessa's death, the one he had never shown a soul. "I keep watch through storms. Though beasts may prowl my dreams, yet dawn is worth the wounds. If it finds me still standing, to see her lift her face to light. Just one more time." His voice shook like a sapling in wind, but he did not stop. "Cora Thorne, you are that dawn. You are every sunrise this forest forgot it could hold. The cuff fragments at her wrist shimmered, thin gold flickers sparking along the broken edges. He pressed on, words tumbling faster, desperate. You are the way moon mirror breathes when the sun sets. You are the laugh that turns twilight's tea sweet before sugar hits the cup. You are stubborn hope when the veil frays at the seams, and kindness when my own skin feels too tight. The barrier flickered. A whine threaded its hum. Elric's brow creased. This is not fate talking, Callum said louder now. I've ignored my lion in telling you things that I thought could hurt us, but really it makes us stronger. Cora, my lion sees you. I see you, as my fated mate. More gold began to flicker. This is not fate talking, though, Callum said louder now. My lion might call you mate, but I choose you. Choice is stronger than prophecy. I choose you because you name each herb like a secret, because you apologize to broom bristles you enchant too lively, because you walked into my woods with nothing but courage and a suitcase full of broken pieces and still offered to mend my heart. The barrier flashed, then dimmed, as if the altar itself hesitated. Callum's hand slid to the soil beneath the barrier. He dug his fingers into the moss, grounding his next words. I love you, Cora. I love you for the way you lean into joy even when fear nips your heels, for the songs you hum out of tune, for the quiet forgiveness in your eyes each time I push you away and you choose to step closer instead. A tremor rippled across the glade. The white trees rustled, though no wind stirred. Gold sparks flared brighter along Cora's wrists, climbing the length of her arms like sunrise up the sky. Elric's voice slithered between them. She cannot hear you, beast. Blood claims drown out love songs. Callum ignored him. He touched the barrier with his burning palm and reached deeper inside himself, into a place he had sealed off since the night Tessa fell. He found the shard of grief there, still sharp, still ready to cut. He lifted it, not to bleed, but to show. I loved someone once and lost her. His voice cracked on the confession. I let that loss build a wall, but you, Cora, you walk through walls like they are curtains. You show me every ache can bloom into new life. Gold light burst from her chest in answer. The red chain Elric claimed to own wavered, humming disharmony. Cora's fingers twitched. Callum's pulse throbbed with hope. He pressed on. If you choose to open your eyes, I promise I will not look away from whatever shadows follow. I will stand beside you in every circle old magic draws, and I will never let silence eat us alive again. For a tense second, nothing else moved. Callum's heartbeat thundered in his ears. Then Cora's lips parted, a trembling breath pulling in. Her eyelids fluttered once, twice, lifting to reveal green irises awash in molten gold. She focused on him, confused at first, then clear as a slow recognition dawned. The gold light around her surged, forcing the barrier to retreat a foot, then another. The warlock staggered, eyes widening. No, Elric whispered, panic fracturing the smooth veneer. He lifted his hands to weave fresh sigils, but red runes sputtered like wet tinder in a gale of sunrise. Cora pushed unsteadily to her feet, glow spilling from her palms and dancing across her skin like living dawn. The wound at her throat closed in a shimmer of light, leaving only a pale scar. She looked down at her hands, wonder and fierce resolve blazing together. Callum's heart nearly burst. Relief drowned every shard of fear, but the fight was not over. He braced to step forward, ready to meet whatever came. Across from him, Elric's face twisted as the red runes flickered dead. He took one backward step, eyes darting toward the dark wood. No, he repeated, voice cracking, the single word an omen of a desperate move, yet unseen. The glade held its breath.
Chapter 35. Cora. Gold hummed under Cora's skin like a living heartbeat. She had never felt power move through her so cleanly. No snags of fear, no drag of old curses. When she inhaled, the glade inhaled with her. When she exhaled, the altar's red glow flickered as if her breath stole its fuel. Across the ruined barrier, Callum caught her gaze. Moongray ash streaked his cheek, but his blue eyes blazed steady pride. He didn't look surprised she'd risen from the brink. He looked relieved, as though his faith had always included this moment. "Ready, Enchantress?" he asked, voice rough but steady. "More than." Elric's panicked whisper of "no" still trembled in the air, but he rallied fast, swiping the back of his bloody hand across his mouth. "You don't understand what you've touched," he hissed. "The chain lives in your marrow. Break the relic and your soul will tear with it." Cora steadied, fingertips bright with gold. "Maybe. Maybe not. But hollow oak does not belong to you. I do not belong to you." She lifted her palms. Golden light arced outward, meeting the relic's red hum like sunrise hitting storm clouds. The two colors collided, spitting sparks that scorched the mossy ground. The rune-scarred stone groaned under the stress. Elric lunged forward, knife raised. Callum's roar cut through the clearing. The ranger shifted mid-charge, golden fur rippling, muscles surging. He slammed into Elric's side before the dagger could descend on her. They rolled across the ground, man against lion, claws clashing with warlock sigils. Red bursts flared each time Elric's palms landed against golden pelt, but Callum's weight and fury drove him back. Cora forced herself not to watch. Trust him. Focus. She planted both hands on the altar. It vibrated violently, trying to shove her back, but she dug her fingers into the carvings. The runes burned her skin, yet the gold inside her answered with a roar. She closed her eyes, reaching, not for the chain, but for the lifeline Callum had given her. Memories of the town that had claimed her heart. Miriam humming in the inn kitchen. Twyla's laughter clinking like spoon on porcelain. Maeve's protective scowl that hid certainty. The children at the lake skipping stones. Callum's voice reading poetry under moonlight. Every image bloomed inside her like dandelion seeds on wind, each one carried by gold toward the relic's heart. She felt it tremble, confused by love it could not digest. Elric screamed as Callum's claws raked his shoulder. With a snarl, he slammed a fist into the ground. Crimson sigils erupted beneath the lion, knocking Callum back into the white trunks. Bark splintered. The warlock staggered to his feet, blood seeping through torn cloak. "You would destroy yourself for them?" Elric shouted at Cora, voice cracked with rage and disbelief. Cora didn't open her eyes. "I would live for them, and living means stopping you." She felt Callum rise again behind her, his presence at her back like a mountain. The subtle brush of his shoulder against her wings of magic steadied her pulse. Without looking, she extended her left hand sideways. A moment later, his massive paw pressed against it, claws retracted, fur singeing under her gold. She could feel his heartbeat, steady, thunderous, offering power without demand. Their magics touched, gold poured into him, pine-rich lion aura flooded into her. The mixture snapped bright, dazzling. Together they funneled the combined force into the altar. Runes cracked along every groove like dried riverbeds. The crimson glow dimmed, flickered, dimmed again. Elric's eyes went wide. He hurled a last desperate spell, crimson knives of light spinning toward them. Callum lunged, intercepting, mane bristling. The blades shattered on his shoulders, leaving only scorch marks that healed as golden aura ran with new energy. Cora shouted words older than the veil itself, fey pledges to land and light, and drove gold deeper. The altar shrieked, a sound like split stone and dying storms. Hair whipped around her face, dress snapped in violent wind, yet she pushed on. One final rune, Elric's primary mark, glowed bright as a forge. She slammed her palm on it. Gold flared, red imploded. A rippling silence followed, profound and ringing. Then the altar split down the center with a thundering crack, crumbling into dust that shimmered before dissolving into the soil. The crimson dome collapsed, shattering like glass. Light rushed upward in a column of pure white, punching through cloud cover. The sky itself caught the glow, painting dawn across storm clouds. Elric stumbled, dagger falling from numb fingers. The crimson lines on his hands sputtered out. His connection to the relic snapped with an audible pop like a string drawn too tight and severed. He looked down at his palms, horrified, trembling. "No, no!" Cora rose on shaky legs, Callum close at her side, shifting back to human form. The golden aura faded, but calm warmth remained, linking them as surely as any chain. The white trees, freed from corruption, straightened. Leaves unfurled lush green despite the season, their branches weaving upward until they formed a living archway around the broken stone. In the clearing's heart, a faint teal shimmer rippled. The veil, knitting closed. It sealed with a soft sigh, brighter, smoother, stronger than before. Cora exhaled, tears sliding free. Joy, relief, and bone-deep fatigue tangled in her chest. She turned to Elric. He looked smaller than she remembered, pale hair limp, eyes fraying at the edges like burnt paper. "It's over," she said, voice steady. Elric's laugh was a ragged thing. "You naive child. Power doesn't die, it changes shape." The air behind him warped, a portal of dark crimson swirling open, eager to claim him. He stepped back toward it, resolve flickering. Callum growled low. Cora lifted her hand, a final pulse of gold dancing in her palm. "You're right, but love conquers the dark every time. You carry chains on your soul. The veil might let you through, but it will bind you on the other side. You'll never wield this power again." He hesitated, fear cracking beneath arrogance. For a heartbeat, he looked 19 again, the prodigy who'd bound her with a promise of belonging. Then bitterness contorted his features, and he spat at the moss. "This isn't the last story," he sneered, stepping through the portal. Crimson swallowed him. The circle snapped shut with a hollow thud, scattering leaves across the moss. Silence returned. Cora swayed, knees buckling, but Callum's arms wrapped around her, solid and warm. She pressed her face to his chest, inhaling pine and smoke and lion. His hand cradled the back of her head. "It's sealed," she murmured. "I watched it," he said, voice thick. "You did it." "We did." Her fingertips brushed the fresh burns on his shoulders. "You took the hits." He huffed a laugh against her hair. "Your choice." "My choice," she agreed, lifting her face. Their lips met, soft and sweet and aching. In that kiss lived grief for what almost was lost and gratitude for what remained. Hoofbeats pounded up the ridge. Maeve burst into the glade first, crossbow raised, Edgar panting behind, Twyla glowing with warding charms. They froze at the sight of the ruins of altar dust, healed veil, Cora shining pale gold in Callum's embrace. Maeve lowered her weapon slowly. "Well, looks like we missed the fireworks." Cora managed a tired smile. "Plenty of sparks left for cleanup." Edgar's gaze darted from the ground to the glowing stitches in the air. "Is the tear stronger?" Callum nodded. "Sealed tight. Might hold centuries if we treat it right." Twyla's shoulders sagged in relief. "Bless every stubborn root in this forest." Cora's knees finally gave. Callum caught her, lifting her gently. "She needs rest," he said. "I'm taking her home." "No arguments," Maeve replied, waving them off. "Edgar and I will cleanse whatever's left here." Cora's eyes fluttered as Callum carried her beyond the white trees. New leaves brushed their shoulders. The forest around hummed soft, like it exhaled after holding breath too long. At the ridge crest, she opened her eyes. Early dawn light kissed Callum's profile, painting him in gold. She reached to trace the cut on his cheek. "You're hurt." "Scratches," he said. "You said choice," she whispered. "And I'll keep choosing you, my mate." His smile tilted crooked, full of promise. Behind them, the veil shimmered bright teal. Ahead, Hollow Oak's rooftops glimmered in first light. The town waited with quiet streets, and the smell of baker's yeast floating on the wind. Ordinary miracles. And even though Elric disappeared, she could hear that the veil didn't let him through. He was lost in its unforgiving abyss. Cora laid her head against Callum's heartbeat, let fatigue pull her under. She felt no chains, no tug, no fear of belonging. She was exactly where she chose to be. And the dawn kept rising.
Chapter 36. Callum. Callum didn't stop walking until the rooftops of Hollow Oak appeared through the trees, dusky in the light of a rising sun. His arms ached from holding her, his back burned from Elric's magic, and every part of him felt wrung out and raw. But his grip never faltered. Cora was light in his hold, her limbs limp from the fight. She stayed half awake, murmuring softly now and then, barely more than breath. The trail back from the glade had felt longer than it ever had, like the forest stretched itself to give them quiet, a last bit of grace after what they'd just survived. His cabin stood against the tree line, squat and sturdy, a silhouette of home. Smoke still drifted from the chimney, faint and curling. He crossed the porch and shouldered the door open, stepping into warmth and shadow. Cora stirred slightly as he set her down on the bed, tucking a blanket over her before reaching for the kettle on the hearth. He filled it without thinking, muscles moving from instinct, too full of emotion to sit still just yet. The fire cracked back to life, and he poured 2 mugs of water before remembering she was already half asleep again. When he turned back, she was watching him. Her voice came rough and low. "You came back for me?" He crossed to her, sitting on the edge of the mattress, reaching to tuck a lock of her hair behind her ear. "You don't ever run from me again." She nodded, eyes glassy. "I thought I had to." "I know," he murmured, "but you don't." Her lip trembled. "You could have died. So could you." They sat in silence for a long beat. The fire popped in the hearth. Outside, birds started calling to each other from the eaves, like the forest was exhaling with them. She spoke again, barely above a whisper. "When you said I was your mate, did you mean it?" He looked at her then, really looked, at the bruises under her eyes and the soft curl of her fingers where they gripped the blanket, as if afraid to let go. Her green eyes held no illusions. She was asking not just for answers, but for truth. "Yes," he said without hesitation, "but not just because I'm a lion." She blinked slowly. "Because you chose it. Every part of it. You, U.S. Not the bond, not the magic, just you." Her breath caught. "I love you," he said again, steadier this time. "Not because a mate bond told me to. Not because the forest whispered it. I love you because you see through every wall I build and walk in anyway. Because you make things bloom with your voice. Because you hum even when you're scared." She reached for him, her hand warm on his face. "And I love you," she whispered, "because you stay. Even when it hurts. Even when I'm a damn mess." "You're my mess," he murmured, letting her tug him down beside her. They lay facing each other, her hands tucked against his chest, his arm wrapped securely around her waist. Her breathing started to slow, lips parting on a soft sigh. He brushed his thumb along her cheek, memorizing the soft skin, the curve of her jaw, the way her magic smelled now that it wasn't twisted by fear, bright, golden, fresh, like new lilacs after rain. "Callum," she asked, voice sleepy. "Yeah? I still don't know what comes next. Then we figure it out together." She smiled, eyes closing. "Good." He held her tighter, her heartbeat thrumming against his chest like the surest song he'd ever known. For the first time in years, he didn't brace for loss. He let himself feel the weight of peace, soft and full and earned. And when she finally fell asleep, safe in his arms, Callum closed his eyes too, his chest full of love, his mind full of her. He had chosen her, and he'd do it again every damn time.
Chapter 37. Cora. The hearth and hollow inn had never smelled sweeter. Cora padded across the creaky wood floors of the upstairs hallway, wrapped in one of Miriam's thick-knit cardigans, and clutching a still-steaming mug of peppermint tea. Sunlight poured through the lace-curtained windows, soft and golden, and the scent of lemon and clove drifted up from the kitchen. Hollow Oak was healing, and so was she. Her muscles ached, her magic fluttered in odd bursts like a bird still remembering how to fly. But she was whole, alive, and the veil had sealed. She paused at the window overlooking the square, watching the town stir to life. Rufus Tansley was already arranging glowing jars in front of the hollow mercantile. Twyla swept the cafe steps with an enchanted broom that was too chatty for its own good. Maeve stalked past them both, coffee in one hand and flipping her dagger in the other, yelling at someone to fix the tavern's lantern post before the wind spirits finished it off. Cora smiled. It felt good to be part of it all now. Not a guest, not a curse walking on borrowed time. She sipped her tea and turned back toward her room, her muscles sighing from the effort. Her green wrap dress had been traded for cozy leggings and a soft tunic, her hair braided loose and tucked over one shoulder. Miriam had insisted she rest here for a couple of days, and though Cora had protested at first, the truth was her body welcomed the peace. The cabin with Callum would wait. Callum? Her chest pulled tight with the thought of him. He'd left just after sunrise, his voice low with that ever-present rumble as he kissed her slow and told her he'd be back by dusk. The Vale needed walking. The trees needed listening. And so did the people. "You're not sleeping all day, are you?" a voice called from down the hall. Cora turned as Twyla climbed the steps, arms full of something wrapped in velvet, and grinning like she knew every secret the world had ever whispered. "Depends on if I get bribed with scones," Cora said, easing into the doorway. "I brought better than scones, sweetheart." Twyla swept into the room, laying the bundle down on the bed with a dramatic flourish. "A little something from Hollow Oak." Cora raised an eyebrow. "Is this a post-saving-the-town gift?" "It's a welcome-home gift," Twyla said, smoothing the velvet open. Inside lay a delicate charm with braided silver cord wound with strands of glimmering lion fur and soft, dried moonflower petals. At the center hung a teardrop-shaped piece of polished amber that caught the sunlight and seemed to hum faintly with something old and kind. Cora reached for it, fingers trembling slightly. "What is it?" "Protection and recognition," Twyla said. "Moonflower blooms only for those the forest accepts. And the lion fur, well, that came with Maeve's blessing. Took some convincing. She plucked it right off Callum's patrol cloak when he wasn't looking." Cora laughed, the sound catching on something deep and grateful. "This is beautiful." Twyla tilted her head. "So are you. Especially when you finally believe it." Cora looked down at the charm again, then tied the cord carefully around her wrist. The moment the knot held, a soft pulse fluttered through her palm. Magic and something more. Home. Twyla rose, brushing off her skirt. "Now that you're officially part of the forest's good graces, there's one more thing to do." Cora blinked. "There's more?" "Oh, yes. You need to get your potions registered." "Registered?" Cora followed her down the steps, mug in hand, braid swinging. "Like, with paperwork?" Twyla grinned. "Official Hollow Oak Craft Registry. Edgar's been asking about it all week." Cora stepped out onto the front porch. The sun warmed her cheeks, and the breeze carried birdsong and the smell of fresh bread. She never thought she'd live somewhere that wanted to claim her name. Now she couldn't imagine being anywhere else. "I didn't think anyone would want what I made," she said, more to herself than to Twyla. In all honesty, Cora didn't know anyone knew she made anything outside of Twyla and Miriam. The cafe owner paused at the bottom of the steps, turning back. "Honey, we've all been using your pain balm since the last storm knocked out half the tavern roof. Edgar swears your sleep drafts helped Varric dreamwalk finally after 10 years. And the lemon verbena elixir you brewed last week made Rufus cry." Cora blinked. "Rufus Tansley cried?" "Just a little," Twyla said with a wink. "He said it tasted like memories." Cora pressed a hand to her chest, overwhelmed by the quiet truth of it all. Her magic wasn't dangerous anymore. It wasn't wild and broken. It was part of this town now, stitched into its rhythm, into the people, into Callum. She followed Twyla across the square, waving to Miriam at the cafe window and dodging a playful nudge from Maeve's broom, who apparently now flirted with everyone after Callum jokingly gifted it to her. Her satchel bumped at her hip, full of sample vials and dried herbs wrapped in labeled parchment. It felt oddly official, like she was walking toward a version of herself she never knew was waiting. The registry building was tucked beside the old stone well, nestled beneath an ivy-draped roof. Inside, Edgar stood behind a counter surrounded by shelves stacked high with scrolls and dried herbs and magical ingredients of every kind. He adjusted his glasses when he saw her and smiled like he'd been waiting. "Well, if it isn't our newest resident enchantress," he said, beaming. "All ready?" Cora nodded. "Think so." They filled out a form, handwritten, ink smudged from her still shaky hands. Twyla handed over a certificate scrawled in her looping script and wrapped in blue ribbon. "There," she said, tapping the seal. "Now you're official." Cora traced the edge of the parchment. "Thank you, really." "No, thank you," Edgar said, voice softer now. "This town's been through its share of darkness. You brought light back. That matters." She blinked against sudden tears. "I didn't do it alone." "No," Twyla agreed, resting a hand on her shoulder. "But you did it. And that counts." The rest of the day passed in slow warmth. People greeted her like they always had, but with something new behind their eyes. Respect, gratitude, familiarity. She spent the afternoon helping Miriam steep herbs in shelf jars. Maeve popped in with Callum's patrol update and 2 small cuts that Cora patched with salve. The kids near the fountain brought her wildflowers. Every moment reminded her she'd chosen this life, and that it had chosen her back. When dusk painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, she returned to the inn to find Callum waiting on the porch, arms folded, leaning against the post like he hadn't moved all day. His golden skin glowed in the warm light, shaggy brown hair ruffled from the wind. His eyes found her, and the soft smile he gave lit every part of her chest. He straightened and opened his arms. Cora walked straight into them. "You look better," he said, voice rumbling against her cheek. "I feel better." She pulled back slightly, cupping his face. "I'm registered." His brow lifted. "Legally dangerous now?" "Legally helpful." She grinned. "I'm told my sleep drafts made Rufus cry." "I'd pay good coin to see that." She kissed his chin. "I'm starting to think I belong here." Callum leaned in, his lips brushing her forehead. "You do." "Forever?" "If you want." "I do." He kissed her then, long and slow and sure. When they finally pulled apart, the moon had risen behind the trees, and hollow oak exhaled around them, alive and whole. They stood there for a while, hand in hand, wrapped in quiet and promise. Home.
Chapter 38. Callum. The moon rose full over Hollow Oak, casting silver light across rooftops and trees like the town had been dipped in quiet magic. Most of the windows had gone dark. The kids were tucked in, fires banked, shop lanterns blown out. The only sounds were cicadas, the gentle swish of breeze through pine and the unified breathing of Callum and Cora as they enjoyed the moment of peace entwined in each other's embrace. He eventually pulled away, letting her adjust her shawl, and took in her glow that had only seemed to have grown brighter since the blood bond had been severed, since she had been allowed to be herself. He shoved his hands into his jacket pockets. The moonlight painted her in silver and shadows, and he felt himself feel suddenly like a vulnerable schoolboy. "Come walk with me?" he asked, voice low. She tilted her head, amused. "At this hour? Planning to show me some secret ranger trail?" "Maybe." He reached for her hand. "Just trust me." She didn't hesitate. She never had when it came to him. They crossed the quiet square, past the well and the mercantile. Even the silver-fanged shutters were drawn tight. Cora leaned into him as they passed beneath the trees, her fingers laced through his like she'd always been there, like her palm belonged against his. The deeper they went into the woods, the more peaceful it became, like the forest had been waiting for them to return. Since the relic's fall, the veil had stilled. No more restless energy, no wrongness lingering at the roots, just pine needles, cool air, and a sky full of stars overhead. Callum led her to a small clearing tucked behind the western ridge. The path wound along a slope where wild violets grew thick, and the trees bowed just enough to make it feel hidden from the rest of the world. She looked around, brow lifting. "I don't think I've ever been here." "Good," he said, pulling her closer. "I wanted it to be just ours." She smiled up at him, teeth catching her bottom lip in that way that always knocked something loose in his chest. "You're acting weird." "I'm not." "You are." He huffed a soft laugh. "You done teasing?" "Not even close." He turned to face her fully. "Then let me say what I need to before you distract me again." Her grin faltered and she blinked. "Okay." Callum took a breath. The wind carried the smell of damp moss and moonflowers in bloom. She waited, quiet, giving him the space to speak without pressure. That was the thing about her. She never demanded his words, only listened for the ones he was ready to offer. "I've never asked anyone for a damn thing," he started. "Not since Tessa. I thought I didn't need to. Thought protecting the town, doing the work, keeping people safe. That was enough." She didn't speak, just waited. He reached into the pocket of his jacket and pulled out a small, carved wooden box. Hand-shaped, uneven, smoothed by his thumb more times than he'd admit. He passed it to her without fanfare. She opened the lid. Inside sat a ring. Silver simple etched with 3 small markings. Her initials, the forest crest, and the mark of the lion. Her mouth parted slightly. She looked up, eyes wide and shimmering. "Callum, you're mine," he said quietly. "Not because a bond says so. Not because the veil hums when you walk, but because I've watched you choose love, even when it hurt. Because I've seen you fight like hell and still whisper to flowers. Because when you smile, the damn forest leans in." She pressed her hand over her heart. "I love you," he continued, "and I want every damn day of yours tied to mine. Not as a promise we make once, but as a choice we make again and again. So marry me, Cora Thorne. Let's make it known." Her voice broke. "Yes." He let out a breath, chest lifting as her answer settled deep inside him. "Yes," she said again, stepping into him, curling her fingers around his shirt. "Gods, yes." He slipped the ring onto her finger, heart hammering. It fit like it had waited for her. She lifted her hand to admire it, laughing through her tears, then looked up and cupped his face. "I never wanted to belong anywhere," she whispered, "but I want to belong with you." "You already do," he murmured, lowering his mouth to hers. The kiss was slow and steady, like a seal on a vow already carved in soul. Her magic flared faint and golden, his aura warm and deep. Around them the forest sighed, the wind weaving soft through the trees. The moon, full and finally unhidden, cast a silver glow on the ring now shining between them. They stood there a long time in the clearing, 2 halves made whole, while the night wrapped around them and the future waited, bright and wide open.
Chapter 39. Cora. The fire crackled softly beneath the moonlight, casting golden shadows across the forest floor. Flames licked the edges of the stone circle Callum had cleared earlier, a quiet labor of love. Tall pines stood like sentinels around them, bearing witness. Cora stood barefoot in the moss, the hem of her green wrap dress brushing her calves, her breath caught somewhere between awe and want. Her fingers ghosted over the new ring on her hand, the one he'd slid onto her finger an hour ago. She could still taste the kiss he gave her after. Still felt it humming on her skin like a promise etched in heat. Callum stepped into the firelight, slow and steady. His shaggy brown and gold hair curled around his ears, wind-tousled. The faintest flicker of amber glowed in his blue eyes. His lion was close. He wore his ranger shirt open, sleeves rolled, muscles beneath coiled with purpose. Not nervousness, intensity. a man ready to claim. "You sure?" he asked, voice roughened with restraint. "Yes." Her voice was breathy, sure. "I want this." He reached for her, pulling her gently into the center of the circle, his hand wrapped around hers, warm and steady. "This is more than instinct," he said, tone quiet but unshakable. "It's choice." Her lips tilted up as she met his gaze. "Then choose me." He cupped her cheek, his thumb brushing the corner of her mouth. "Always." When his mouth met hers, it was tender at first, soft, slow. But the moment her hand slid up his chest, heat stirred between them, blooming in the space where their magic and hunger touched. His growl was low in his throat, his other hand slipping to her waist, pulling her against the solid line of his body. "Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. The fire crackled gently. The trees rustled around them, content. The veil pulsed with calm. They curled into one another under the blanket, tangled in limbs and magic, letting the woods hold them a little longer. There was nothing left to fear. Only love to grow in, together.
Chapter 40. Callum. Callum had never been one for ceremony. He didn't like attention, didn't care for speeches or fuss. But when he stood at the center of the glade beneath Hollow Oak's silver-lit trees, Cora's hand in his, even he had to admit, it was damn near perfect. The moon was full and high, casting soft light over the mossy clearing like a blessing. The veil shimmered faintly in the background, more visible than usual tonight, a gossamer ripple across the trees. Magic pulsed through the woods, quiet and calm, as though the land itself had decided to hold its breath and watch. Callum glanced at the faces circling them, familiar, weathered, smiling. Maeve leaned against the base of an old maple, arms crossed but eyes suspiciously bright. Miriam stood in the front row, her hands clasped over her heart. Twyla sniffled behind a handkerchief she'd half-heartedly claimed was only for allergies, while Edgar fussed with the ceremonial thread of his robe with damp eyes. The entire damn town had shown up. Even the cranky elders who only left their cottages for winter firewood stood to bear witness. It was strange and humbling, standing there as not just a ranger or veil guardian, but as a man who'd chosen to share everything with the woman beside him. Cora. She stood barefoot in soft green, the same color as the dress she'd worn the first night he realized he couldn't look away from her. Pale lilac blossoms had been tucked behind her ears, and her golden hair was braided in loose strands threaded with slivers of forest herbs. Moonmint and rosemary, if he had to guess. The sight of her stole every thought from his head. She caught him staring and squeezed his hand. "You're thinking too loud," he smirked. "I was thinking I might kiss you before the officiant's done talking." "I dare you." He leaned in slightly, voice low. "That's a dangerous thing to say to a lion." Before she could answer, Varric stepped forward, wolf-carved staff in hand, his eyes gleaming with something deeper than solemnity. Maybe pride, maybe a touch of awe. "We stand tonight," Varric said, voice echoing softly through the glade, "at the center of the woods, at the heart of the veil, and it stands with us." The veil pulsed behind them, a subtle ripple of silver against the black of the tree line. "Not all love is loud," Varric went on, glancing at Callum. "Some is steady, relentless. Some grows between storms and thrives in the quiet after." Then he looked at Cora, his expression softening. "And some love is wild magic, raw, fierce, unafraid. Tonight we honor both." The ceremony was simple by design. No runes etched into the ground, no lavish enchantments, just a single pine bough, wrapped with silver thread, passed between them and tied at the wrist. It was a symbolic knot meant to fall away once vows were spoken, but Callum had carved it himself that morning from a fallen branch. whittling until it felt right in his palm, until it felt like them. Varric nodded. Speak your truth. Cora turned toward him, eyes shining. I came here running from everything I thought I was, and I found someone who saw me anyway. You don't just protect this town, Callum Cross. You protect hearts without asking for thanks. You love hard even when it scares you. I've never felt safer than I do when I'm with you. I choose you, every day. His voice cracked but held. I spent years thinking I'd already used up every part of myself worth offering. Then you walked into my forest, and you saw me. You remind me why I fight. You gave me back the part of me that I buried so deep, I thought it was gone for good. You're not just my mate, Cora. You're my heart. His hands tightened around hers as he saw her eyes begin to glisten. Varric stepped back and nodded once. You may seal your bond. Callum didn't wait. He leaned in and kissed her like the whole world stopped spinning. The glade exploded with light. The veil rippled behind them, bright and sudden, humming a low, resonant sound that rolled across the trees. The forest stilled. Even the wind paused. Then a pulse of silver shot outward from where their joined hands met, curling up through the branches, dancing along moss and bark. The energy surged but didn't burn. It settled, anchored. Their bond had joined the veil. A new thread added to the tapestry of Hollow Oak's protection, woven not from blood or war, but from choice, from love, from survival. Callum pulled back, just enough to breathe against her lips. Didn't mean to outshine the ceremony. Cora laughed, eyes wet. I think we just rewrote the damn forest. Twyla whooped. Maeve wiped under one eye and muttered something about pollen. Even Edgar dropped his herbs in surprise. They untied the pine bough together, fingers lingering. Callum kept her hand in his as they turned toward the town. The path home lit itself softly under the moon's glow, fireflies rising like sparks. People surrounded them with laughter, hugs, warmth. But even in the crowd, her hand stayed tucked in his, like they were tethered. Later, when the fires dimmed and the guests drifted home, he pulled her into his side as they walked the trail back toward the cabin. She leaned into him, her voice a soft murmur. You really made me part of this place. He kissed her temple. You were always part of it. You just finally found it. And under the moonlight, with the veil at their backs and the town finally whole, they stepped into the life they'd built together, rooted, chosen, and finally home.